we're going live.
It's a lie.
We're live. Hello?
Awesome.
Is anyone there? Hello?
I'm doxing myself right now.
It's alright. You're naked to the rest of the world.
But they can see that it says Jamie. They know it's me.
It's just some guy called Jamie.
I mean, how
Everybody
dare you? I'm
knows
a real
some guy
person. I have feelings!
But you're a freak, Bernard.
Ah!
So yeah, we were going to have a serious talk about shit, but we don't really have to. It's alright. It's one of those streams.
I mean, define serious.
Have we got to make a parameter for serious?
Well, you kind of have to, because if you mention Paul Joseph Watson and then mention serious...
I haven't mentioned...
Yeah,
where are you getting Paul Joseph Watson from?
I mean, the internet. It's true for everything,
It's everywhere,
right?
yeah. They're everywhere.
I'll stop now.
George Soros is behind me.
He's giving you the shell box.
Yeah, George Soros secretly controls all the world economy like the communist leader he is.
So how are you all doing anyway? You had a good week?
It's been interesting, hasn't it? It's been interesting. Like,
what's been happening with you, Sturkor?
what's been happening with me? I've been just like sitting back and enjoying all the drams. Like,
What?
I've been very, very involved with the drama with Spino. I shouldn't have put my foot in it as much as I did, and I'll admit that.
You mean Spino the traitor?
What did you do?
No, I stuck up for him at every turn because I just felt like he was being trodden on by bigger YouTubers, and I didn't like that. As well as, like, you know, I admittedly now looking back on it, I think he did do some wrong, but overall, I think it's sort of like 60 Sargon bad. 40,
Yeah, overall it's just
Spino
Sargon that can't take a fucking joke. It's like, how dare you? You're my friend. You shouldn't be joking about me. Wow, jeez. Remind me never to be your friend.
So what happened over the week?
Well, it's just that I'm starting to take a back seat on this now because of I went too far in too quickly, and I feel like
He knew too much.
Get him. He knows too much. He must die.
No, I just think that it's kind of like there's a few main points with Sargon. Is that there is some hypocrisy of him being a free speech warrior and then saying please close down your account for this satire account. There's some hypocrisy there, but like, but I understand where he's coming from emotionally because of he may have perceived it that way, but it still sounds like it's a justified narrative because of he's been told many times by Spino that he's not his friend, and even after that he goes after him, and even before this was happening there was something brewing to kick him out of this clique. So it's kind of like that was the nail on the head, and that was ultimately Spino's fault because he produced the parody account and everyone knows who he is. So it's not like the other way around. If you're like Creationist Cat and you're doing your own parody, and then someone finds out what your identity is, it's not the same, because everyone knows your position and everyone knows who you are, and then you create an account, and then you say stuff at the same time.
I just wanted to know how your week went.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Right,
that's
okay.
mostly been my.
I mean, did you
my
go
week.
outside? Outdoors?
No, mostly.
Outdoors is nice. Did you?
I know. I saw your video. I look so jealous.
It was a bit.
I'm so jealous
Right.
of it.
You saw his video and you looked so jealous.
Yes.
He looked in the
Sentence
mirror
wow,
whilst
please.
looking at the video.
Yes.
Wow, much sentence, please.
People do that.
Don't
Yeah.
do things.
It was nice to see your video because of it's kind of a big. It was like a kind of a big reality check. In some ways. Just walking around in the park saying nothing's happening.
Yeah.
There was Muslims there.
Oh my god. Triggering.
They had like head coverings and everything as they walked their children up and down the promenade. It was really quiet.
Can I
Apart
ask,
from
am
the
I still
children.
naked?
Sorry?
Am I still naked?
Yes.
I'm trying to fix it.
You have to go to your.
I'm sorting it in settings, but it's not come up yet. Maybe I need to leave and join the thing
Yeah,
again.
press F5.
Yeah, a refresh.
Any subject.
Hello, people.
Nope, I'm still naked.
You're still naked. It arrives eventually. It's I don't know how it sort of incorporates itself into the Google zeitgeist.
I mean,
Was that a little over the top, that explanation?
you
How
referenced.
dare
it
you
again.
make fun of our
know.
dear... Yeah, I'm not quite sure why everyone's getting upset about Dave Cullen being sort of looked at as a bit weird.
Well, the creationist cat video did that quite nicely. That was quite funny.
Liz isn't happy.
Really?
Did you not see her video?
No, I didn't.
Fen, your mic's crackling. What? Describe to me the video because I didn't see it.
She made a video with her explaining that she wasn't happy with Creationist Cat and he can go fuck himself.
Really? Even though he's pointing out things that are, most likely factual.
Yeah.
I mean, why get mad with a cat that was zapped by Jesus? He clearly has divine fucking authority.
Yeah, he has the divine right to fight it. Suck. Okay, how dare you defy Jesus?
Exactly.
Kraut says, Chinese face man!
Hey, Kraut.
Okay,
Kraut, how you doing?
get Kraut in.
Come on then, Kraut. In you come.
By the way, if my guitar annoys you at any point, just tell me to shut the fuck up.
That's
Probably not
fine.
appropriate though, really, Jamie.
I can turn
I
I
put
can
this-
turn the
I put
jukebox down and you can just play the tunes for now.
No. I can go to my party trick.
Hey Jamie, in the side chat,
Fantastic.
I did put in the fortunate son.
I think we'll leave the jukebox on.
Yeah, that was a bit
Could
quiet.
you link to the chat in the side chat, please? So just have a
Link
look.
to the chat in the side chat. What does that mean?
A link to the chat in the side chat.
Which
in-
chat?
in this
When? How? Where?
Fine, I'll do it myself.
I need better instructions than that. It's like, it's next to the thing.
Which thing?
The window
Or like
on
when
my...
you're,
It's
or like
like
when you're
the window
helping
on my
your-
screen.
or like when you're helping somebody with a video game, and it's like, it's over there. Where? Over there. You're pointing at the screen, and they're not seeing where you're pointing. It's kind of like, oh fuck, just tell me where it is, left or right.
So, if you would like to join this rabble, you know what to do at RSOL GCP. Come on down. I am just gonna smoke this thing. You guys enjoy yourselves.
Hey,
Back in a moment.
Cool. So, how have you been, Luca?
It's fine up until now. I learned my grandmother is dying, and she's the last one of my grandparents.
So that's pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's her from my own mother, just because it's her mother, and she has Alzheimer, and now she's to the stage where she can't eat or drink anymore. They're basically force feeding her, and this is why I haven't seen her in 2 years. Just because if I go in there and see her like that, I'm just gonna be I'm gonna become an emo. It's just gonna be me fucking self harm. It's kind of like the world is shit. And I would feel sorry for her. You go into a retirement home full of Alzheimer's patients. I'm like, oh, jeez, I don't want to become like this. Now she can't even recognize me. I'm like, oh, jeez. And, she can't recognize my mother, and she can't recognize me. So I'm not feeling pretty hot right now. It's kind of like, well, the hard drive of her brain is just gone.
That's really depressing.
Yeah. So maybe this is why we had to cancel the whole thing we wanted to plan for Easter. So we're just gonna stick around, and then because she really is at that stage where you don't know. Maybe next week she'll die, or maybe within a few days. she's really at that end stage, and then we'll have to organize the funeral and everything else, which, you know.
Well, I hope she passes peacefully. You know, rather than in
Yeah, well, at least she's passing without pain. That's the good thing. Like, she's passing without knowing who she is and without pain. Because I mean, we have friends whose grandparents have like tumors or stuff like that. It's kind of like, yeah, that's a nastier way to go, because you're just screaming as you die. You just want someone to give you a gun and just.
Hello. So you're talking about getting a gun? What now?
No, it's that
What's
my
happened?
grandmother is dying.
So you want to get a gun? I'm not quite sure this is a
No,
wise-
I'm saying that she's dying painlessly, and we have friends who have a huge amount of pain. I'm saying, yeah, it's necessary to die with pain than without pain.
Okay. What's the gun got to do with it?
I'm saying that, you know, when you're really close to dying and you're just screaming in pain, you just want to ask for a gun and just shoot yourself. Just let me fucking die already. I'm just screaming here.
No.
I don't know.
I don't like the sound of it.
Who's this Buck guy? I haven't seen him before. Hey, Buck.
F5 Steckle.
Really?
Really?
I was just saying, who's this Buck guy? I haven't seen him before.
Hello, Buck.
Hello, gentlemen. No, I've just been lurking.
Hello,
in the
Lurker
chat.
Buck.
Yeah, so I just seen the tag there, so I thought I'd come in for 5 minutes before I left again.
How we doing?
Just super, absolutely super.
What have you got to bring to the table?
What, like, so much, just so much. Today I've been speaking to Majid Nawaz this morning, and I was speaking to Vadim Newquest there
Right.
about minutes ago. So this is everybody. I've been speaking to some big headers today. So
What did you talk to Majid about?
it was just on. I called into his radio show this morning. They're talking about this bomb strikes in Syria.
Yep.
And just sort of giving my it wasn't. I was sort of. It's just I was just pointing out like it just sort of went to confirm what I already believed about American foreign policy. It really doesn't matter who's in charge. It's exactly the same. That doesn't change regardless of who's in power.
To some extent. I mean, you've got the problem.
Oh, Jamie, your sound's gone.
I just went on my mic at the same time. Shit. Oh, was it my speakers? No, it was my speakers. You got the problem with the military-industrial complex in America, which yields massive power, and because of that, there is certainly a constant push towards escalation of conflict.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not as simple as this person's in charge, therefore it's all fine, or this person's in charge, therefore it's necessarily going to get worse. However, you do have the potential that dramatic than another strategies and ways that things go forward can be different, more nuanced, and therefore outcomes can be less impacting, perhaps.
Yeah, it's more sort of the general idea. It's like where Trump wants to become this isolationist country and cut off America from everybody else and not be involved in everything. Like he's not. How many weeks is he in? And already bombing Syria. Like,
America's general foreign policy is let's create an empire, and it has been for a time.
It's basically, you've done something that we marginally didn't like it. You must be against freedom, and it's like, we're your allies. We don't care.
No, but
What are you talking about? They liberated Iraq. What do you guys talk? They brought so much freedom.
It's not just that, though. It's the fact that when American troops go somewhere, they never leave.
Yeah, they're still American.
I mean, we've got American bases in England, one not too far from where I live, because we're their allies and it's strategic and blah, 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 blah. But, they're all over Europe after World War II.
Yeah, they're also in Italy. And
Britain stuck a flag in the ground and said, "This is ours." America just says, America put a military base in.
Yeah, basically. I mean, don't get me wrong. We acted like fucking dicks in history.
No, again, it's just America's just the new empire. It just behaves slightly differently after World War II. Empire building became
It's policy.
Yeah, it's like Britain is the father of America, and basically America is taking over the family business. Kind of like, Dad, you're too old. I'm gonna take over for you.
I don't like the way that you gave everything back to everybody.
But
So what I'm gonna do?
This is a myth that Britain gave it back. It was taken back. Britain couldn't control it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, we completely gave it back. The fact that they could have taken it and stopped us at any point, it's irrelevant. We gave it back.
Car bombs, my dude.
Britain, all the countries for every country that the European nations colonized. Europe was fit to colonize all these countries because Europe had guns and these countries didn't. And once those countries acquired guns, they had to leave.
I mean, Italy pretty much had to leave because we lost. It's kind of like, oh, you lost the war, therefore we have to take over all your shit.
Yeah, but that's because there's too many espresso breaks. Like,
Yeah,
it's what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, our army is only good as like a support role. We're only good at making sandwiches for the American army. It's kind of like
apparently the military-industrial complex is a regressive talking point.
What's this?
Okay.
This is according to chat here. I thought I'd just report in.
Oh, okay.
I will say
this is an interesting thing, right? With this term, okay, Majid Nawaz actually was the one coined the term regressive, and what it describes, what he was using to describe, was the sort of liberal that stopped supporting liberal views once it was involved in minority. So it was okay for Muslims to discriminate women because that's their culture. You're not. It's 100% to criticize Christianity, but you can't criticize Hinduism.
Sure.
It's
compartmentalization of thinking based on your principles.
Yeah.
Essentially.
So that's what the regressive left. That's the exact term. But then people like Sargon and lots of other right wingers started going on. Anyone who disagrees with me is regressive. So it's basically if you talk about American form.
That's a very similar tactic to somebody shouting racism when it's criticizing religion.
Exactly the same. It's the person trying to shut down the conversation. Oh, regressive. It's like, shut the fuck up and tell me where I'm wrong here. It's exactly the same. It's the right wing racist.
I don't really see how a military-industrial complex can be a regressive talking point, but it wasn't the general talking point. We're talking about American foreign policy.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we were going to talk about advertisement, but
well, we were going to, but you see, what happened was.
These are not this is not like saying America's bad or America's doing what any other nation will be doing in its position.
Has done, will do, and will probably do it. Sorry, has doing, has done, and probably will do again.
Yeah, it's if we come to understand how the system works, then maybe we can make it work better for us. But
it's only a matter of time before the Irish really set up their own empire, guys. You wait. It's like.
The Irish have set up their own empire.
So it's like an immigrant empire.
It's called Southern Ireland. It's quite kind of small.
And it's a shithole.
Well, soon it's gonna be Ireland.
Well, I mean, we're fucking it up enough. So.
It's like, I mean, so talking about, well, okay, Rick, you take the idea that America invaded Iraq. The main reason America invaded Iraq was because America wants to control the natural resources. That's the same reason that every other country has ever invaded any other country. Like, it's about control of natural resources.
I know, Bakura.
But
hey guys, it seems that the chat demands us to talk about ads because that was the original.
I apologise, chat. I'm just a naked blue person in a corner. What do I know?
If you want to know what's going on in the chat, there's the link there.
Yeah, but I mean, do I want to know? So adverts, go.
Okay, I'll just, because I'm going to leave here now shortly. This is the exact, what's happening on YouTube is the exact same thing that happened to the news media.
When?
They're, again, like, just in the fairly early days of it. I can't remember there was a fairly hard-hitting journalist during the McCarthy era in America. I'm trying to remember his friggin' name, and it's not coming to me. But Edward R. Morrow, sorry. And what he ended up having to do, because he wanted to do the hard-hitting journalism, but the hard-hitting journalism didn't pay because the advertisers did not want that stuff, their brand around that. So he had to then, on the side, predominantly do like celebrity talk shows. So the media, the advertisers, Coca-Cola doesn't want their video beside
dead children.
A video.
Why feminism is cancer number 99. Like.
It's so Coca-Cola doesn't want their video beside a video about female genital mutilation. They want it beside somebody talking about Pokemon or some dumb unimportant shit like that, or Kim Kardashian's ass. So whereas like this was a bit of a renaissance where it was heading towards that, where the media was getting very, very good on YouTube, and there's lots of divisive anti-establishment voices coming from lots of different directions, some of them better than others, but a definite recognizable anti-establishment voice. And the only reason, but you can't do that because the news media is largely being propped up by establishment, and so and because YouTube's anti-establishment, it's one factor of it. So advertising's not going to support.
Well, YouTube in its inherent nature isn't anti-establishment. Like, it's just there. It's not like it's set out to be anti-establishment.
No, it's not set out. It's people. This is what people want. This is the news people, especially our generation, want, and YouTube was supplying it because we're, obviously. I remember, YouTube is film demand, but it's making that demand pay. But that's the other issue with our generation. We don't want to fucking pay for anything. We think everything should be free.
This is the point that I would get to. YouTube costs an incredible amount of money to be running as a platform.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Google bought YouTube for an exorbitant sum of money. They've made it better. They've made it worse. They've done a lot of different things in different directions. But what they've done is generally improve the platform for the users. Yes, not everybody's going to like every change they make. Yes, the community as a whole is going to dislike certain things that they do, but they're doing it as a commodity. It's a capital asset that they've bought and they're exploiting. Advertising in the way that it works with Google in general, it's targeted. We are going to associate this brand with this type of content. So if the brand turns around and says, well, we're perfectly willing to give you $1 million for an ad campaign, but we're certainly not willing to have it associated with these people because they said X, there's very clearly going to be an inherent problem there. The content creators are going, but we've got all these views, we're trying to monetize. The advertisers are going, we don't want to monetize with those people. It's a very simple thing to do. How you fix it is kind of the problem, because giving people a platform and allowing them to talk on whatever subject they want, just because you're popular doesn't mean you necessarily are going to be paid for it.
My understanding of the situation is that there was a few videos that were pretty racist with ads on it. So then the Wall Street Journal released the thing. So YouTube just did this mass, or the advertisements were until you fixed it, you will have to. We're gonna take all our ads out. So YouTube just kind of did a one fix all for everything until they can really target these specific videos. I think that's the main thing that's going on right now.
You could look at that as being lazy, right?
Yeah.
You could look at that as being lazy. However, if you think about it from another angle, it's similar to the YouTube Heroes sort of thing. Why did they suggest YouTube Heroes? Because the amount of staff and cost that it will take, they don't deem as being relevant.
It's here. These things are all being done for fairly common sense reasons. Because at the end of the day, they need to make money. An advertiser. It's
Hi, Spino.
understandable for an advertiser to want to have their video beside a Sandy Hook denier or or some Nazi, like, and
Or some guy who thinks that the Illuminati run the governments of everyone. It's kind of like, yeah, that's something I want to advertise.
Why are you saying that's not true, man?
But equally, people
Down with the
will try-
globalists. Drink Coke.
But equally, networks like Fox News exist who say some pretty egregious shit, and some brands do not give a fuck.
But Fox has been punished constantly now. What it come already?
No, now. But
Yeah.
historically, fuck all was done about it. It didn't matter.
I think
The internet's brought this awareness level to the general public.
It's not just the. I mean, there's always been sort of like awareness campaigns and all that sort of business.
No. What I mean is more people are aware of Company X does thing that person personally disagrees with. Therefore, they boycott Company X. A good example would be potentially Chick-fil-A. The
or Walmart or
but the head of the company decided to use the company's funds to support an anti-gay bill, essentially, rather than doing it with his own personal money. That means the company represented that position, therefore people boycotted it. How effective was that? Probably not very, but the point is people stood up and said, we're not having this shit. It will have taken a financial hit, right?
I think, and I think there's this issue between what YouTube people like and what our generation's okay with and what the normies like. So I think that Milo showed that in a major way. So when Milo was on the Drunken Peasants, and he was on this podcast for fat degenerate neckbeards.
Hey, I watched that.
And he talked about.
I'm a fat and degenerate, but I can't grow a neck beard. How dare you?
He talked about what he talked about, and suddenly that conversation, and everybody went, oh fuck, that's bullshit. Everybody got on with their life. Suddenly you show that to a mainstream audience, and they are fucking disgusted. Like, how the hell is this person on TV? What's going on here? Whereas, like, I remember seeing that Milo say those things, and I went, and I got on with my life and forgot about it. Saying this is just some dumb shit Milo's saying. Whereas for the normal everyday audience, they don't want that person anywhere near them again. So there is that difference between what we find acceptable and what everybody else finds acceptable.
Well, there is the potential of normal everyday, but there's also the potential of the. I mean, if you use the term social justice warrior, but then compare them to people like Mary Whitehouse. It's the small but extremely loud voices that tend to get shit done.
Oh yeah.
The general I don't give a fuck masses aren't going to change the world because they don't give a fuck.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's true.
The very small anally retentive group are the ones that are going to get things done because that becomes their life mission. Look at how offensive and angry this is making all these people. We better do something. I mean, fuck, Mass Effect Andromeda, the state of the female characters is laughable.
Squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody asks, what are our thoughts on Sci-10 Atheist?
Oh,
fucking hilarious.
He got his channel shut down.
Yeah.
My thoughts are fucking hilarious. Not that he got it shut down, just in general.
I thought he was very funny at the start, and then it's like, all right, it's just okay. I've seen this joke before.
Well, that's all the entire channel was, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just
one perpetual.
You fucking fuck.
I remember when they were doing like he was doing caricatures of really, really small people just because it was funny. Like really, really small people. I can't remember the guys' names.
G-Man?
The G-Man.
Oh, G-Man.
Yeah. Not just G-Man. There was a few other people.
Brett Keane. It was Brett Keane.
There was Brett Keane. There was also Matt something.
Matt Delahunty?
No. There was Matt Slick and
yeah.
That podcast.
I can't remember the guy with the glasses, and he's got like a beard and.
Yeah, that's Brett Keane. I think you're thinking of.
No, someone else. Jamie, you used to watch the guy.
Gay with glasses
ago.
You're blitting out again, mate.
I was just saying. I've just realised my mic was muted by accident, and I've been saying you're crackling like shit to myself for fucking ages.
GG.
So what exactly happened to this guy? I don't know.
Channel got terminated.
Do we know why?
Not sure.
We have absolutely no clue.
Well, did you he never has copyrighted. All his stuff is
go This joke's done now. Had your fun.
Is there any way you can turn yourself up a bit, Buck?
Oh, I don't know.
I know that, for example, some of Ray Comfort's people have in the past used false DMCAs and things against other channels. They did it against the Bible Reload and things, so it might be somebody from that side of the theological debate. Not that there is one. Sort of, crossing a line. It's been done a few times before to channels.
Well, he did have a series called Truck of Peace.
Oh.
So and since the Sweden thing that just happened, bit on the nose.
What was I going to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, he just did do a video, Truck of Peace, about the Westminster attacks. So.
Oh God.
But
Good timing.
if you can't use satire to combat terrorism, what's the point?
There isn't a point.
No, I mean, like look at Charlie Hebdo. I'm not like referencing specifically the fact that they were shot. It's more the fact that they had the correct position against somebody trying to say believe what we believe or we'll chop your head off. Fuck you, we'll take the piss. Thank you very much.
No, again, right? Like someone like Satan, I think that it is important making fun of all this shit.
Yeah, you did something like that.
So whether I didn't totally agree with a lot of his messages and positions and beliefs, but I still think it's important that there are people there doing that. Yeah.
Like Kirsty Winter's video got shut down because some Sargon sycophant got like fucking triggered over.
Yeah, it was a the guy who claimed to have done it, he's called Sean McNeil, and he's been kind of toxic within the anti-SGWs for a while.
Oh, really?
Sean McNeil?
Pretending to be a lesbian. He's been, and he was also like collecting information on people, basically to dox them. But then he was like, "Oh no, I'm not going to dox anyone. I just want their addresses for some reason." Yeah.
Spino, and I've never actually had any communication with you or any sort of contact, but I've been following the whole Sargon thing, and it's absolutely fucking hilarious. I just want to...
It's amazing.
Everything about it, every time anything about it comes up, every meme I see in it makes me laugh, and I'm very pleased.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
I was just like, I was super best friends with Sargon before this. I tell you, we were buddies.
He just commented a joke.
My issue was right. You were sucking his dick on a Tuesday, and then on Wednesday you just stabbed him in the back. This is how I read into it. You literally.
Well, if you're not going to play for a blowjob, you get what you deserve.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, man. So, I took your advice, Robin, and I went outside today, and you said there were no SJWs. You were right. There was anarcho-communists, though, and Marxists. So,
You have to avoid them.
I couldn't. I was just like, no.
So, are you now a Marxist?
No, comrade. No, fuck it. It was hilarious because the Marxist was trying to charge me money for the magazine, which is kind of, amazing.
But we have to operate within the confines of capitalist society to get the message of Marx over.
Obviously, yes.
Which Marxist was where?
In Dublin.
Where about? What were they selling?
It was near St. Stephen's Green. He was trying to sell me the Irish Marxist Review, which was amazing. And then I start talking to anarcho-communists, and I purposely thought, I was like, "Oh, are you guys anarcho-capitalists?" And I think that really annoyed them. But because they had the red and black flag. But all in all.
Well, now there's this thing called anarcho-fascism, which
fuck, that was amazing.
It sounds like fucking the metal scene where all the kids are adding core to everything. I'm an anarcho! such and such.
Hey, if you want
Well, that's an interesting greeting.
the strongest argument against Marxism is their website.
I thought the strongest argument against Marxism was the common agricultural policy of the proletarian of the crops.
That and this website.
I'm good. Well, like,
Hey, 100 million starving children.
the only wait.
100
Well,
million
according to
starving
G-Man,
children
they
on a
don't
website
exist.
that looks like it was built in 1995.
Do any of you remember when G-Man tried to basically said that starving children in Africa don't exist because he hasn't seen them? It was on the Drunken Peasants. It was surreal.
It's the same. It's the same kind of logic that he has to speciation and evolution.
Special snowflakes.
No,
special snowflakes.
micro-evolution, guys, and macro-evolution. Oh my god.
Microevolution is a proven fact. Macroevolution, however, is complete and utter bullshit because small changes over time do not add up to anything other than a small change in total.
Meanwhile, look at this boat that Kemhan built.
I desperately want to go see this boat before it gets. Apparently, it's.
I don't.
I mean, it's
I don't
somewhat
want-
impressive from what
I
I've
don't
seen.
want to go and see it. I want to buy it. Specifically, a location for porn shoots.
Give it 2 more years. That may
If
be.
no one can't get his wood on, nobody can.
And evolution, and evolution documentaries as well. You have to have them too in his boat. That would really annoy.
Yeah, because I mean, you need
On a
the
graphic
porn
themed
stars.
evolution
You
documentary.
need the porn stars to explain sex.
Yeah,
It's
obviously.
fine. And you can go over gangbangs and midget porn when it's doing it to explain that, if you mix the gene pool, you can get varied results.
Christ.
Not sure
He
which
wasn't
one
involved.
Spider one here. I mean, he may get excited and stab us in the back.
Welcome to the open house, guys. Fucking hell.
I'm just letting it go today.
Yeah.
It's all because of a blue man in the corner.
Let's get naked ape here, guys. Come on.
Creation.
It's a real interesting.
Do we need to take on?
Hey, Buck,
We could just shout over each other.
You're seeing me what?
I'm seeing double, Buck.
Yeah,
I see 2 books.
yeah, it's good. Lucky you, Sam. What are you gonna do with it?
Getting a double taste.
I see you're wearing a Tyrone jersey earlier.
I am
Good-
in my
good
curling top
Good man. Good man.
from Dublin.
Dublin. Ballyachlia.
Here. I haven't been following any of the football at all this year.
Yeah, same. I've been kind of busy. Little thing called the leave insert kind of takes up my fucking time.
Yeah,
Christ.
you tend to be right and busy with that.
Yeah.
Trump was playing golf again today. Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just-
Yeah, the president's job is to get the highest score on the golf pitch.
Holy fuck.
The golf pitch.
Real.
You know
golf
less
pitch.
about golf. You know less about sport than I do, and that's impressive.
The start of the week, achievements from Syria. End of the week, par.
Fuck, Ivanka.
Hey, I was using Trump's level of English.
My score was bigly. I'm telling you now, my score is the best score, the bigliest score that I've ever seen. Poor Carrington.
My score was so big, it
come up
didn't even
with
fit on the
me.
card anymore.
Okay, I was having this
Caddy
conversation.
dropped my
with-
gloves. Sad.
we're having this conversation with Vadim, and both of us agreed that. And I wonder what your positions are. Is this Trump becoming elected? Is that the dumbest thing to happen in our lifetime, or potentially ever?
I don't know. It happened in the same year as Brexit.
I mean, dumbest
Like,
thing
you know-
ever? No, because Napoleon invaded Russia when it was snowing, so no.
Napoleon invaded. No,
And
Napoleon
Hitler
invaded.
also invaded Russia whilst it was snowing. To be
No, they both invaded. No, everybody gets this wrong. They both invaded during the summer, and then they were there a lot longer than they thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
It's what happens. No. So from a tactical position,
I was being fucking dramatic. You're in my point. You're fucking Northern Irish cunt.
You can only invade Russia during the late summer.
At least you'll live in different countries soon.
We do. We do.
do.
now.
No, I mean with a proper border.
with a
Oh,
proper.
Don't be silly. Northern Ireland wants to go back to Ireland if we Brexit properly.
Because this is what's going to happen, right? Is a hard border would destroy the northern economy completely, totally horrifically destroy the economy. in a way that because it's in just this insane, unbelievable manner. So I mean, like this is going to lead to United Ireland, probably.
Yeah.
Yep, and Scotland's probably going to fuck off as well.
Chuck your law.
Chuck your law, lads.
Chuck your law.
Give me a second.
The Brits don't know what it means.
Chuck your law.
Look, I just want to say this one thing to anyone in the UK which isn't British. If you wish to swiftly fuck off because you most definitely did not vote for that, please do.
Yes, and soon I will petition my government to dump all the other people living in Italy back to the UK. Yeah, just let's let the NHS collapse. I just want to see a revolution there.
Yeah, I want to see communist revolution in England. That would be interesting.
We don't have any manufacturing anymore. There's no fucking point. You'd have the fucking accountants union.
You'd need a means of production.
Accountancy. We produce books. Fine.
And then what will be funny if Nigel Farage seeks asylum from the EU, and Juncker goes, "No, you go back and you get lynched." Bye.
It's going to be.
Farage has already said he wants to go to America.
Oh God.
Farage has already said he wants to leave the UK if Brexit doesn't go well.
He didn't say he wanted to. He said he would. Just because if this goes badly, I'll leave the country.
Well, yeah, I mean...
What fucking skin in the game does he have? What right does he have to turn around and say the UK should Brexit if he has no fucking skin in the game?
Bit loud there, mate. Could you tone the volume down a bit?
Okay.
Thank you.
The whole... What the fuck? It's International Advanced Crew Day, apparently. It's no, again, I don't know, no point even talking about Brexit. But again, Brexit I still don't think is as stupid as Trump's election.
I don't know. At least
Trump had a fair election, supposed to lies.
At least Trump, you kind of know what you're gonna get. Nobody knows what you're getting with Brexit. Who really knew?
Well, I mean, there's some good projections that we're fucked.
Yeah. Well, according to my charts, we're projecting fucked in 1 to 2 years. So
exactly.
1 to 2, that long? I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, food's already gone up, and so's a load of other shit. So.
And the EU is now projecting up when it comes to economic gains, and the UK is falling. I'm like, awesome.
Yeah, but
great! Isn't it amazing? No, you fucking cunts, it's not. But anyway.
It's insane how the media are spinning it. I remember there was on Question Time, a woman got up and she said, "I was going to vote to remain, but then when I was walking through Tesco's, I seen these bendy bananas." This is the woman who said this.
I saw it.
I seen bendy bananas and I thought, do you know what? So I seen how straight the bananas were, and I'm sick of the EU. So this idiot who reads the Daily Mail or the Sun voted to leave the EU because of some lie the Sun made up. The Sun made up. It's total nonsense. There's no regulation.
The entire thing is just if you're going to name it a straight banana, it has to be a straight banana. That's literally it. I'm pretty sure. That's all there is to that horrendous regulation.
So we have banana skeptics.
Oh, fuck you, Sarah Connor.
That's amazing. His name's the Amazing Atheist.
No.
His name's the Amazing Atheist.
Technically,
why do you have to fucking bring everything back to fucking skepticism?
Technically, Rafe Comfort. Technically, Rafe Comfort was a banana skeptic because he did the whole this cocaine's designed. Now look at this banana. And then people pointed out that bananas don't naturally occur like that, and they've been cultivated and shaped by humans.
Well, I'll tell you that Amazing Atheist is... He put it up his ass. That's what I'm trying to say. I can't think of anything.
This is why the banana has two... It has two reasons that it's the atheist's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
That's
both Ray Comfort and the Amazing Atheist.
Apart from the fact that he then owned it and went, you know what, I like that shit. To which I thought, I don't really like your content anymore, but fucking respect.
His response video to it, I thought was class. I thought he just goes, "Yeah, are any of you really surprised I do weird shit?" I mean, as I was watching, I was like, "Yeah, that's actually a super fair point."
Yeah.
If you're gonna get caught out with something, just fucking own it. It's the best way. I mean, if a politician was outed for being gay and was also a cross-dresser and then went into Parliament going, "Everything's fabulous, darling," dressed as a drag queen, I'd probably say,
Stop
"Fucking
projecting,
respect."
Jamie. Stop projecting.
Hey, it's the weekend, man. It's the weekend.
Christ. Traps aren't gay, my dude. It always comes back to traps.
For you, it's traps. Me, it's skepticism.
There's a really big dilemma. What's gayer, fucking a trap or getting fucked by a trap?
What? Getting fucked by a trap is so much gayer.
Yeah.
I'm going to be totally honest with you here, and I know this isn't politically correct. Both of those are exactly the same amount of gay.
No, man, it's just a complete lack of nuance and such a complex, detailed fucking conversation. You're the
What, are you
reason
some kind of homophobe?
I see what you did there, Fen. You used skepticism.
you see what I did there? I used skepticism to debate his point. Yeah.
So Fen's a trap skeptic.
Maybe not. Who knows? Skepticism, trademark, copyright, bitch.
I mean, you could bring in Schrodinger's glory hole. When you dig through a hole, is it in a man, or is it in a woman, or is it both?
God, no.
It says there's a bar in Thailand, actually lots of bars in Thailand, where you sit down and underneath the table, someone is under there sucking your dick.
That's Thailand, where the men are women and the women are women.
And this is speaking from experience, I take it.
No, I can be totally honest. I have been in Thailand, but did not think of going to. No, do you want to know the idea? The idea of sitting in a bar and not having any idea whose mouth is around my penis, not knowing how many other penises have been in that mouth that day. No, there's absolutely nothing for me, and I am a pervert, but no.
Well, there's Irish thing.
I have one thing to say to you.
What's that?
Practice makes perfect.
One thing. I've got one thing to say to you.
Yeah, fuck you, man. I know. My name's Buck and I'm from Northern Ireland. No, brain K.
Situation. What's so? Why am I talking about this? Glory holes.
Because you want one.
Nah, I know.
Because this is the only subject a Northern Islander and a Southern Islander can agree on without killing each other.
But they can't
first
even
of all,
agree.
you have totally and completely fucked up the understanding of the last 800 years of Irish history. What?
Yeah. The understanding is it's the English's fault.
Yeah.
Well done. He gets it. Actually, no. More specifically, it's the unionist fault.
I find that your answer to be highly correct and annoying. Now, will you go and eat your baby?
Damn atheists. I listened to a podcast there about this guy who had some sort of like stomach condition where he just kept eating everything. He just ate everything. His parents at 18 kicked him out of the house because he kept eating all the food.
Obesity?
No. He wasn't obese either. Like his stomach was bloated up, but then it would once he would shit, the stomach would go back into the normal size. This is it was one of the stories. He was in the hospital. He ate 50 men's meals in one sitting. He just sat and ate it non-stop. He was never not hungry, and the food, he just had constant diarrhea as well.
Oh fuck.
But while he was in hospital, they were trying to starve him, trying to like limit the amount of food he was had. They caught him drinking blood that had been removed from other people and eating removed limbs. But he ended up getting kicked out of the hospital because a baby went missing, and they thought that he might have taken it.
Did he?
Nobody knows. I'm getting his name up here. Stuff You Should Know is my favourite podcast, or once my favourite podcast.
That's the weirdest fucking segue from glory holes in Thailand.
Eating babies. I'm a fun guy with lots of stories. That's what you have to understand about me.
And all of them are relevant to YouTube's advertising. Blackout.
Well.
And people wonder why Coke doesn't want to advertise here.
I'll do it for them, guys.
Get your dick sucked.
Drink Coke, guys. I may have crushed a can of it, but drink Coke. Yeah.
No, Pepsi's better. Fuck you.
You've seen that they've changed the terms of service again for.
You turned into a crackly robot again.
For fuck's sake. I said, have you seen that they've changed the terms and services for new YouTubers?
Wait, what is it?
They basically said that you need to have a lifetime 10,000 views to actually gain your advertising now. So
Yes, to monetize.
Yeah, so it stops people from duplicating accounts.
Oh yeah, people do tend. People I've heard do that. They just make like 1,000 YouTube accounts, and then they get like 5,000 views each.
Some people make parody accounts.
Yep. And people create a monetized account where they upload TV programs to.
And some people stab each other in the back.
Yeah.
Well, Spino, you're the expert on that subject.
Yeah. How could you? He was your friend. How could
we were blood brothers.
You destroyed.
We were frolicking through the culture war.
You destroyed skepticism, man.
Yeah.
Spino, was his penis just that little bit too big for you and ripped you?
You're wrong. You're being too skeptical then.
I'm skeptical that I'm being too skeptical.
No. What skepticism means is not having an opinion on global warming. What skepticism means is lending credence to Pizzagate. What skepticism means is fighting the culture war.
Thank you.
That's why Sargon is the true skeptic of skepticism.
Yeah.
What even is the no true Scotsman fallacy?
Gravity's not a thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just a gravity skeptic.
Yeah. If it says it in InfoWars, that's also a part of skepticism, getting information off InfoWars.
Well,
I mean, also being skeptical of InfoWars at the same time.
No, there's one thing.
No. Being skeptical of InfoWars.
You're skeptical of anyone refuting InfoWars.
No, there's one thing I need to say. Okay, there's one thing you have to accept, that Putin has the higher moral ground. That's one thing you don't have to...
the higher ethical...
Yes, and that is why Putin's artillery is better.
Yeah.
Have you seen the S-400 SAM system they have?
If you've got from the higher moral ground, you're more likely to take less casualties.
Mm.
Yeah. Right. And this is why he is the king of skepticism.
But I'm skeptical of that too.
I thought that was Armored Skeptic. Like, after all, he is a skeptic.
He's Armored Shill.
But I'm skeptical that he's in armor.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Armored Skeptic literally owns a suit of armor.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, but he doesn't wear it as far as I can see. I'm skeptical that he's ever worn it.
He has worn it. There's videos of him wearing it. Well, I can get you. I can't prove that he was inside it. I can't actually prove it.
Buck, do you want us to listen and believe? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Typical Tyrone, man. Christ. Typical all the... You've not come back to that, do you, Buck?
I call you Jackie. That's all day.
Same, man.
I go fucking Jackie. West.
Cool, it sounds like a gypsy fight's gonna happen already.
I'd call you a West Brit.
Buck, I'm sure you're well aware of the glorious ethnic group known as Travellers in Ireland. I was on the train to...
How would I not be aware of the fucking Travellers?
I was on the train to Dublin, and there's these two lads. They're without a day Travellers, and they're about 12 or 13. They had like shitty hair. They're both wearing like jeans and a white white Hugo Boss polo shirt tucked in. One of them had a tattoo that said McDonough on his forearm. He was 12. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
But see, the McDonoughs are the biggest fucking clan. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm not going to say anything to them because they might have a cousin who'll stab me.
I'm actually related
to the McDonoughs. The McDonoughs, it's.
Well, there you go and dox yourself. What next?
12-year-old just went
but you won't be able to dox. I won't be doxing myself by saying that.
Yeah, there's like 1,000 of them, and they're all like 40% of the Travellers marry their cousin or something like that. It's something insane.
It's because they meet their potential wives at weddings.
Yeah,
that's higher than the rates of Islam in the Western world.
Oh, speaking of Muzzies, hey Hassim.
Oh, fuck you, Finn. Fuck you. Hey, people. What's the subject today?
We're talking about gypsies and glory holes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Speaking of gypsies, how are you doing, Spino? Christ.
Stabbed him in the back, you fucking gypsy bastard.
You just like bastard, you like tinker.
You're awful old tinker, you. You're a terrible old tinker, you lad.
Is the open house invaded by fucking Irishmen now?
Yes, it has been.
Are you implying it wasn't already?
We're-
One of us.
We're not here to take part. We're here to take over.
Well, it's their last
And
opportunity.
the Irish Empire will rise.
Yeah.
On a potato.
Be nice to the Irish. This is the last opportunity to engage in English society.
Actually, there was one story I had from the from one of the men's rights meetups I went to. There was this one guy there, and he had this like really, really, really thick Irish accent, and he talked really fast. So he'd start talking about some kind of legal precedent that was going on, and all I could hear was
How dare you say such a thing, Spino? That is so fucking racist towards the Irish people. I will take that out of your
Can you be racist against Irish?
So I also don't want to.
I'm just trying to work out if everyone else in the crowd could actually understand him, or if they were nodding along like I was.
So without wanting to dox myself, I have an Irish story. I've got many of them actually, but my father was a musician and worked in the industry.
Christy Muir? You Christy Scott?
No, we do know who he is, if that makes sense, though. But we were friends with quite a lot of trad Irish musicians, and without naming any names, one of them came to stay, and he was a big name back in the day. And he'd been told many times to not smoke in the house because we've got like wooden. It's like a brick frame, but with wooden in it, if that makes sense. And so my father woke up in the middle of the night, smelling this tobacco smoke, and he went out, and this musician was there with his pipe literally out the crack of the door. And he said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he went, "Oh, I'm just having a smoke. It's fine, you know." Like, no, my wife will go fucking mental. And more to the fact, why the fuck are you bollock naked? And he stood there in the morning, just stood with. And this guy's huge.
Oh Christ!
Like
who? I don't know who it was.
I'm not gonna name names.
Okay.
I could name the region he's from, but that's about as far as it.
Dox him, fuck it, dox him.
No.
What regions you from?
He's from Sligo.
All right. Sligo.
That's the best balls question is, did your dad get a picture of naked to blackmail him?
No.
Not
Just
yet.
for pleasure.
Well, as far as I know, he didn't. My dad's dead, so unless you want to ring a medium. And that would be fun, wouldn't it?
Kind of expensive. Especially ones that will look over the internet.
I mean, we could offer them a prize.
What, of believing them?
Yeah.
I mean, we could always just offer them our muzzy slave Hasim, or I don't know. Is that racist? Is that racist? Fuck.
I thought we were sending him to the Thai glory hole bar.
Okay,
yes.
pick one, people. Jesus. I'm only one person.
Why not both?
Goddamn.
You can consume with a medium while getting a blowjob by a little Thai person.
No, giving the blowjob.
Oh, whoa. No. Nobody wins in that situation.
Finn reacted a bit too quickly there. Finn, do you have something to confess, perhaps?
His obsession for traps.
That's well known within the skeptic community.
Fen is a trap skeptic. That's his
Community.
specialization.
Thank you.
I'm skeptical about his affiliations with traps.
So what do you guys actually think about the
Community.
There is no community. It's a lie.
No. Here's my favorite meme. Stop saying we're a community. And also, why are you inviting AJW in this community?
Well done.
Wasn't that from the same video in that order?
No, it was from a stream.
Look, Spino, how's the whole being alienated from the community nowadays?
He's the antagonist right now of everything.
The antagonizer.
I like it when people talk about me like I'm some dangerous boogeyman. It's a massive fucking ego boost. I'm like, all I did was like make fun of people on Twitter. Why are people so fucking afraid of me? What did I do?
You're a badass.
He was your friend.
Yeah.
Apparently, you're worse than Miley Yiannopoulos going on about very young boys.
Very.
My favorite meme.
Young.
I just want to say my favorite meme was your face superimposed over Anakin Skywalker's and Sargon's face imposed over Obi-Wan Kenobi's. And Obi saying, "You were my brother, Spino."
I loved you.
You know the guy who made that got banned by him.
Seriously?
Yeah, he's banned me. He's banned me as well.
He's
banned a few other people as well. He's becoming the new Steve Shives.
No, but this is the thing, right? This is the thing. He's a fucking snowflake. He is an absolute thin-skinned snowflake. And it's like this thing that you claim to, I let out all comers and you can criticize me whatever you want. And if anybody wants to tell me to stop them from criticizing them, I'll tell them to fuck off because I'm such a badass. He's a fucking bitch.
But how dare you expose his hypocrisy? I mean, who are you to do this? He's a very busy man.
Who do you think you are?
Speaking of that meme, check the.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Yeah. What do you think you're talking to?
An Irish mob and a 12-year-old.
Okay, guys, we're
supposed to destroy the rebels, not join them.
No.
Like my name on Twitter is Fenian. Like, come on, lads.
People, stop being a circle jerk. We're being an echo
jerk the
chamber
circle.
right now.
We're not being a circle jerk. We're like Spino's here, and we're telling him what a piece of shit he is.
Oh yeah, Spino, you're a failure. You are a
now that you're here.
I mean, if it is a circle jerk, I'm just like the weird guy at the party that nobody knows how they're invited.
And won't be invited next time.
Yeah. What David did on Twitter is something Carl wouldn't even do to his worst enemies.
Yeah. Not even to his worst enemies. He wouldn't make fun of them on Twitter.
It's so fucking insane because it's all bullshit.
Yeah, he's like, why are you acting like such a fedora lord, edgelord? This is coming from Carl. I wouldn't even rape you, Benjamin.
This is dude, true, my dude. Holy fuck.
This is all like really dumb, unimportant bullshit.
I know it
No,
is.
it is the most important thing. Look, we'll put the crisis on Syria for a hold. Right now, we're going to be talking about Spino and Carl of Swindon,
And censorship of jokes.
Carl on a cob.
Yes, because it's more important to talk about Spino having a fallout with Carl because he mocked him than it is to talk about, I don't know, Donald Trump going back on every single thing he promised he would do and is now looking like he's worse than Hillary.
Lefty Pole was
We all
right.
knew that he would do
Lefty
these
Pole
things,
was
and
right.
that's why
Yeah,
he
Lefty Pole was right.
Called it. Yeah.
Called it. Said this exact thing. So I was saying this earlier on. Everybody, I don't know if everybody give their opinion, but my position is that the election of Donald Trump was the dumbest thing to happen in our lifetime, potentially.
The dumbest. I'm not sure. If
I wouldn't say that because I'm afraid humanity might attempt to top it.
Yeah, it might sound as a challenge. That's
What's that Einstein quote? Never underestimate the power of the universe and stupid people, or something along
horrible.
Etrin, okay, use your autism superpowers. You fucking tell me.
The quote.
Two things are infinite.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's
the universe and human stupidity.
That's it. Sorry.
And I'm not quite sure about the universe.
Yeah. That's a nice quote from Einstein. Yeah.
That he actually did make on like 95% of every other Einstein quote.
Exactly.
No, my favorite quote.
Crabs are not gay. Einstein did not say that, people.
that was Confucius, not Einstein. Get it right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Finn knows history of gays not trapped.
Hey Fen, Syria is a trap.
Syria as a trap. Yeah, you don't really know what's going on in there, so I guess so, and I'd fuck it.
No, hold on. Syria is gay, so it can be a trap. Hold on, no. Syria is gay, so it can be a trap.
Who isn't drunk?
I am. I'm not drunk yet, but I can work on it. I have some nice white wine.
Get on with it.
Sorry, I've turned up without having opened my cider yet.
And also, why didn't you say there's a drinking here? I mean, that's a bit rude for your guest, Robin. Just saying.
Okay, you just say.
Okay. Cheers.
Said.
It's the open house. You're meant to be drunk.
Watch me get
I mean,
the
in all fairness,
No one told me so. Wait, hold on. Let me get my watch.
in all fairness, the American nuclear launch codes for many years were 6 zeros and always set to 6 zeros. That was
Okay, right. Those weren't technically. It's actually still set that way. So the launch codes in the football are God knows what they are.
Yes.
But the launch codes in the actual bunkers
because they had to
are
be
all
minimum
zeros.
ready. Yes.
Yeah. So there was actually legislation put in by the Democrats to put those security codes on in the first place, and then the military just changed them all to zeros.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is when you say potentially dumbest thing in our lifetime, that's pretty dumb.
Yeah. Found me some Jägermeister, guys. That's
I don't know.
Cheers.
Giving gypsies equal rights was pretty stupid as well.
No,
Yeah,
no,
one up that
keeping
one.
them was very stupid.
Giving the
That's
Irish
not
human
right.
rights was pretty stupid.
Oh, fuck you, Cyril, you gay trap bastard. Fucking god.
He's not
Fuck's
Cyril,
sake, it's fluffy.
Fluffy.
It sounds so like Cyril. Fuck.
Oh my god.
I'm going to defend him. They do sound similar.
I don't care. I don't care.
However, you are standing up for the whole Irish are ignorant position that he was holding.
He just said we aren't human. He didn't say we were ignorant. God.
Cheers.
Hey, you have to qualify for human rights. I'm not sure if you can.
Yeah.
How? Wait, how can you even possibly qualify to human rights?
If you're sentient.
Not be Muslim.
And how exactly do you determine sentience?
Yeah,
Well,
come on.
It is by
Well,
consent.
Donald
There
Trump
are
passed
laws
it.
have ruled on this. India, for example, has ruled that dolphins are sentient.
Yeah, but that's India.
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you, bitches?
I did actually know that.
No one cares what India
in your
thinks.
face.
Adrian.
Well, I know Panda says that the giant... No, not Panda. I know that China says that giant pandas are sentient.
Panda says that China's sentient.
No.
Pandas,
China says that giant pandas are sentient.
Pandas have been claiming that China is sentient for a long time, but they've never brought. I'm actually quite skeptical of it because they haven't actually.
Nobody listens
Maybe,
to pandas.
maybe not.
The lady pandas go, I got a pangina!
Oh, kill yourself,
No, that was a really bad joke. Kick him
Ekran, I
out.
hate you.
Thank you, thank you.
Kick
Ekran, please
him
stop.
out.
It's time to stop.
Said the youngest guy around us. Jesus.
Says the Muslim.
What is this white
Like me. I'm not fucking 17.
Carbon
Wait,
versus suicide bomb.
hang on.
Just you've gone crunchy again.
That is like the Muslims did take that too far. Like we what the Irish done was we'd leave the bomb somewhere and then walk away from it.
We're smart enough not kill ourselves in the process. You
Yeah,
know,
Bucky, did you just address me as the Muslim?
yeah,
The
you
Mu-
are the Muslim.
I went to the I was
Guys,
on
like,
with the Muslims.
before we move on, I just want to clear up a point of decorum here. Azim, when you said fight me, you were in your head spelling that F-I-T-E, correct?
Obviously. That's how you spell
Good.
fight me.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Well, you know, you were speaking out loud. I wanted to make sure you were spelling it correct.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, don't worry. No.
No, I'm like,
I'm only dyslexic on text.
epic rap battles of history. Who wins? ISIS or the IRA?
That's probably a video. Are you just reading that title of something?
No.
Yeah, did you see this new meme? This versus this, who will win?
Oh, yeah,
And
the
my
Irish
favorite
versus
was
potato.
Shia LaBeouf versus artist from Shane.
My money's on the autist.
Yeah, that's weaponized autism.
Wait,
you don't
hang
want
on.
to
Shia LaBeouf is obviously autistic as well.
No, I disagree. He's borderline, obviously.
It's a spectrum. How can you be borderline on a spectrum?
Well,
Well, you don't have
I don't want to be
100%.
autistic about this, but really,
This is fun.
I don't mean to be autistic, but let me be extremely pedantic. Okay, man. You.
Hey! Pedantism is awesome and fun.
I think you mean
It's
pedantry.
pedantry, yes.
Oh,
I knew it. I fucking knew it. Spino will jump in.
Spino always
I
jumps,
swear.
stabs you in the back, then leaves.
Who the fuck
Spinal
you
straight
talking
down your
to?
throat and into your back.
No, very calm, serious. You're quite hurt, butt hurt, and everything. Who the fuck you think you're talking to?
In it.
Basically, imagine Dr. Layman saying, "My dude," but in a
My
really
dude.
serious-
Well, my dude, that's what we need
By
to
the
see.
way, Robin, why don't you get Layman here one day? Like just dedicate its stream to that
Well,
fucker.
Robin has arbitrary dislike of Labour, I think.
Why?
Arbitrary? Really?
Why?
Something to do with like Muslim statistics or something.
You've gone crackly again.
Wait, what the fuck are Muslim statistics?
Leave me alone, you my dudes.
There's
You know, Hitler was actually a werewolf.
Muslim statistics are statistics which, despite the actual evidence of the data, can be given some analysis by a cleric using ancient texts.
So basically, statistic coming from fatwas. Nice, interesting.
Yeah.
100% sociological, my dudes.
Okay, I've 100% sociologically proven that this accent makes you sound smarter, my dude.
It really does, doesn't it?
My accent makes me sound threatening.
Really? You?
Really, it's what it comes. Liam Neeson. They got Liam Neeson to read it's like a Santa song or something, like a Christmas song, right?
No.
On an American television show, and the whole joke was just how threatening it sounds. It's just like it's just saying it in my accent. What's going
It's
on?
because it's just like any moment
For
there
fuck's
might
sake,
be
your
a
accent's not
caravan.
even threatening to the English because we have to check for bombs under our chairs.
People, it's been an absolute pleasure. I have to go here now. So I hope to speak to you all again. Lovely. I love what you're doing here. Wait a second. Give me a second. I'm just giving you all a thumbs up. I love what you're all doing.
Oh,
Keep it
Jesus. Okay, that's an intimidating voice and face.
Yeah, I'm a real handsome guy.
Yeah, you're a really handsome gay, okay?
Listen, and many of you's going to QED in England, Manchester.
Cool.
Anyone? The big skeptics conference? No, nobody.
Wait, in Manchester?
Yeah,
I'm skeptical.
I probably should. I'm like half an hour from there.
I follow rules for
Canada's
radicals, and it says never go outside.
I'm
so
quite sceptical about Manchester as a city.
I'm skeptical
Of
that
its
the
existence.
conference is even a thing.
No, I know it exists, I just don't think it qualifies as a city.
let me
Yeah,
consult
yeah,
the rules for radicals first.
It's got like a University of Manchester and Manchester University. Fucking hell.
Okay, kids, love you to bits, and I'll speak to you again. Bye bye.
Take it.
Yeah.
See you now.
See ya. All right.
Yes, but Bath has got the University of Bath and
Less
Bath
Irish. Already better.
An actual
Oh, man.
act too.
I'm the only Irish person.
You know, I missed that moment in the stream that one time I turned in this fucking stream and everyone was yelling, "You're a nigger, I am a nigger, this is the only nigger in the stream." Oh, that needs to be like highlighted in a small video.
So, what do you guys think of the YouTube ad revenues thing?
I don't think of it really.
From what I can, and this is my hypothesis, is that they are going to come back. They're going to come back with their ads, and it's just going to be a bit more expensive, and we're going to make a little less on our
Well,
video.
Spino, to counter that, I'd say maybe not. See what I did there? That's called skepticism. And I just refuse to-
I think Spino might be right with this one because from what I've read and looked into it and what I've seen stuff come out with, most of the hoo-ha came from someone that has a patent towards the stuff, so they can say, if you use this technique to do with subtitles, aha, you're violating my patent, therefore you have to pay me a load of money. And advertising companies, the first couple went, fuck this, let's renegotiate so we don't get our videos on this, then the rest just followed suit, because if those 40 companies said that, why shouldn't the next 40 companies just walk out with them? Because evidently they make the right decision, as it's such a big decision.
You know, if I get drunk
I don't
enough,
think things-
I'm not gonna tell apart Fluffy from Cyril. That's disturbing. Sorry, Fluffy.
It's okay, they're both monstrous.
Fluffy has the deeper
Oh,
voice.
said you. Said fucking
Fluffy
you.
has the deeper voice.
Yeah, he does. Cyril has the more, how should I say, cynical tone? Yeah.
Cyril is the bitch.
Gay is the word you're looking for. Calm.
I mean, what's the difference?
So
True.
Girl is the bitch. That's what's going on there.
Said
Well-
you again. Said you.
So guys,
I
you know
go
this-
onto the stream out a
ginger.
cock in my throat and like him and Spino.
Says the ginger, Etrin. God.
Hey,
So-
hey.
Says the
no,
Irish.
No, hold on.
You always throw that
Gingers
back
are
in my
not.
face.
Hold on. Gingers are good, but Atherin is bad. There's a difference.
That's a good point.
What are you talking about? Gingers are fucking terrible. I mean,
No.
have you seen how high the rates of ginger is in Scotland and Ireland?
Nice. No.
I mean, just
No,
because
fine.
that, it barely qualifies gingers as humans, because the Scottish and Irish are barely human.
I mean, isn't that a good thing?
So much Celtic bigotry, Celtophobia.
No, you see, it's actually the ginger master race living among the slaves. 'Cause
Oh.
where else? That's where you live when you have a surface.
So guys, I just want to ask a quick question about the YouTube blackout thing that's been discovered.
Yeah. Discovered.
Well, exposed by harmful.
Exposed.
Yeah.
I thought it was public, quite public. Bane made it public. Bane
Oh,
said,
the idea behind the YouTube blackout concept was actually was a public idea from video from Bane666AU.
Yeah.
Sure.
However, the Skype group was private.
Okay, that one Skype group, but it was already
Evil
being discussed
cabal.
publicly on
The
many
cabal.
public servers.
But what I was going to ask is that do you reckon it's sort of, you know, I know they're trying to do a blackout, but would the ultimate goal be a union?
Oh, what?
Like
Unionize YouTube.
Like a
YouTube is a
That
union.
is fucking
Union.
hilarious.
Like a YouTube
Right.
union?
I don't
No.
see what's wrong with guys just basically trying to make sure that everyone's well informed on something.
Hold on, who's arguing against that?
Make YouTube great again.
Oh, shut up, Finn.
Shut up, Hasim. Go fucking blow up your family or some shit. man.
Hey, 52 missiles. Jesus, it's already too soon. Jesus.
Hey, I
I
wish it was more.
52.
Double it. Make it huge.
I mean, I swear, just the idea of that number of missiles on this small area, it's you can already imagine the music. America, fuck. America, fuck yeah.
Well, that is their foreign policy after all.
Save the motherfucking day, yeah, America.
I actually memorized it. Jesus.
Good point, dude.
So do you think they're trying to make a union or?
No.
No. I think they are just making a point, like taking
Yeah,
a step, which is good at essence. But I don't know how they are pulling it off. Good on them if they succeed. Hard luck if they don't. I don't know. I'm not really concerned much.
Well, it's kind of like vaccination, right? Like you
How's-
need a certain
It causes
amount of-
autism.
What?
Like,
No, I get what you're saying there. You're saying that basically, as long as enough people are pushing back and trying to advocate for a policy change, then everyone benefits, and that's comparable to herd immunity.
Exactly.
But here's the thing: do they have the numbers enough?
No.
numbers?
They don't, and that was actually one of the things from what I hear was being said in private was that they didn't was that it was being discouraged that they did this YouTube blackout thing because they're then YouTube would realize how small a market they are.
YouTube gets something like 300 hours per minute of videos, so
Yeah.
it's not going to work.
yeah. I think they're thinking they're bigger. Like, it's such a small corner of YouTube. Like, people really forget. It's really hard to imagine the scale of YouTube, so people just kind of forget how insignificant their fucking lives are and how meaningless it is in general.
If you want
yeah.
to YouTube blackout, you need to get people like Total Biscuit, Jim Sterling, Markiplier, PewDiePie on board.
And those people are way more involved in networks than they would even care to take part in those.
Well, the networks might not be so valuable now.
Yeah, the network's kind of lost their power.
You didn't get my point.
No, I think he does have a point though.
Even then, I think regardless of how many people, like if they have 1 million subscribers, 500,000, it's going to be a drop in the bucket because people are just going to try to do something else. Like they're going to go play video games or they're going to watch Netflix or...
No, they'll just watch other YouTube videos. I mean, I just think the consumers are just going to go to other places on YouTube while there's this blackout. and you're just going to see that filtered off.
You know what I think? I think there should be a sort of automatic bidding system for ad space, and then actually have a real market for how much revenue you get with the ads on your videos.
I think that's what Minds does.
Oh well, let's just go there then.
That's why there's a big push for it.
Well, that seems like the solution then. As long as it's, if there's a big advocacy for everyone to move over and explaining explicitly the reasons, and then we don't deviate from that, then that will signal boost the reasons. It will be more than just a price signal. There will be a demonstration that Minds has a superior system according to many creators, and that could create a domino effect.
Listen, you're forgetting how hard it is to move followers from one platform to the other. Like if you
that is something that takes a lot of time.
In September last year, I was pointing out that actually that's a fallacious concept. There's no reason for people to stick to YouTube. The reason they go to YouTube is because they don't anticipate to find anything else interesting that won't be on YouTube. But if you can guarantee that there is an advantage in looking somewhere else first, you are going to start changing people's habits.
I think it's going to take a long time.
Yes, but so we'd better get started then, right?
I suppose the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago.
But as far as I'm aware, Minds doesn't have any video uploading capacity.
Oh,
It's
it does. Of course, it does.
It does. Oh, I haven't checked that out.
They've been uploading for the last 5 months.
Uploading. Sorry,
it has difficulty with uploading. I don't know how to do that on Minds though.
The interface on Minds needs reworking. It's not as simple as it could be.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a deal breaker though, is it? The way YouTube's just the uncertainty on YouTube. You know, let's be smart about this and don't just assume, oh, it'll be fine. That's like people going Brexit. No, it just means Brexit, mate.
Oh, Etrin, I get PTSD every time I hear that.
No,
child.
We mean so much more to Europe's economy. One little tiny country, which is arguably by landmass one of the smallest countries in Europe, means so much more than the entirety of the stuff.
They need to sell us cars.
Yes, and we need to buy banks from us.
Have I just triggered you all to start coming out with bullshit about why we're now doomed or something? I just meant the vagueness.
Well, think before
I was coming out with bullshit of why we're going to be brilliant.
Alright then.
I mean, our little tiny country is so valuable that we should just be in control of Europe. We shouldn't go for leaving the European Union. We should just go off and do our own thing, and Europe should come and be a fucking vassal state like Southern Islands is to us.
I mean,
fuck you, Fluffy. Fuck you.
Our navy can triple Spain.
Yeah, I know you're taking the piss there, but that's really not as far-fetched as you might think. It's very likely that there's now going to be enough very close neighbours in Northern Europe that are outside of the EU but want to cooperate internationally with local partners, and the local partners are building up. It would not surprise me if there was some kind of European League or something.
Hold on. Wouldn't that depends on what happened in France first?
Yes.
Yes.
Marine Le Pen?
Robin, how drunk are you? I mean,
I'm not drunk. I haven't drunk a thing. I'm just sitting here listening.
Okay.
This is your show, guys.
How likely do you think it is that...
I am merely here.
Go ahead, sorry, I just want to ask Etrin something after you're done.
I'm merely here.
No, I just realized you're modeling actually, so yeah, that's it.
Okay, so like, Etrin, how likely do you think it is that the UK population actually wants to join some kind of European League just after they made this whole sovereignty argument?
No, but these people that are making the sovereignty argument had no problem when it was just the European Economic Area. It's the lack of strict constitutional limitations on that potential power that essentially people are objecting to. You can have some kind of collectivized trade deal, which is how the Europeans started, and that's fine, and I don't think many people object to that. It's the potential for creeping authoritarianism that people are afraid of.
Or bendy bananas. Or straight bananas.
Uh-huh.
Or any
I think
banana.
that was more just to try and make fun of the situation, make the
No, the woman on Question Time who was a complete retard.
Oh, well, you know, there are going to be retards susceptible to any talking point, but just because some retards don't get a joke doesn't mean that, you know, they're all retards.
I didn't imply they were, I said that.
I know you didn't.
Jesus, you two.
I'm getting into your position.
Thanks,
This is
Obama.
how you have a discussion in a public forum that's being recorded and watched live. You don't just take what you think they meant. You
Yeah.
discuss. Right? So you don't need to take offense.
What Etherin said.
Thanks, Obama. Go on.
No, Trump. Thanks, Trump.
No, it's always Obama's fault.
Oh, come on.
Trump is Obama's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will live with that.
Trump barring Syria was Obama's fault. According to Trump.
Yeah, well, he did create ISIS.
Mm.
I would say that Obama's hands were tied because Bush had already committed to pretending that everything was done and they were leaving.
Yeah.
No. Bush should not be named by Trump. It's all Obama's fault.
How many civilians were killed in Afghanistan? Was it 500,000 around that? I think that's what I heard.
There's not enough of them were killed. I mean, there's still civilians left.
Are you sure you're not Cyril? Because
and guess who's in charge of Afghanistan at the moment?
Who?
Begins with a T.
Traps.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's it. Taliban cannot be gay because they are traps.
So what do you guys?
It's a trap.
So what do you guys think about individuals doing like a 180 from their political spectrum in regards to the Syrian thing?
Did they though? Did they?
I think they did.
War is kind of like one of the things where it's not like.
I mean, just because someone opposed or supported what happened in Syria, I don't really think that's enough for them to actually be doing a 180.
Well, I'm still waiting for the 350 million a week for the NHS, so 180s are pretty normal for me.
No, but if you mean the people that are now like dropping Trump, Paul Joseph Watson didn't he? He said it's time to dump Trump.
He backpedaled a bit.
He said he was off the Trump train, but he's not backing away from Trump.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Does that mean he's going to stop in trying to bullshit? Does that mean he's not going to try and use Trump to prop up this ridiculous notion that conservatism is the new counterculture?
So he's like, populism is the new punk. Now it fucking sucks.
Yeah, we are fucked by populists. Imagine my shock.
I guess he just means that he's not going to stick his neck out for it now.
So I think what's happened is he goes, well, I picked Trump for the winner, and now he's losing. I kind of still have to pick him, but now I can't really support him.
Well, no, it's a realization that the ideology that he was pushing was bullshit. However, now he's like a fucking lost child with nobody to follow.
Well, like, I mean, what I love about this entire thing, as soon as this happened, I went to poll, as you naturally do, and they were all like, ignore it, it's DEFCON chill 1 or whatever, and it was just like amazing. And then like that mixed in with Lefty Poll Told You, so it was kind of like it was beautiful.
I mean, but I must say the alt-right reaction is quite beautiful. I mean,
yeah. Did you know Richard Spencer's trying to organize a protest in Washington?
Oh yeah. But I mean, those
actually, I'm not sure.
Why was he protesting?
Anti-war protest.
Yeah. Like
Wait. Richard Spencer is protesting a war.
Yeah. There's like a 2-minute video.
That's right. They're pretty
white
isolated.
nationalists are like, no, stop bombing the Arabs.
Well, it's not really. It's not really
okay.
It's not really. It's just a problem with bombing.
I've listened to his more elaborated feelings on the matter, and basically, I quote Richard Spencer: "Are we really going to start a nuclear war with Russia over 70 fucking people?" That's his sentiment, more or less.
I think the left's reaction is equally funny because It's an attack on an airbase. That's all it is, right? And it was a gas attack that prompted that.
No, I don't believe that. That's just how it looks like. I don't believe for a second that, oh my God, Trump saw a picture on TV and now he wants to wage war.
I mean, Assad has been using chemical weapons for ages. Why now? That's what I don't understand.
Well, because now there was actually some evidence of it. You've seen how much opposition there's been with any shutting down. Even now, people are saying this is false flag.
Ethren, there's been evidence of many other things.
Oh, I know.
Equally horrendous.
Yeah.
So where are you at on the spectrum? Are you the gas attack didn't happen? It wasn't Assad. It wasn't the Russians. Like, which country gassed the people of Syria, in your opinion?
Obviously, it was the reptiles.
Yeah.
Probably the Americans.
For now, we can surely tell. There's no proper investigation. There's no proper evidence.
It's not the first time the White House.
Other than that, before that and after, my position didn't change. Right now, it's too late to interfere in any way for Assad, because Assad is already establishing his winning, basically.
Yep.
What the upbringing back then in 2011 failed, turned into a fucking civil war. And now there's fucking warlords all over the place. No one can be trusted by the opposition because the opposition are opportunist fuckers. Therefore, we are stuck with Assad for now.
So, what is America's end goal? Like, is it to topple Assad?
No, I don't think so. It's just...
I'm just asking questions here about it. Don't worry.
As far as I understand what's going on, and this is based on, like, who is now close to Trump and so forth, and things like that, and political strategy based, well, military strategy actually, but essentially, it's probably, in my estimation, just a sort of tit for tat type thing of, if you do this, we will do this, as a sort of laying down the law. It's not necessarily the starting gun to a new conflict aimed at toppling Assad. It's meant to get his attention, and they've been trying to get it. They have been trying to get his attention, whilst as I think Hazim was saying that he's been consistently being a deplorable fucked.
Etren, why didn't they make just a YouTube reply video to him?
Well, if they're going to call him a deplorable,
because fine, it would start
going to put him off.
Yeah, no. What Trump should have done is made a parody account of Putin.
Spino, tweet that. Tweet that ASAP. Tweet it.
Yes.
Fucking nice.
Well, when Spino turns up dead.
Understanding is just about the parody account.
I wouldn't even do that to Putin.
Another possibility is Trump actually turned off his television, put his phone down, went to an intelligence briefing, and got some information that we don't have.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well,
Trump with intelligence.
I get the, let's try and think if there's a reasonable middle ground there. Not to engage the golden mean fallacy, but just to examine this properly. Maybe Trump didn't decide to go to a briefing once. Maybe they were in a briefing and they thought, we should show Trump. Yeah, let's go talk to him. And they were like, excuse me, President. He's like, what? I'm watching Fox. And they're like, oh, well, there's some dead babies we'd like you to avenge. And then he's like, fine, do it.
Baby, that's bad!
Why is it like America's responsibility to jump in, like?
No, it's not responsibility. It's because they have guns and guns. Guns.
It's about power, not responsibility.
Yeah. This is a political move.
They have the power.
With great power comes no responsibility.
We have the technology to fix it.
Well, it's because America, quite so many years ago, jumped onto the world stage in front of everyone, unzipped their trousers, pulled out the penis, and started swinging it around, screaming, "America, fuck yeah!"
Well, to be fair, they were anti-war until we got them into World War II.
Yeah.
And they haven't really stopped doing it.
America.
They were okay.
That said, the establishment at the time were trying to get them into war. They just didn't have the political capital to do it.
Wasn't it like Russian?
The Battle of El Alamein, the Allies were trying to take Italy. they deliberately arranged matters so that American soldiers were exposed to far more risk than they needed to be, for no reason other than to get a lot of dead American soldiers to take back to the presses and get the American public angry.
Wasn't there like an also thing where, like, I don't know how true this is, but I heard there was like Russian kind of espionage in the 1940s, like really pushing this isolationist campaign, because this was before the Russians attacked Germany or anything like that, or Germany attacked Russia. So like,
Robin. Nice.
thanks, Robin. You cunt.
Yeah, more of this, yes.
So like, I know, I heard that.
Oh yeah.
Nice bit
of we will
He's
be
just asserting dominance like a cat.
Yeah.
Well, I think someone needs to assert dominance like an edgy sphinx.
Did he ever? How does one do that?
Wait. I don't recall him ever actually showing any dominance.
Hold on.
Well, it's chances he get muted.
He said his name once. Is he gonna appear for saying his name once?
No, you have to say it 3 times and say Heil Hitler. Then you. Yeah. And you have to blow a dog whistle.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Oh yeah, I said when Naked Date was in the chat last time. I think this was after he came in to try and fuck shit up. And I said something about I said the word white guilt, and I just conversationally said, I guess it's a bit of a dog whistle, but anyway. And he was like doing all caps in the chat, going, "Dog whistle! Oh my god, he said dog whistle!"
It's like the new virtue thing.
Why is that a thing? But then Krauts mentioned that apparently people are always just accusing him of that or something. So yeah, it's just it like triggered his PTSD or something. I don't know.
Wait. Who was accusing who of what?
Well,
I mean, there's times when there's like an obvious, when there's some obvious whistling going on. Like if you if you just randomly mention someone's a Jew for no reason.
As Jews.
No, guys. Think
So,
about
Spino, as a survivor of Auschwitz, how do you feel about the Jewish question?
Where's the question?
What? You lost us, Fluffy.
How does Spino feel about the Jewish question, considering he's such a Jew, stabbing his friends in the back like that?
Oh yeah. No, he's just a gypsy. That's what gypsies do.
No, he's the fucking regular old Judas.
No,
Judas.
Spineless, sore-ass kid.
Oh, fuck you, Efren. Every time you make me want
that was just embarrassing.
I'm sure you are very embarrassed now that I have said a bad pun. Ha.
Okay, Addison, I will want
At least spin-off was pretty good.
Etherin, it sounds like you want to air your grievances with Spino.
I have done, and you just laugh and pretend I haven't done anything, then haven't said anything.
Let's talk it through.
I think it's just fairly clear. It's not the whole thing with Sargon being mad at you. It's not just because he made a parody account. Maybe that is why he's angry, but it's not the only thing involved.
It's because he had to take time out of his busy day. You know, he was writing a manifesto and everything, and he had to deal with it.
articles, yes.
No, but here's the thing. Like, we weren't actually on that good terms.
No, it's not. No, I'm not saying it's like some kind of betrayal of a friend. But he did trust that when you were arguing, that was your grievances that you were saying in entirety. That's why he actually bothered to respond to you as much as he did. And maybe he was mistaken in that trust. In which case, it's not a betrayal per se. This doesn't necessarily have to reflect on how you feel guilty about it or whatever. But his emotional reaction was based off a feeling of humiliation. Now that is separate. That's separate to whether your actions are justified from your perspective.
We call this spurg on spurg violence.
Yeah. David, just give us your sincerest impression of Carl. I am sorry, my friend.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
No, come on, just say it. Come on.
Oh,
It
wait.
was on the door where Spino touched you.
Come on, say it.
Your body. Right on the ego, right there.
Wait, I don't know what you're asking, Hazard. What are you asking me for?
Carl, I am sorry, my friend. Say it.
Go fuck yourself.
This is how you know you are the issue, David. You are the fucking...
You are the issue by the sound of it.
Yes, Spino.
You need to be stopped.
This is what people mean when they say you're a bit young.
A bit young? A bit?
Very young.
Very
young.
Very young Spino.
And this is the reason why Wosley won't talk to us right now.
Woz has a lot of reasons not to talk.
You are all a bunch of irritating cunts.
Says the fucking
you
lad.
on my fucking
wow. Veteran. Christ.
It's true.
Efren, talk about projection much.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
Say that it wasn't true for me, and I didn't even say it was a bad thing, did I?
The master, the teacher of...
Spino, I recall you saying that you like Sargon on an open house stream just a few days before your duplicity was exposed, and then you proceeded to pretend that you were his enemy for months. Spinosauruskin, says Graham. So there.
What? I'm a cognitive thought non-affiliate super god. Just letting everybody know. Come on.
You're a fucking car bomber.
No,
That's only on
I'm
the
pretty sure I
weekend.
said I don't hate Sargon.
The right is the establishment.
I try not to hate people, even if they are like massive fucking cunts. I don't just like. I'm not just like. I don't actively wish harm upon them. That's what I. So if I said I don't hate Sargon, I probably said that. But I don't think I ever said I still liked him. He's been a fucking cunt.
Yeah, it's just ribbing the guy so you knock the soapbox under his feet and, give him a little humility.
Well, like he has said, his motivation is his ego. Like, so I mean,
he said that multiple times. That's his main motivator.
What you set about doing is making fun of him with that alternate account, and he didn't know that it was you, so you weren't actually as Pascal phrased it. To be fair, not you, but the knocking the soapbox from under him wasn't actually something that was happening, because it was just some heckler in the crowd, and then suddenly he realized, oh, it's that person I thought was honestly discussing their grievances with me.
Am I not allowed to mock him as well? Because
no, you're allowed to mock him, but that he trusted your honesty in airing your grievances.
And I was being honest in airing my grievances.
But when you do so with a faux account that he doesn't know is you, that's not being honest with him. Just because he...
I was doing it on my main account too.
I know you were doing it on your main account.
Yeah,
look, Spino, this is the reason why I'm so confident in making this sort of generalization here is, was there a single thing you said on that hard-on for Assad account to Sargon that was, in fact, a pointed jibe that you did not say to him on your main account?
I can't remember.
Because to say that you said absolutely everything, the same on both accounts, that's a bit of an extraordinary claim. I mean, I'm willing to entertain the possibility.
I didn't make every single joke in every single thing I said, but I did regularly promote the account and stuff. So
and you used that account to
maliciously.
No, never mind that. But you did use the account to have
traitor
him whilst you were in conversation with him, like whilst he was committing his attention to trying to listen to what you were saying to him.
Well, trying to listen to what I was saying to him. He was more going for gotchas.
Yeah. However you want to characterize it, I'm talking about this whole thing now where you're just making fun of him for being annoyed at this. I don't think it requires... I mean, this is...
It's not very productive now,
saying that, come on, have some empathy.
I think if the sentiment's paralleled on both accounts, I don't see a problem with it, personally.
No, I think Etrin's coming from, the fact that he...
Have a heart, Spino.
He didn't air his grievances on the Spino account. and aired them some of his grievances only on the Hard On for Assad account, which is an amazing name, Christ.
But yeah, in particular, one of the things I think I've seen is like pictures of you like tweeting at him at the same time. So literally, not just generally at the same time, but literally the same conversation you're having with him. You're also taking the piss with this Hard On for Assad thing covertly at the same time.
Dirty.
It's a bit of a hard sell to say that these were sort of separate things, and that it was just about the fact that the parody account existed.
Oh no!
I'm not saying you have to agree.
I was poking him at the same time with what I felt were identical sentiments. But with what I felt were identical sentiments. The only thing is, I was doing it from the perspective that I wanted to see how people reacted to the same sentiments I had, without knowing that it was actually me.
Spino.
Let him finish.
It's fine. It's perfectly fine for you to have a different position on this matter, like to disagree. But the continuous representation of this dispute as being about the fact the parody account exists, that's a running joke now, and it's entirely dishonest, and I don't think that's fair.
Yes, Spino.
I actually don't think it's unfair because Carl has had a vendetta against me for a while, and the whole parody account thing appears to be the trigger.
Why did he have a vendetta against you?
He's just really disliked me recently, and I guess enough arguments on Twitter. He's just started to see that it's been ever since the Milo thing. Ever since the Milo thing, he's just been really just like a massive dick, and he's been really disingenuous. So
Sargon did choose to die in a mountain, little boys, when he went for the Milo thing.
Yeah. So I mean, there was. So after being like openly critical of him, he started being a lot more hostile to me, and then and he was saying shit like I'm a pointless person, that he shouldn't.
Weren't you trying to challenge him to condemn Milo though? Like you were trying to challenge him to comment on it, weren't you?
No, he was already commenting on Milo, suggesting that he was suggesting that like, oh no, we shouldn't condemn Milo
because of his past.
Yeah, and his point was like, for one, it was like Milo's a victim, so you can't criticize him ever, and the other was it's the enemy asking us to.
I don't mean in general what he was saying and things, and what you were saying. I mean in the conversations you had with each other. Were you not just basically having a go at him, trying to say you should condemn him?
No, I just wanted him to be. I was just asking questions at the start. So he was like, I don't want to criticize. No, I don't want to call. I don't want to like condemn Milo because he's a victim. And then later on, it was like, you SJWs, you condemned Sarah Nyberg before that, and I just asked him like, why do they have to condemn Sarah Nyberg before you do it? Like, can't we just like condemn all of this bullshit? I don't see what gain we have from just pretending that this bad thing is a good thing or just didn't happen.
Right, but you were having this in a Twitter conversation, and it's obvious that any answer he's going to give you, if it's not just yeah, you're right, I agree, or something, then it's obvious. It's obvious that what happened was that conversation got to the point where he couldn't possibly have explained his position in a tweet, could he?
No, so he did a video.
Yeah, I don't think
in this video he said, Spino, stop virtue signaling to these SJWs.
Right, so basically what you're saying is at no point did you ever actually discuss with each other in an environment where you could actually hear each other out properly and not get caught out by either having to sum up one another's thing all at once for a video or Twitter character limits or anything like that. You didn't try and get around those limitations to actually discuss this.
I actually actively offered to talk on stream, and I asked him about 3 or 4 times.
So at no point did you offer him a private discussion?
I did DM him about it as well. I said, look,
Is this before or after you turned it into a bit of a drama thing? Like how?
What's with the
just
Inquisition?
how preposterous you were being in arguing with him?
This is
Or
the open
vice
house
versa.
Inquisition.
What?
Answer him.
He was the one being a fucking cunt at, like, accusing people of shit.
Exactly. The guy just opened a fucking parody account. He was having a row. Like, that's it. It's not that big of a fucking deal.
No, but obviously this has caused some drama, and I'm just. It
What
seems.
drama?
It seems like.
Oh, come on. It's
Spino
why are
is
they
basically
important? Christ.
Seems like Spino's been basically running with this idea that it was just about the existence of a parody account, which, given how overtly it just clearly isn't. People, Sargon said that it isn't. It's not. It seems real. It seems like Spino hasn't actually thought about this.
I'm
So
gonna
that's
break
why-
this down simply from somebody who, like, from the outside in, got a hold of this, right? Carl likes to fuck with people. Spino fucked with Carl. That was bad. End of story.
Yeah, I look. He has had a vendetta against me for a while, and he has not liked me for a while, and then he decided to play up some fake friendship we had.
Did
to
he
make
tell
me
you
look
that
like
he
I
doesn't
was?
like you?
He said I would ignore you like all of the other pointless people on the internet.
Was that after the drama or?
That was before. That was before he knew that I ran the parody account.
Yeah, let's give the guy who's looking to start a propaganda campaign the benefit of the doubt, shall we?
Oh yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
what?
yeah. Let's decide.
What are you talking
not to
about?
Give him the benefit of the doubt based upon another thing where we're arbitrarily not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Yay!
What I'm talking about, you didn't see the image that Harmful Opinions?
I did see the image.
That's not fucking proper. They're talking tactics. Like, not the same, man. It's not fucking
Sure.
But
Okay,
just coming out
tactics
with an FAQ on this will work, this will not type thing. What's wrong with that?
The context was guerrilla tactics, propaganda,
Yeah,
and he wants to write a manual, which essentially is a manifesto.
Which, as
It's
well as I
delusions of grandeur.
said in the chat before the other day when you brought this up, and just to contextualize this, you did just say that you're just coming at this as someone who doesn't really, or did you say you didn't really know the people here? So you're not necessarily familiar with the way Sargon talks, what he likes to talk about, how he describes things.
Yeah, he's very hyperbolic.
Yeah,
I really
he'll
don't
say
see the
he'll say
nuance.
guerrilla tactics euphemistically all the time.
All the time?
Yeah.
So he's dog whistling guerrilla tactics.
Like, I really don't see the nuance, honestly. Like, how you can mince those words and make them
Okay.
define them as something completely and utterly different than
Hang on. What do you think he meant? Like, spell out what do you think he was actually advocating doing then?
I think he was trying to get people on board and just essentially
No,
attack
that's
the
vague. That's
mainstream
very,
media.
very vague. What do you think he meant by guerrilla tactics? What do you think he was saying about doing by that? Because if you're going to pin down the meaning of guerrilla tactics, you've got to explain how that meaning is even remotely applicable to the context of people talking about how they can advocate YouTube monetization issues.
Okay,
How
sorry.
can you use the word guerrilla tactics and say that that has a clear-cut meaning?
Yeah, it says manual of tactics. That can be used. That can and can't be used. I don't really. Manifesto implies aims or goals. He's just talking about making sure that they're doing actions that would probably benefit them from a PR point
I'm
of
sorry.
view.
I need to interject here. Are we actually arguing about the screenshot from the group?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
the screenshot which Harmful Opinion admitted he was just joking about.
Yeah.
Why are we arguing here exactly? What's the issue?
Because Pascal's a retard who will argue the same point over and over and over again, no matter what you say.
Well, I'm sorry, but what's the argument? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So, what's the issue exactly with what Sargon said?
Wasn't that screenshot confirmed by Carl?
Nobody said it wasn't true.
No, he didn't. No one denied it, but it wasn't problematic. It just was funny in a cartoonish way. That's about it.
Yeah, the hyperbole was funny. There's nothing really malicious about it.
It is true, but he denied it being he denied the whole YouTube blackout thing as being a good move. That's what I heard.
Okay, maybe that's part of the tactic that he doesn't want it too public right now. I don't know, but still,
he hasn't formulated the ideas well enough to actually put them across. But
maybe he's giving it a second thought, which is normal. Again, what's the argument? What's the issue?
So he's not looking to mobilize his audience against mainstream media, is what you're saying?
I don't know.
No, he is looking to do that. He's just suggesting that this isn't the method to do it by. The plan that Harmful mentioned on the last open house was sounds more like what they were actually going to do to get Donald Trump to tweet about the plight of YouTubers.
Okay.
Wait, seriously? No, that was serious?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. No,
I don't understand why. Like, it's funny, but not for the you seem to be laughing because you think it's funny because it's ridiculous of them to think that. But no, I think it's funny because Trump would do that. Come on, that's very
Yeah, Trump definitely would.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, no, that's why I'm thinking about it, because I'm thinking like this is trying to get the president to talk about YouTube, and I'm like,
but he already does talk about YouTube.
Yeah, but then he might actually do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's entirely improbable. Like, it's pretty, it's not completely laughable in the sense that it's not reasonable to think that he might do it. Like, it's laughable for different reasons.
Donald Trump's in politics. Most of the usual stuff has gone out the window.
Yeah.
We're in uncharted territory here.
Fucking Xbox isn't, or my controller isn't working. Just fucking kill me.
Kid, it's 10
You're Irish.
And go to sleep, Jesus.
Shut the fuck up, cunt.
Yeah, you will make a fine terrorist when they fail.
I'm going for you first, you muzzy bastard.
Yes, that's exactly what my protege would say. You're making me proud right now, Finn.
Hey, the most terrifying thing about an Irish car bomber is they live to do it again.
Exactly.
Nice.
I just like I just love the idea of some terrorists like sneaking in with the refugees and stuff and just going, hey, look at all this, and going back and going, hey guys, I've been to a place called Ireland. They have bombers.
So apparently producer Watson is doing a debate with Bill Mitchell on Syria.
Who's Mitchell?
Good point. Who is Mitchell? That is the question.
Was Joseph Watson?
To be or not to be? That is the Mitchell.
So no one knows who's that. Okay.
His name is Bill Mitchell.
That doesn't give me much, so I'm moving on. I don't get
No,
it.
you don't understand.
Bill Mitchell.
It's Bill Mitchell. Come on.
His name is Bill Mitchell.
I know you're a low IQ Arabic.
His name is Bill Mitchell.
Hey, it's called cat IQ. Thank you very much.
Apparently he's an economist or something.
Oh, nice.
I'm just disappointed that no one's joining in on this Fight Club reference.
Yeah, shut up.
Race realism is real because real is in it, so that makes it true.
Yeah, but you remember socialist realism.
From what I can see about this manual of tactics, it's
Robot.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I love how Starcore spent so much more money on audio, and I never have half the issues he has. It's kind of glorious.
Well, that's the thing. It's because of higher bitrate and shit.
Yeah.
Trump is a resultist. He's a CEO of 5 failed businesses.
Yeah, but how many successful one again?
Yeah, and some of them were casinos.
Hey, I just have to say, Trump inherited some very good lies from his father.
Sorry, what are you going to say, Sterk, about manual of tactics or some shit?
Yeah. I was just saying, from what I see from what's written for the manual of tactics thing, it's just so that people can come up with ideas against what he's saying. It's not like
It's. I thought it was rather obvious in the context of there being more than 100 people in that chat. It's basically trying to avoid having to have the same conversation 50 times.
Yeah, he probably just wants to put together like a Google Doc that he can just link to people. Do this, don't do that. So, like, I mean, he's not literally writing the Communist Manifesto, my dudes. Just letting you know.
Well, I mean, then again, Computer Forever did suggest he was doing that once.
Yes, he's Irish. He's Irish.
Again, there's a pattern, people. There's a pattern there. Just saying.
When you're using words like guerrilla tactics and propaganda, those generally have a specific connotation to them.
When was he, like, are you saying he's propaganda? Okay, guerrilla propaganda campaign, NCMSM. If we can do anything, I'll write a manual of tactics that can't be used as a video so people can weigh up their options. Basically, there's a lot we have to be ready to go full bore. Like, this is just Sargon hyperbole 101.
But let's start continuously repeating the phrase guerrilla tactics.
Yeah.
Hashtag guerrilla tactics.
But I mean, but words do have their meanings, though. You can't really just take that away.
You heard it here
That's
first,
exactly
folks.
the point I made before.
Words
What is
have
the
meaning.
meaning of guerrilla tactics in the
Imagine my shop
of
where
YouTube
words have
advocacy?
meanings.
What does it mean by guerrilla campaign? The guerrilla propaganda campaign?
But why are you using the word guerrilla? It's like the way fucking what's he called?
Because I'm quoting Sargon.
No. What's he called? Fuck, I can't remember the name of someone.
He's not a reliable source.
Deepak Chopra. You know how he just sprinkles certain words. You know,
the mighty
D-boss words in things. He just like
your
throws like quantum energy to random phrases. You know, just because someone uses a word doesn't mean they're using it correctly. Is the point?
They should do.
In other words, sometimes words don't have meaning.
He's going to try to educate us on that.
I think those words have enough weight on their own, not to be confused or nuanced.
Yeah, but if it's coming from someone who has a history of abusing those words, I mean...
Yeah, he does have a history of basically shitting on language, so you know.
Yeah, like, his videos are, like, basically him comparing himself to ancient Rome half the time, like Christ.
Well...
Okay, look, can the children in the chat stop being so hard on him? He did his GCSEs a very, very long time ago, not last year like you two.
Oh, that's low.
I'm still doing my GCSE, actually.
Okay,
What do you
guys
know?
in the
An Irish
chat,
person
if
being
any
held
of you
back.
feel like shit posting, I want you to get something trending on Twitter where you basically just put gorilla in front of random words.
Gorilla, Prince of Burgundy.
Gorilla waterboarding.
Gorilla Starbucks.
Yeah.
Gorilla.
I don't know, gorilla waffle or something.
Gorilla Starbucks.
The gorilla, yeah, Star Wars Episode 7, The Gorilla Awakens.
Wait, no. Gorilla
What did he mean
Asylum.
by it?
Very
What do you mean by
young
stuff?
gorilla.
No. Very gorilla voice.
Gorilla, very young boys.
Okay, now we
Very dead Syrians.
Yeah,
Too
quite
soon.
dead.
Too soon.
Again, too soon. Jesus, Reggie. This boy is really edgy.
How many tomahawks got fired again?
59, 57.
Not enough.
57 gorilla tomahawks.
No.
Thank you.
No, it wasn't. Was it? I thought it was cruise missiles. Was it tomahawks?
No tomahawks.
Oh.
Anyhow, boys, yeah, I'm gonna go get some food. I don't know if I'll be back.
Go
to
fucking blow yourself up.
Paul Joseph Watson debates Bill Mitchell on whether the attack on Syria was a masterstroke or dangerous escalation.
Oh, nice. What you should watch.
It was
that
probably a
live.
waste of $60 million.
Bye.
Is that even a debate? Like, really?
Yeah, well, it's a thing. But no, there's quite a lot of the people that often get branded as being like uber tribalistic that have been vocally saying, "Look, guys, we have to be even-handed. And Dave Cullen has said, you know, be skeptical even of Trump. Paul Joseph Watson obviously recently has we don't know what he means, but he said that he's going on Trump.
What did he mean
but
by
still supports Trump apparently or something. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I understand that.
He can't back out, but he doesn't like it anymore.
Right, he stopped thrusting.
I think we can call it rape.
I mean, he says be skeptical about people like Trump, but he hasn't produced
Naked Ape has been frank about Trump's flaws. He has made comments saying that, look, let's be honest about Trump's flaws. He's not playing 4D chess. He is a clinical narcissist. Naked Ape has called Trump a clinical narcissist.
Yeah, yes.
That takes a lot of
playing 4D chess. I mean, there is actually 4 squares on the board. And it's called dummy chess.
It's barely tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, I mean, white always win because you get 1 piece each, and the white can take the black, or they can pass the turn and then be taken by the black.
And Sargon has said that the reason he doesn't criticize Trump so much is because everyone seems to kind of have that covered.
Oh.
Whether you believe that or not. I know it's very convenient, but it's also kind of correct.
Not really.
But like, I mean, the only other channel of like similar size to him would be Secular Talk that does critique Trump, but there's not like a ton of them, a ton of channels that size.
No, but the thing, it's not. When we're talking about criticism of Trump, it's not unreasonable to include the media in general.
Well, in this little area of YouTube, it's been few and far between.
Can you find me a newspaper that isn't just like, you know, partisan cucks? I say that, but I am referring to the right-wing propagandist press, actually. But if you can find me like a mainstream publication that has not ever like hosted, oh well, here's Trump being a dick. Kind of some.
It's because he's a dick so often, actually. Christ.
Well, there you go.
The
point is that they're all at it. I don't think it's unreasonable to say.
I was about to say Fox, but we all know Fox are.
I don't criticize Trump vocally. I don't make videos criticizing Trump. I have 158 subscribers or something like that. But you know, that's besides the point here. Like it's. Yeah, I don't, and for the exact same reason, I really don't see the point. I could weigh my voice in, but it just feels like walking into a room full of 100 screaming people and just going ah!
I just want to ask you, criticize Trump based purely upon economics, because that's a unique angle you can do.
Yeah, you should do that, man.
I know, I'm gonna watch it.
I just want to ask a quick question about this YouTube group that's got together. Do you think there's going to be a fostering of in-group, out-group mentality because of it?
I think it's not. I don't think it's clear enough. I don't think the groups are clear enough, and the tribes, inverted commas.
Then again, the groups that weren't clear weren't particularly clear when it came to the SJW, anti-SJW sides either. So,
no, but there's people who are concerned about
Spino. For the most part, they were clear. There was a few people where it was like, yeah, where are they? But for the most part, you knew where people were. So I disagree with you there, like, because you could just tell by essentially virtue signaling. Because if someone was joking about being the 9th gender of the alphabet, you knew what side they were on.
I agree with what Pascal said earlier about. There is some effect involved in this equivalent to herd immunity. This isn't a zero-sum game where two people are arguing against each other and that they are the antithesis of one another. No, these people are wanting a fairer system, a fairer, more consistent system that people can rely upon. And the most sympathetic narrative that they could possibly employ is that people depend upon it for their income. Which means that ultimately the primary element of any given solution is going to be about ensuring consistency and predictability.
So are you arguing that there is a community because of the goal?
No, I saw you talking about community earlier. You seem to think community is the same thing as ideology. I'm not really sure you're on the same page as everyone else here, Stockholm.
I'm still working it out myself.
Yeah.
Why don't you take it to friendly terms?
Yeah.
Well, a community is just a bunch of people that tend to interact, and more specifically, expect to interact with one another.
But usually they have a common goal.
Well, no, not necessarily.
no.
The goal might be what defines the community, in which case then yes. But if it's the community could also be defined by geographic location or topic of interest rather than goal. It could be anything that leads people to interact and expect to interact with one another regularly. Whatever form is the case, that's the basis of the community.
Efren, would you mind if I butt in there quickly to attempt to translate what you said into considerably less autistic?
I understood it, Ekron. I understood it. Don't worry.
Yeah, but you are a car bomber. Go ahead, Fluffy. You translate
What
that
you were trying to say in roughly normal person. I sort of speak normal.
Okay, go for
What
it.
you're trying to say in a roughly normal person is community means like your local pub community. You don't talk to half the people in it, but you go and frequent the same place and you do the same sort of activity.
Yeah, more or less.
So it's like Overwatch streamers. Not all Overwatch streamer on the planet talks and gets on, but there's a lot of them.
And they're all gay.
And if a big issue happens, like an unbalanced character, they all talk about it because it personally affected them in some way.
Yeah.
So the common thread is Overwatch, but what if they have disagreements on tactics and things like that?
Well, that's
just a healthy community.
I don't think you should really be mincing the definition of community because that's kind of nebulous. Just the group in question, just define what its goals are, what its ideals are. You know?
That's
Which
more than
group is it? Which group though?
Whatever group you're talking about when you're talking about community. I wasn't part of that discussion, so I just got there when you were talking about community.
There's been an ongoing thing that's on me now, especially if Jeff Holiday is in the room. That you just describe every one of this sort of thing as the skeptic or whatever, the skeptic community. But yeah, because people were just talking about that, and I think in particular it was that guy T, who I think everyone can agree is not. If he's in the community, he's on the fringe of it. He kind of just pops up to call everyone leftists or
centrists.
Statists. That's it. Paul Joseph Watson, the guy who says leftist. Yeah, he's always talking about statists. He just pops up occasionally to say, "Why can't I sell my children?" Yeah, and he had an objection.
Many an Irishman has asked that.
Yeah, he had an objection to the word.
Why can't I eat my children? Get it right.
Yeah. He had an objection to the word.
No, it's the English telling you to eat your children.
Skeptical genre or something. But I think Saint. I don't remember which stream it was in, but I remember Saint Clair saying something like that. Actually, probably a better description would be the contrarian community, because that's what we do. We're just a bunch of people that talk to each other, know who each other is, and say, "No, you're wrong," a lot.
Right.
Yeah, but then the reason I asked is because maybe we're talking about this supposed cabal as well, or our own group that Sturkor just sort of randomly adds people because he thinks you're interesting. Oh, look, it's the alt-right furry.
Can I just turn this thing on our?
I'll have you know, I'm not alt-right.
I'm gonna just. Could you consider?
You're a furry, that means you fucking cancer and a degenerate.
Could you consider the open house a community then?
Well, actually, until Sturkor started trying to put everyone in his little
wrong think, right think box.
Well, basically, before that, I would talk in the open house chatter and stuff, but I don't necessarily.
Because I'd like a clear-cut definition to work with and a framework to work with. That's all.
I wouldn't consider.
There are already clear-cut definitions. This is not a clear-cut definition of a community. It's not.
I would not consider this a community at all. We just kind of get together.
We're people that are tolerated.
At best, you have cliques and friendship groups. At worst, you have a mob. That's it.
Yeah, I would not call it a community. This
why
skeptic thing on YouTube.
Well, if you said, who said, Jamie, you said that if there is a clear-cut definition. What is it?
Look in a dictionary and choose one.
Okay, so
pick a dictionary is what I'm saying. Like, no. What I'm saying is pick a dictionary because they're slightly.
No, that's
different.
like no. Come on, you say that's a clear definition. That's like these moral objectivist people going, morality is objective because I'm correct.
No. What I'm saying is, in a dictionary there are definitions of a community. If you look in Merriam-Webster versus Oxford, you'll have a different definition.
But they're not well. That doesn't mean they're well defined in terms of categorization, which is what Stokar is talking about.
Well, dictionaries usually go with the first most prevalent definition, then the second and the third.
Yeah, exactly. There are multiple definitions within a dictionary, and you can choose them, and you can choose how to apply them within the context of, oh, look, it's a group of quote-unquote skeptics, which is a very nebulous term.
Right. But the concept of well-defined as such that the definition can be used to actually draw a line is not something that dictionaries do.
Okay, first, I think if we need to, if we're going to decide if this is a community or not, we need to, decide what skepticism is. If it can be something that can be a community.
I'm going to just call it the asylum then. How about that?
Yeah, alright, if you want to do that.
There you go.
Yeah,
Because there's so much fucking mental illness here.
The words can't hurt anyone. Never mind the fact that we all know exactly what we're talking about, which is why there's disagreement on whether it is a community. But the fact is, in that sentence there, we do have an idea of what that is, what we're referring to.
Yeah, we know what the fucking Democrats are, but it doesn't make the fucking Republicans a community.
Yeah, Frank, you stop calling this mentally ill enough to get sectioned here.
No, but since we are, and people have been arguing over what to call it, we do know that it's a thing, so it doesn't matter what we call it.
I'd like to vote for nerdy role players.
I'd like to
fucking
vote
weird,
for anime fucking shit.
Yeah, skeptic role players.
Skeptic, but
that's not gay enough.
Part of my personal problem with this is the fact that it's described as being quote-unquote skeptics, right? What does skepticism mean?
It's a method. People keep on thinking it's a fucking position to take on an issue. It's not. It's a method, and it helps you arrive at your position.
But it's not even a method. It's just a position of doubt.
It's a position. That's all it is. It's simply.
No, it's an identity badge, and there's no fault required to be a skeptic.
It's an inherently reactionary position.
You can be skeptical of the fact that the Earth is round, right? Somebody would not be welcomed into this quote-unquote community.
Oh yes, they would. They would.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't be given the same treatment.
We would welcome into this community.
We would love all of them.
As long as
the
they
same credence.
Credence is not the same as welcome. They would be welcomed into this community. People would snigger. They would say, "Are you sure, mate?" And they would try and debunk this person. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be welcome. If they were civil and actually talked to people, then they are welcome.
That's a big if, though.
I know what you mean, and that's probably the reason why there aren't very many flat earthers in this thing.
I think
flat earth is only one quote-unquote skeptical position, which could be,
traps aren't gay,
in this way, right?
Pineapple is bad on pizza.
Whatever it may be.
That's not up for debate.
Especially when you get into positions of, Sargon and what has somewhat been going on from what I've been shown by Sturkle. Bear in mind, I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just a fucking musician. Yeah, well, I mean, on a
Did you just say that you're a normie?
I did. Normie.
I believe you did.
Yeah, let's not go there with me and Ree.
Me and Ree. That sounds like a beautiful play.
Is that your latest hit single?
Well, Sturkle knows what I'm talking about anyway. But yeah, the whole from what I've seen from the outside and from the way that things have been going on, certain chat things and everything else that I've seen, there's been a kind of I don't want to say this and sound like an absolute cunt, but an almost
sound like a cunt is easier.
Yeah, just go with it. It's the open house.
Some people have been taking more of a dick-sucking type position towards channels such as Sargon, saying essentially, I have to agree with them to some extent because it will hurt my viewership if I don't.
Who's been doing that?
Almost definitely.
Yeah, true. I suppose.
Not
thought. Sorry.
Okay,
I
I'm not. Gonna...
I don't know. I've seen Cognitive Thought. He seems to be a perfectly nice person whose advice I would probably avoid.
Within these people that may or may not have been doing this, but appear to have been to me, there is certainly not a position where a flat earther or a skeptic with the very sort of, nebulous application of the term would be welcomed or viewed with the same sort of level of, not credibility, because that's the wrong word, respect, essentially.
Yeah.
Hello, you're a human being, blah, blah, blah. It's more a case of, no, you're a fucking idiot, get the fuck out, who the fuck are you? And some of the shit that's been going on with Spino, I don't necessarily think Spino's right. I do understand the criticism from both sides completely. That sort of attitude does not really give you this position where it's okay to be skeptical of pineapple on pizza, for example.
Mm-hmm. No, but this is the thing. I really do think that people would be respectful. I think you might be conflating that with nice.
No, I'm not.
Right. Okay, but people do disagree with each other in this.
Yes, of course they disagree.
Community.
But communities have to have basically collective goals and things that they can arrive.
No, they don't.
Can I ask a question? Why does it matter
If you must.
that we're a community or not, dudes? What are people scared of?
I wasn't that. Amazingly, I wasn't the one spurging over the word. I'm just a bit skeptical over the need to not.
Yeah, well, Etron, I wasn't talking just specifically talking to you.
I know.
No, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because people are making these claims. So I want to know what it's all about.
Robot.
Yeah, man.
I said the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of a lot of people have made these claims, so I want to know what they're talking about exactly.
Yeah, obviously, your connection to China is a bit unstable.
Chinese face guy.
Chinese guy. The ultimate skeptic.
So, Robin, as you are broadcasting footage from The Witcher on the open house, do you have some awareness of when it will show random tits?
I thought you were about to make a reference to a witch hunt there. I was like, oh, that would have been very clever, but fine.
Well,
channel, it's all right. My sponsors won't be upset.
But you know what? I think Benny in there. I know just by coincidence. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to nail usually for this, but that was an example of I think the problem.
You won't be nailing me.
I think that's an example
That's
of
Maggie's job to pick him.
problem that is going on at the moment. Essentially, that there's, oh, you should have done this because you were the one speaking and you said a different thing than I thought you would say. But then you didn't say it yourself. You just complained that I didn't say it.
Etherin, I just want to ask a quick, so I can understand this more thoroughly. What is your objection to saying that communities don't belong with a goal in mind?
Well, I used to live in a village. People hardly talked to each other a lot of the time. How's that? That was a community.
No,
it's so obvious.
Yeah, but you had a shared concern. If somebody took, I don't know, an elephant and crapped on the village green, that the entire village is going to be pretty pissed off about that, right?
That's
but that doesn't mean they all.
No. 1 minute.
It means they have a communal interest, right? Their interest is to keep their community.
In theory, they do. But it doesn't mean that they actually agree or care.
No. A community doesn't have to agree. A community doesn't have to agree.
But you said gold. You said shared goals.
The goal would be to remove the crap from the village green, right?
A community.
They don't have to agree on how to do it.
No. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry. You're now in the
Don't fight, guys. Don't fight.
Robin, that's what the open
Daddy, stop fighting.
I'm not in any community. I'm in a fucking Google Hangout. That's it.
No, but what you've done is that you've engaged in what is called equivocation. Actually, it's
a community.
Whatever.
What are you accusing us of?
You earlier, before, you based your point on the idea that community was based on common goal, and now you've switched. But you're
No, I
still
didn't.
saying that's the same.
No, I didn't. The common goal is to remove the crap from the village green.
But why is that goal? No,
people don't have to.
No, look,
people don't have
to. Goal. You are
Let me.
interested.
1 minute, Etron, shut up. Let me interject here. I think the community wasn't formed around that common goal. The community already existed.
The shared interest was the village.
Yes.
Oh my god, you just happen to live in the same geographical location. That doesn't make you a community.
People agreeing with each other.
No, it doesn't make you a community.
No, but you did say goal, which does mean that people would agree with each other. It's an extraordinary thing for you to...
People don't have
Hang
to agree with each other to have the
hang
same
on.
goal or the same goal.
Hey guys,
People can agree and disagree, forming committees, etc., to reach a consensus. A consensus does not have to be we all agree on the same thing. This is the best option that we have.
Sorry, had to break the tension.
That is why we shall kill the Jews.
Good point. I mean, that's something we can all really agree on. Is just the Jews. They've got out of hand. Really.
I'd like to hear Aetherin's rebuttal to that. That'd be quite interesting.
Where is this connection with community and organised community? Why does community imply organisation? This has not been demonstrated. And given that I'm not the one who started this whole argument about going, well, words mean X, Y, Z, therefore we have to not use this word community.
Meaning. Words have meanings. Meanings are defined. Words
Right,
are generally defined by a meaning, which are used by things like a dictionary. Go by something like a dictionary, you'll find that it has definitions of words, which is why I said pick a dictionary at the start.
Jamie, you are on the internet. Jamie, you are on the internet. If, for the purposes of your argument, you need to quote a definition, don't tell me to go find a dictionary. You are on the internet.
Wait, there's
If I
dictionaries on the
told you
internet?
to choose one, because they all basically say the same fucking thing. You're the one that said. You're the one that said.
I'm
that
asking
words
you
are
to
not
make an
defined
argument.
by a
You've not done so. You just keep telling me that it's my job to think for you. No, I'm
I
sorry.
haven't said it's your job to think for me at all.
No, I'm not trying to quote you, you idiot. Jamie.
No. You're implying that that is what I am doing. That is
You
not
were
the
trying to
case.
convince me of something. That's not my job to convince myself of something that you think I should be convinced of. Go and do the legwork. This is how we do things here. If you want to be respected by the community.
Trin, I just want to point out I've never respected you even when you do the legwork, so...
Good.
You need to work on those calves a bit more.
So Trump just tweeted out that he didn't want to bomb the runway because it was too easy to fix. And it's like, dude, you want to stop them from taking off and delivering chemical weapons? Just bomb the runway. That's how you do it. And Jet needs the runway to take off.
Or just stop selling weapons to them as well. Like 20 years
Yeah,
ago.
that would help. But do you honestly think America's going to do that?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good point. Do you know what? I have a really good idea. Why don't we topple a power structure and leave a power vacuum? Because that's never went bad. Am I right, guys?
Ooh, can we try it with the American government? That's going to be funny with the amount of guns and
I haven't
bombs.
really done anything in South America for a while.
It wasn't like. Right.
Yeah, fuck you. Sorry. Wow. Silence on the open house. Holy fuck.
Oh, today's a bit slow compared to usual.
Yeah.
I mean, there was space for me to get on.
We need more traps.
Yeah.
That's a general rule of thumb, though.
I was arguing about nationalism and globalism with the skeptic feminist earlier.
Ooh, lovely.
And they followed me on Twitter and
Oh.
said that I'm an interesting person.
Oh.
Ooh.
A person of interest.
Deviant now.
Is that a good thing,
Yes.
or is that like when the FBI thinks you're an interesting person and they should follow you?
I'm not
no,
sure
it's a
which
person
one
with
they
interest.
meant.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one
Are
they
they
meant.
are they an
Well, I keep getting
influencer
told
then,
I'm
Robert?
an interest in some
Robin,
porn, but
Are
it's
they
mostly
an
for very
influencer
young boys.
then? Are they influencers then? Ekron's an influencer, guys. Breaking news. An influencer in the
He's a
community.
influencer.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I don't know if this is a community.
This is why he doesn't want to think we're in a community. Because he's an influence in the community.
You can put that on your CV.
Wait, what? Did you say
I
that
was
I
thinking-
don't want people to think of it as a community?
Etherin, economist and community influencer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that on my CV. Twitter community influencer.
Christ. Insta hired CEO of Google.
Yeah,
congratulations, you know I'm slightly less horrible.
I wonder how many people in the world have put their logged social media hours on their CV unironically.
Too many.
It would be an interesting statistic to possess.
Well, you're the mathematician. You find it out.
It doesn't mean I can just match
it does.
Studies.
He's a mathematician, not a miracle worker.
Yeah, I do need some data to begin with.
Okay, well, you've England. Work from there.
That's more of a clue.
I'm sorry, using England as a data point for anything other than the laziest population on the planet is pretty pointless.
That's the French. They take that fucking crown.
I don't know. We have higher unemployment.
They have like the shortest working hours ever.
Then again, Ireland is bringing it down for us.
That's because we know exactly when to surrender.
Yeah, true.
It's after 4 hours.
Hey, you have to admit that the Irish, there's one thing we don't do, and that's stop drinking and stop fucking attacking you if you take over our country. So
it would also help you stop having so many children.
When was the last time the Irish attacked?
No, but like if you...
80s.
Yeah, so you have stopped.
No, I mean like, if you attack us.
You see what I did there? Did you see what I did there, Fenian?
Yes, you used British skepticism.
You obviously never hung out with any French Canadians, because they don't stop drinking.
Fuck. Thank God.
French Canadians are lovely. I mean,
it's like
they've got
the
the French
worst
nationalism down and the Canadian nationalism down to the point where they hate themselves twice.
Like, they've got the worst part of Europe, and then they added the fucking worst part of America into
Do French Canadians say sorry as much? A boot.
No.
Are they just more fucking passive aggressive, I'd imagine?
We complain a lot.
Yeah, of course.
I
would too if I was a French Canadian.
Well, you're descended from an English colony. Of course you complain. England's your betters.
The colony was French. It came from France.
Yeah, someone in the chat says the internet is totally serious and all dissent must be quelled.
Quelled? I love the word quelled. It's such a fucking malicious meaning. It's amazing.
So, guy from the chat, do you wish to form the Internet Inquisition?
Yes.
Or is that just another one of your opinions?
Is that the Inquisition?
Oh, why do you make me want to die, Etrin?
No, it's the
because I
.com
am the
Inquisition.
Prince of Spurgundy.
Look, your puns would be bearable if they were funny.
Go shove those central limits theorem up your ass.
I know, Fluffy. That's exactly why they're not funny. I don't want them to be bearable.
That's the point of puns. They're made to be unbearable.
I mean, I love a good pun every now and then, but yours was just a bit forced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, forced memes. Like
That's what she said.
Oh, what? What do you... What? No! Stop perpetrating rape culture.
Did I make a rape? I don't know. Who knows?
We're talking about rape culture, God.
Philosophical question for you.
Hey, Efren, you know the best thing about raping a 21-year-old?
Yes, chat to debate it. Whoever
He gets raped 20 of them in a row.
I've got a philosophical question.
Say there's a trap's gay. Is that this part of the conversation?
Say there's a zombie and it's fresh, right? And you
Try
have sex with it without its consent. Is that rape?
I think that's necrophilia.
Oh, true. So yes, it is rape because they can't consent. Any sex without consent is rape. Biatch.
Do dead people need to give consent?
It's the thing is, right, if you look at the laws around how a lot of the time the way they actually make the laws work, you know how when you think of like some foreign language and you hear a phrase, this is how they say this. It's like, what's that thing in German where they say something is like meaningless to them? They just say, this is sausage to me or something. That's a thing I've seen. And it's like, well, that's a very strange way of putting it. But I guess it gets the meaning across. And that's what laws are like. Laws are like that. They've got a lot of these sort of weird things where it's like, oh, so you did it this way.
That's very strange.
But in
But
sense,
it works.
it works.
So, and that's the thing. I'm sure if you trawled through all these various legal systems, you'd find all sorts of weird, like, outcroppings of, like, oh well, they made this thing illegal by doing this weird thing with another law or something, you know.
I have a philosophical question. What's worse than finding a worm in your apple?
Oh,
being raped.
Okay.
I was going to say not finding a penis on your trap.
Is it really Schrodinger's trap?
Well, yeah. What, you get a trap home and you're thinking, yeah, trap. Oh my god,
that's really bad.
Oh.
When you're thinking you've got a really attractive trap and you can just make by with a little bit of stubble, then you realise that's a woman with stubble.
Ooh. Yeah, things go from like a 10 out of 10 trap to a 2 out of 5, 2 out of 10 woman real fast.
I don't know. I don't think you could have a 2 out of 10. Like you couldn't have a high level trap that was a 2 out of 10.
High level T.
I don't think that works.
High level T, my dudes.
So I've just gone back and I've seen lots of community definitions in the chat.
Well, traps have the same guidelines as black people do.
Oh, there is a religious war going on in the chat, I've noticed. Someone says, Sargon is a crybaby, that is my point, you troglodyte. It's very civil and respectful in this community, apparently.
Love it.
See how everyone agrees and has this common
Okay, let's go through the chat quickly. Unpopular opinion, traps are not gay. Well, traps are gay. If you shag a trap, it's not gay because it's only gay to be fucked in the arse or if your balls touch.
It's only gay to be a trap. That is the fucking, you know.
Then again, it's not exactly gay to be fucked in the arse
I
hardly.
hear the word community in all caps, and then says in lowercase traps are gay.
Oh, what did he mean by this? .jpeg.
Traps are a gay community.
Oh.
I'm still unsure on what this means because it seems to be still airy fairy.
Yeah. That's the point. It's not meant to be a solid definition at any point. It's always a euphemistic reference.
There you are.
Right. So it's not really useful
This
at all.
way, I think. Here, goat.
A euphemism's not useful.
Here, princess.
What are you talking
That's
about?
what
Euphemisms
she
are
said.
fantastically useful.
Exactly. It's
all
just
of
like
those
more profoundly
very
different
young
positions
boys
made.
I get to
this
play
doesn't
with and
have one
touch.
exact meaning, therefore it's useless. If it was useless, no one would use it.
Yeah, it's like a trap's arsehole. It has loads of uses, so therefore it's useful.
I want to see a therapist about that.
Someone says girls have penises too, guys.
Good point. I'll really good point.
Ah, shit. I mean, we have been so fucking vile. I mean, not asking their gender pronoun.
Yes, that's the vile part.
How could we not ask their gender pronouns? What the fuck is wrong with us?
It's not gay if they don't consent.
What?
What?
You very naughty boy.
Very young boy.
Hey, consent is a brilliant thing. I mean, if they don't give you consent, it's all the more fun.
Oh, wow. Do you want to play the rape game?
No.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, but remember, guys, it's not pedophilia if it's very young boys in conservative parties in Hollywood. If it's liberals, then yeah, it's pedophilia.
It's a bit specific to be funny, though, Luca.
Yeah, that's really specific. Too specific.
So, do any of you remember the issue that happened around the same time when Milo was actually going on about very young boys? He was also doing something about very young children at the same time. I mean, it's not like Fisty Splinters was actually working with a charity that was supposed to help people that are paedophiles to actually not offend.
Well, you know, actually encouraging the people with the agency in that situation to not utilize it to bugger children, I think that's a worthy cause. Obviously, there are some elements of our culture that would rather just identify them and put them in a camp, but you know.
Stop virtue signaling, Action. God.
I do actually say, Christy Winters had the right idea with, we do need to normalise paedophilia a tiny amount, not to make people do it, but to make it so they can get help.
Yeah, we need to normalise the fact that these people exist.
Yeah.
It's like depression, you know. It's like you need to recognize it so people can deal with it. That kind of thing, my dudes.
Depression is all fun and games to kill yourself.
Even that, well,
but
speak
yeah,
for yourself. Sorry, was that not precise enough for you, Etrin?
No, I was correcting myself. I said,
right.
but strictly speaking, I'm not gonna defend the actual need to be nice to pedos. But I'm sure either there is a humanitarian incentive involved.
Oh, you're just a liberal nut job.
I'm openly calling myself a nationalist, and I advocate for national service.
I'm left-wing, and I'm a civic nationalist. Oh, wow. R.I.P. me.
No,
I'm so special.
I am right-wing, and I am openly authoritarian.
Oh, you are authoritarian, aren't you? Because I saw your political fucking compass.
Yeah.
So left.
The funny thing is, do you know why everyone's authoritarian? It's not because he hates people, it's because he thinks people are useless and he thinks he can do it more efficiently without them.
That's not what authoritarian means.
No, that's why you're an authoritarian.
I say we just put shock collars in everybody.
Yeah, let's do that.
Some people might enjoy that.
Did you see what I did there?
Down erection, down!
Oh, I love this a bit. And then you get put in a cage. Like, some people really might enjoy that. So.
Wait, what?
Milo might enjoy that.
I'm just gonna get Vadim in here.
Oh.
Right, put him in the cage.
You know he might enjoy being put in a cage, fucking naked ape.
Why?
I don't know.
He's a monkey.
Oh my god, yeah, it's making it left.
There was a few people talking once. Luca, did you say you don't know?
What?
Luca, when I said why, what did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, well, someone said I don't know.
No, it says to me, just put him in a cage with a shock collar, and every time he opens his mouth, just zap him. So you're like, yep, shut up, people are throwing peanuts at you, that's your lunch.
Yeah, I know I just said I'm authoritarian, but I do prefer there to be a reason to curtail rights or whatnot.
So, what rights would you curtail?
Well, national service obligations and stuff. I suppose that's really it. It's not having an obligation could arguably say to be a right, right of refusal. But yeah, there are obligations with citizenship, in my view. In my own subjective moral standing, there are
subjective opinion here.
When your population gets to a certain size, that becomes quite a challenging thing to actually enforce.
Ethrin, you're right wing, but I thought you were in favour of a universal basic income.
Well, that's because I know something about economics. Doesn't mean I have to,
I was called a communist for being in favour of that.
Oh, well, obviously you're a very good judge of character, aren't you? No, actually, basically, the difference between me and the alt-right is that I'm not a conspiratorial retard. But in terms of basic value, what's that phrase they like to bandy around? A bright future for white children. Yeah, sure. I'm just not a 9/11 truther, a Jewish conspiracy theorist, and I don't know. There's
an
so
asshole.
many things. There's so many things I could list for all of the stupid shit that's in that little subculture.
So, Efren, important question then about this. What's your opinion of the Conservative Party? Because I personally feel they're a bunch of useless quacks because they make no economic sense.
Yeah.
Your
I might
opinion?
use the word cook, but yeah. Yeah, no.
Because a lot of people identify as right-wing likes them because they view the left as being silly.
Yeah, they do have the centre ground because the populace of Britain. I've seen data on this as well. It's very much. It's not so much that people have a partisan view. Most people don't identify as being party affiliated, but what most people regard as common sense is the conservative base. Like that set of values is what the majority of people in Britain consider common sense. Regardless of whether you think that's fallaciously or not, but that's the popular notion, the popular values.
Mate, I live in the southwest. I'm a little tiny cow that votes blue every single year.
I'm joking, Efren. Relax your cocks, mate.
Efren, believe me, I understand that I live in the southwest in this village.
No, it's sort of like self-deprecative, pitiable fact about democracy is that,
people
an
vote.
ad populum fallacy quickly becomes the truth regardless.
Yeah.
The most terrifying thing about democracy is we let people vote. Have you met the average voter?
Yeah, well.
I mean, they voted for Brexit because the bananas weren't straight enough.
Or no, they were straight.
Unfortunately, most people are not the average. And all you need to do is appeal to just enough people to actually.
They need to appeal to just below average then.
Are we a full house at the moment? Are we a full house at the moment?
Yes, we are.
So yeah.
I'm inviting Vadim in.
Well,
we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
It's full.
6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
Like,
well, I don't
vote.
especially. I'll go because I don't especially feel like talking to Vadim after I explained the basics of scientific research and peer review, and he called me paranoid. I can't remember what he said, but he just called it paranoid bullshit, even though I was just explaining peer review to him.
You're my favourite Spurgs to listen to on this place.
Yeah, Efren, you are. You're my favorite Spurg ever. So take that with a grain of salt, or however much you want to take it. Maybe a kilo of salt.
Efren, you're not my favourite Spurg because I'm my favourite Spurg.
What are you, Sargon the Cod? Prize.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
No, Sargon's his favourite cuck.
I am the Prince of Spurgundy.
Yeah,
I'm the king of Spurg.
Just stay on here.
Like,
I mean, there's only 3 other Spurgs in this chat you can get rid of to keep your position.
One Spurg to rule them all.
Come on, buddy. In you come, mate.
Alright, sure, everyone actually left.
Yeah, he did. Oh well.
Etherid's left. Has he?
I like having Etrin because he always just you think you're gonna have everybody's gonna agree on something, then he'll come in. Actually, no. And it's just like, oh yeah, that's a good point. So yeah.
But it's an echo chamber.
Yeah. Fuck you,
Yes, I
Robin.
mean, it's not like we have one of the most contrarian autistic gits in here all the time.
You know what? At least he'll bring up a good point on, naked proportions of what, so they'll just scream at you, oh, you're evil, but, oh, creationist cat is here.
You're a cock, you're a cock, you're a cock!
Speaking of cocks, hey, Vadim.
Cock.
PC would not stand for such insults, but I, however, I will. However,
hey, man, great video on.
Oh, dude, I've got to say,
Shadow-mate.
How are you doing, Sean?
Sorry, what? Huh?
Vadim, I got to say thank you for making that video on the standard of skepticism that's happening currently.
Yeah, and also a great video on Sargon. It's just what have you been raising a barn?
Well, I don't know. I there were so many things that I would have liked to have said. Well, CC has his own opinions that he injects into the videos, and then I have my own as well. And there was a lot more that I think went unsaid that I don't know. Maybe I'll kind of communicate down the line. But I'm glad you guys dug it. A lot of people sort of. I don't know. I guess it's inevitable when you make a video like that some people are gonna misconstrue it. But it's overall. I think that it had more people reacting well to it than I was expecting. I was expecting more haters than I got. Yeah. There's hate. There's haters. There always is. But it's not as pronounced as I kind of expected.
There was lizzreptile's response to you though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
was bizarre.
Ridiculous. I love how she ended with criticizing me for putting icy hot on my balls in Chipmunk Hangout about a year and a half ago, which I did do and does rank amongst the stupidest things I've ever done in my life. But I don't really regret it in spite of that. And it's just sort of like, if this is what you have to go to, if this is how you are ending your critique of me, then you really don't have much there.
Mm. Were you expecting the reception of that video to be similar of Thunderfoot's videos because of the way things are going?
Yeah, and I just I was expecting a lot of people. Just I don't know. I guess what it is. One thing that is good is that CC is actually it's good, and that CC has lost a lot of subscribers within the past year or so, and I guess you could really say year and a half since the whole AIU thing started, and there's been this kind of tremendous kind of cultural swing to the right, and a lot of people. I'm not actually pro. I mean, I'm not super anti SJW, but I'm not pro SJW either. So a lot of people who perceive me as being super pro SJW have kind of left, and then I started kind of talking a lot of shit about Trump. And I lost a lot of subscribers as a result of that. I also lost a lot of patrons, surprisingly. And it's fucking
talking shit about Trump.
What?
Talking shit about Trump. You lost subscribers and patrons. Yeah, but haven't they watched the Trump have a speech? Trump talks shit about Trump when he opens his fucking mouth and realize how stupid he is.
I agree 100%. And truth be told, I mean, I'm not saying that I lost a shocking number of patrons as a result of that, but I have lost a lot of subs. I mean, basically what's happened in the past several months is that I think I've been losing subs at around the same rate that I've been gaining them a little bit higher, a little bit more than I've been losing them. But another thing is that because of the fact that I kind of am more critical, not just in CC videos, but also very much on Twitter as myself, of a lot of channels, I've been getting way less support from other channels than I used to. And some of those are people who actively just, I guess, kind of don't like me anymore because of shit that I say. And then some of those are people, I have had a few that'll say man, I really love what you're doing, but it doesn't make me look awesome to kind of be, some things to that. And you know what? I fucking understand that. A lot of people they don't want to mix kind of their thoughts about a lot of things into their channels in the world because they really care about making money, and I care about making money. But
do you think it's because of people have picked a side and it's kind of they're sticking to their guns?
Well, I mean, nuance is hard to sell.
What's that?
The problem. I think nuance is hard to sell to people.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And on that note, all SJWs are wrong and all anti-SJWs are right. Thank you very much.
And you know what? Dude, at least you're making comedy. What I see Porters of Watson making is just him yelling into a camera. You actually put the effort to make...
is comedy. That is
Hello,
comedy.
I am Paul Joseph Watson, and I'm going to tell you the truth about the truth about the truth. Now, join me tonight. And he is having this horrible time because his skin has turned blue because of the chemicals in the air.
Wow. Made by, pumped out by Monsanto, that is owned by Starro, who is a fucking leftist, communist, bigoted, whatever fucking shit I hate now.
But what I was trying to make, the point I was trying to make, Vadim, is do you reckon people have picked sides and that's why they're more reluctant to support you?
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of it. I think that it's just easier to kind of see things through kind of a black and white lens, and it really, I mean, there's just a lot of, what's the term when people kind of just, there's a term for when people kind of set fire to, guys, I woke up from a nap 20 minutes ago. I'm still kind of in fog mode.
Cat nap.
But yes,
your cat's on.
You could say that. But okay, in lieu of the fact that I can't remember that fucking term, my point is that a lot of people just look through things through that kind of lens and have a really difficult time. I mean, it's sort of I'm not a fan of I don't consider myself a feminist. Yet at the same time, I don't look at feminism as a whole as absolute cancer, as AIDS. There are some genuinely good feminists out there, both on the left and the right. I'm sure that there are people out there who are dude, what the fuck are you saying right now? But yeah, I mean, and then conversely, I also think that there are some okay, cool, like men's rights people out there, and just I just don't see kind of like most people they take a look at kind of like the worst examples of what's out there, and then they do not want to concede that maybe there's any element of not just feminist but like, you know, I mean the same thing with like Republicans. A lot of people kind of
it's almost like people are saying you can't have that position.
Well, like people don't differentiate between feminism and internet feminism. They're two completely different fucking animals. Like,
sure,
they're like, yeah, internet feminism. So, like,
but the talking points are kind of similar though.
No, I think internet feminism.
No, they're talking about the same subject. That's about as far as it goes.
Yeah, they're a bit more extreme. The internet feminists. Like, my friends are feminists, and they're like, what is all this gender shit? Like, you know.
Actual feminists are talking about wanting the transparency of pay so they can prosecute people that are paying men more or less and paying parents more or less because they want a fairness in hours and a fairness for wage, but they accept the fact people that work full-time should earn more money. Internet feminists are screaming that women should be paid 40% more to make up for some statistic they pulled out of their arse based upon 200-year-old data, which is entirely fictional and fictitious.
That's it, basically. Thanks for explaining it.
I'm certainly not saying that there isn't like a whole lot of really lame feminists out there. I mean, there's like practically every group has lots of lame people that you can point to and kind of, you know, ridicule and whatnot. All I'm saying is that I'm not kind of like willing to completely throw out the baby with the bathwater. And you know, if you look at CC's videos, you'll definitely see some videos that center around kind of making fun of the most ridiculous feminist, you know, things out there. So it's not like I'm saying that one shouldn't do that and that they're not worthy of ridicule. All I'm saying is just like
you would say that you're in support of the moderates.
Yeah, I mean, there are several YouTubers who I think either are either describe themselves as feminists or who or who are very, like, you know, feminist friendly that I think are fantastic. I mean, fucking ContraPoints is excellent.
ContraPoints is great.
Yeah, he's amazing. Who else? I think a lot of people don't like him, but I like H-Bomber guy. I think he's fucking.
He's I mean, I don't agree with everything he says, but he's definitely amusing.
Yes, I mean,
Trump is amusing.
Granted, I haven't seen maybe like, you know, a very large sampling of his videos, but I've watched some of his like a few of his vids on Sargon, a few of his vids on Davis Arini, and the whole you know not the Gamergate, the documentary that they made on
the Sarkeesian effect, yeah.
That those videos are fucking hysterical. So I maybe he has some videos that would be a little more kind of I don't know, that I'd kind of disagree with, but all of those are like, yeah, you're being fucking hilarious and you're really kind of criticizing some truly hypocritical, stupid stuff there. So I think I like what I've seen. And another person who, like, I know a lot of people don't like him, but I think he makes really strong videos is Sean and Jen. I think that he kind of sometimes.
Yeah, there are fucking that misrepresents people.
I haven't seen much from Sean and Jen, but they're not. I have to agree that they are often given a little too much. I think they do need to be cut some slack, maybe, from the way they're treated.
I watched their video, I was enjoying their points until he said the word mansplaining, and I was just like...
Yeah, that was... No,
Sean and Jen was formed by Sean and Jen, because the first time I interacted with them, they were a fucking pedant trying to misinterpret everything I said to the least faithful way going. It's like, the entire argument I had with them was just going, chill the fuck out, this is a bit of a dumb question. That person's a racist, just laugh at them. Because someone was saying that Jews deserve to be shot, and I was just like, my response was literally the Twitter character limit of ha 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 ha. Next tweet was, well, if you want to shoot the Jews, can you give the Jew a gun first so it can be a fair fight? And I'm pretty sure more people are going to jump to defend the Jew. And then Sean and Jem just tweeted a quote of me saying, shoot the Jew. If you're going to shoot the Jew, give them a gun.
Right.
Leaving out the entirety of the context of that, and then had about a 400 tweet argument with me.
Yeah, I've had bad experiences with Sean and Jen. Like, so I don't really like.
They're fucking pedant.
And I've heard of people having like pretty bad experiences with the guy, but I can only judge by what I've kind of like.
Yeah,
seen.
no, that's fair enough. Yeah.
His videos really like. I mean, if you look, they're very well researched, and I've heard like I know Kraut kind of disputes the facts that he gives in one particular video, and I'd be very like. I'd love to see kind of like a counter to it and see like what you know like I'm always open to kind of reasoned evidence that that's something that I've seen be incorrect, but like he has one video called, which I think is fantastic, called Outrage News, and
that was a brilliant video.
Yeah, and I mean he inside it he takes several YouTubers to task, everyone from Black Pigeon Speaks to Sargon to who else, Teal Deer. There's several there, and just kind of shows them doing like either really shoddy research or really just either misinterpreting, or in some cases it seems like blatantly lying and misrepresenting the material that they're discussing. And what it does, and this is kind of fits into like the CC vid that I made recently. It kind of shows the whole horseshoe effect and how like very often the anti-SJW community can reflect like the same sort of like unreasonable outrage that kind of like petty outrage at like those that they're representing just as much as the SJWs will.
Well, like you look into the abyss look back into you kind of thing.
We're talking about extremists extreme.
When you look into the abyss look back into you. Like that kind of thing. You're against the same people for long enough, you're probably going to pick up a habit or two from them. I don't know. I'm not saying it's. Of course, it's fucking like stupid lying and doing the same thing. That the reason why we started up against these kind of people. But I'm just saying, like, that's probably something to do with it. But yeah, your video was good. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Who do you think's reflecting who here?
I think the anti-SJWs who were like kind of stuck to their principles more so in the past have now kind of let a few of their principles go and are more reason to lie. Like, will lie more just so they can win the war or whatever.
Oh god, that video by Dapperton.
Oh god, he gives
that Dapperton got someone else on a video to team up.
That was the worst.
To team up against a 10-year-old guy, 10-year-old little boy who thought he was a communist.
Yeah, like
they got someone
really,
else.
Dapperton, you really needed two people. Did you even have to make a video on it? You absolute autist! You screamed at me, statist, because I question anarchism.
Like, the worst one for doing that is Bearing, who did a video where they left the link for the channel of I think it was a 12, 13-year-old girl, not sure if she was 12 or 13, that thought that...
what video was that? Because I've heard that Clean and I...
what's the girl, the one that is the Sex Talk channel?
Oh.
Not Sex Nations, but the SJW one. Come on, someone's supposed to say something.
I don't watch Bearing.
Like, Lacey Green, I think. Yeah, it was like Lacey Green. One of the girls was a really big fan of Lacey Green, and just turned around and said, "This just pretty much made a video where she was parroting Lacey Green points and saying that it's all right because this woman that's amazing and true and never lied about anything is always right said this." And had like 5 or 6 subscribers, and then Bearing made a video and linked to her channel.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden she got 8,000 downvotes. I don't know if it's even on his channel anymore because of the copyright strike shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like my point was that, like, I think they started off as principle a lot. The people who've joined on, like Bearing, or they just kind of Mr. Dapperton. They don't really seem to have any principles, and it kind of comes back to Gamergate, I guess. Like your video, Robin, are you in it for the win, or are you in it for the war, sort of thing, like.
Well, it's just that there should be some sort of like unspoken guidelines that you don't attack someone who's clearly formulating their own personality until they're about like 18 or something.
Yeah.
And then even
Sturkle, you're really loud, mate.
Sorry.
I mean, really, it should be. I really think it should just be a case of like, don't be a dick.
Yeah, like the golden rule.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I think there should be like some semblance of common sense added into this stuff.
Sure.
Well, I suppose when you're burying your entire fucking channel space around calling people cunts like 24/7, you know.
I have to admit that CC is going to be talking about a. I'm not sure how old he is now. He's probably around 15 or 16. However, I think it's a little different for two reasons. The person is actually Alex Jones's son.
Wow.
Who has been featured on InfoWars a few times. And I kind of do think that there is a difference because it's really obvious that he's kind of been indoctrinated into...
at that point, what like, if you are going to criticize someone who's young, I think at that point you need to just like try not to be heavy-handed with it.
Yeah.
Because I've done like a video on someone who was about like 14, and I basically I was just like, this kid seems kind of indoctrinated, so I'm not going to be like a dick to him.
Yeah.
That was it really.
Sure.
As long as you don't like get overexcited with like screaming at them, you should be fine.
Well, yeah. First of all, I mean, CC kind of, he has his own point of view, so he's going to think that the kid's pretty awesome, like that's like, so there's that. But even like through all that, like I very hard to kind of discuss like because me being the slave and him being CC. And all. But I guess I can say that it's more, CC did a video which is one of my probably all-time top 3 favorite CC videos called I think it was something like the top 5 craziest child preachers, and that video kind of in my opinion kind of doesn't ridicule the kids so much as it ridicules the ideas that they're putting forth and the ridiculousness of like just a kid saying it, and when a kid says something that clearly they could not have articulated themselves, that somebody else has kind of like basically trained them to say, it's not so much about them, it's about like the wackos that filled their head with this bullshit, So that's really what I'm going to do. But I know that when it comes out that people will ridicule, or not ridicule, but just, make me look like a horrible person for having done it. However, I will say that they have released 2 videos in the past year. One which was something like titled like "Idiot Child Clinton Supporter Makes an Ass of Himself" or something like that, and the kid was like around 12 years old. And then there was another one that came out recently, which might even be the same kid that you guys were talking about.
It is. Yeah,
the 10-year-old communist. And
that's him.
Yeah, and they were horrible to that kid. So I certainly won't be any worse than that, or won't even come close to being like as much of a douchebag as they were about those kids.
So you're basically saying that it's context sensitive, and that you could, if you stress out the context a lot more than it.
Too loud, mate.
Sorry.
It's context sensitive. And like I said, it's a case of don't really be a dick. You can. I think it's worth it. It's still worth criticizing kids, but I don't think you should be trying to destroy them or anything like that.
That is why it's okay to make a response video to Spino.
I think there's a difference between criticizing children, like in the sense that the other
very
and
what? Can you repeat that?
I said I think there's a difference between what you are looking to do, which is like showing what happens when the parent has an ideology and the child is obviously influenced by that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. That's really, that's what attracts me to it. I just wouldn't. I would never want to make that video. It's just like, look at this stupid kid, fucking idiot. Yeah.
I would implore you to watch the Dapperton video on that 10-year-old.
Dapperton's just a huge faggot in general. Christ, his videos are unbearable.
It's really bad, and they even got a guest speaker on there as well. Still too loud, jeez. How about that? Is that better?
It's really distorted for some reason.
But yes, he even got a guest speaker on there as well. To actually join in the beration of like a 10-year-old. It's kind of disgraceful. Yes, the 10-year-old kid was espousing some fucking stupid bullshit, but he's 10 years old.
Yeah, I would.
You expect a 10-year-old to be intelligent?
Like usually when I hear kids saying stuff like that, they like so with such a lack of conviction that it's just really obvious that they were indoctrinated. I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was kind of like kind of told like certain talking points, but he still talks about it pretty like for his age at a pretty sophisticated level. Don't you think? I mean, I'm not saying that like what he was saying is true or anything, but I was like, kind of seems like a smart kid, that he's saying some stupid shit.
Yeah.
I've seen kid preachers like offer some pretty interesting scripted responses, like that actually fit the context of what people were bringing up to them.
Well, like when I was 10 and I first heard about communism, I thought it was a good idea because, like, you're 10, you're like, oh, everybody gets what they want. Yay, sounds great to me. So, like, it's just you're 10. Christ. At the end of the day.
It reminds me of that like that kid that was on a video that's going around that was quite viral, talking about how this kid is the new genius, talking about physics and how physics explains God. Have you seen that? It's like
is it new or is it like an old?
It's quite an old one now. But there was a kid it was a viral video of this kid who's super intelligent, and then he just comes up with all these like physics equations to try and prove God exists. And it was like, and then like on the tagline, it was like intelligentdesign.com.
When you have to have like a kid explain it, it's you probably don't have like so they're just putting that kid forward in lieu of the fact that if an adult did the same thing, it would seem blatantly idiotic. Kid can get away with it.
Yeah.
Ideas are only beyond report when a Cornish man can describe them and sound intelligent. If you've ever heard someone from Cornwall talk, you know it's never going to happen.
Birmingham's the same.
It's not quite that stupid.
But Vadim, what do you think about this sort of idea that I'm mulling over? I'm thinking that if you're anti something, you almost like reach the horseshoe effect.
Yeah, I think that there are some things that are just fine to be anti, like anti-Nazi or something. But
hey, Nazis are people too.
Speak for yourself, Vadim. Christ.
What next? You like Nazis being punched in public?
So somebody just has to kind of hold like a really reprehensible view that's just like obviously pretty shitty. Although I say obvious, but yet at the same time, yeah, like fucking white supremacists are getting more of a. You have people like that guy T who think that the appropriate way to react to racists is let's sit down, let's have a civil conversation of ideas. Which a lot of people, I don't know. I'm kind of like, hey. If somebody's just straight up racist, it's kind of okay to say, like, fuck off, like...
Yeah, but like, I mean, if
that sounds quite weird. I mean, come on, it's a black guy in America telling racist people to sit down and have a conversation. I mean, what the fuck? He should know better than any of us in this chat.
Yeah, I mean, I
can understand
have this kind of image in my head.
He's trying to be one of the good ones. I hate to use the term Uncle Tom.
Yeah.
But I mean,
but it's pretty appropriate.
I don't think that's fair. I mean, there's a difference between agreeing with them and just having a conversation with them.
I don't know. So what about in this case? They were talking about edgy Sphinx, and it's sort of like I don't know. From what I've seen, the dude just I don't know, man. I think that if you sit down and you kind of like have what is described as a civil conversation of ideas, you're kind of like setting up a platform where it seems like their ideas are more legitimate than they are.
I don't agree with that assessment at all. To be honest, I think if you just put it within the context of, look, this is a conversation about race and all that, it doesn't mean I agree with them or anything like that. I think people will just be like, oh, this could be interesting, just to hear, because it's good to know what people think rather than making them fucking have it in secret so you know what they believe. I want to know who the Nazis are.
Yeah, I want to know what they have to say, and I by no means like advocate for them, like, you know, not having their own freedom of speech and, you know, allowing to a certain degree, as long as they're like not kind of literally like, you know, employing hate speech and kind of advocating for violence against people. Then I'm fine with them fucking off to their own ends of the internet and people like seeing it, but kind of like sitting down. I mean, just the characterizing it as having a civil discussion of ideas. To me, that sounds like we're going to sit down, we're going to break bread together, we're going to be like, you know, like I'm going to treat you like kind of, you know, friendly, and you know, that kind of create like.
But the better half of that discussion does that because of then they show they're more civil than the next person.
Can somebody whoever has like the ratings going, that's really annoying.
Yeah,
it's Robin probably.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. But
but what I was saying is that you engage with this civility to show that you're the better half.
Sure, you know, I think that there are certain kind of forums where it's sort of okay, like, and even then, I don't think it should be that civil. Like for instance, there was a conversation between what's his face, Richard Spencer, and some like left wing black dude, I forget his name, on like a news channel, somewhat recently, and I thought that was good. But it was a contentious conversation, and I don't know. It's a little different than kind of the just again like the way that guy T puts it. He kind of really makes it sound like, hey, we're gonna have a friendly chat, Mr. Racist.
I think no. Here's the difference. I think someone like that news thing you were talking about it's actually trying to like honestly critically analyze.
Yes.
I mean, while I've seen someone like that guy T, or even people like Dave Rubin, they sort of the way they sort of often nod along to a lot of the things they say does help to make them seem legitimate. It's not the actual having the conversation. It's the way they actually. It's what they actually say and don't say in the conversation.
Sure.
Yeah. I think it's good to have the conversation no matter who it is, like just to have ideas out in the open, and like that way. I think if you're saying no, I'm not going to debate you, it's sort of like saying it kind of comes off as I'm not going to debate you, not because you're racist, but because I can't debate you.
Well, I here's another person that a lot of people aren't fond of, but I think is for the most part pretty cool. That Destiny guy, he's kind of explained. He is a really interesting guy, and he broke down why he won't have a conversation with actual racists, and he won't. You know what? I'm just. He kind of articulates it in such a perfect way that I'm not really going to be able to kind of get it. And he does. He's actually had a conversation with like a neo-Nazi from the Stormfront site and whatnot. But you know what? Forget I even said anything, because again, I'm not going to be able to articulate how he put it very well. But
I'll give it your best go.
With me, I just think that like. There's an aspect of normalization that occurs when you start doing that, and it's like I don't know. It's akin to kind
it depends on like what environment it's going to be in.
Yes,
and what audience you're talking to. I think this whole thing is context sensitive again.
I think this is extremely context
But like let's say if you're in a debate, you're supposed to trounce them with the better ideas, and that way they look stupid.
And that's the point. Like, let's say you look at somebody like Dave Rubin, right? He just doesn't debate at all. And I saw an interview with David Pakman. He interviewed Richard Spencer, and his questions were leading, trying to get to like his ideology and what was so messed up about it.
Right, and then there's David Pakman, who did an excellent job interviewing Richard Spencer and puts him on the kind of put him in a situation where he was asked to denounce Hitler and he refused to do so. And I think that it was an interview that kind of exposed his bullshit. It wasn't a softball interview like Rubin tends to do, but it's just. I don't know. I think that when discussing things, it's a kind of a little tantamount to what has happened with the whole climate change debate. When you have these people on news networks kind of saying really shallow things that have no scientific basis to fucking Bill Nye or pick a person of your choice who
let's have a GOP candidate and a climate scientist.
I think that's like a bit different because it's sort of like there's a more of a corporate sort of aspect to that narrative, sort of compared to like the Nazi or whatever thing. Like there's not a lot of corporate backing to racism compared to the climate change thing. So I think it's kind of like
I just think honestly that the alt-right they dress it up in like kind of a new language
terms, race realism and all that, and it sounds like that's like no, I get what you're saying.
It's just it's the same bullshit.
But Vadim, let me tell you something like a personal experience of mine. I was a race realist but it's because I was in an echo chamber of that, and it's all you hear. So you get to a point where you're like, that has to be true, and it's for the exact reason I wasn't hearing the other side. And if you don't debate them, that's exactly what happens. They get into echo chambers where they just discuss it among themselves.
That's true, but at the same time, but then there are also people who watch it who maybe are not that sympathetic to that side, and they start kind of getting won over. And one of the reasons why they start getting won over is because they start thinking like, well, I guess that there's some element of normality, is some element of truth to this, because here, these people who I like are entertaining this idea right now as if there might be something to it. And
I don't. I think a lot of the time I think it's more worrying if people start pretending that no one holds the ideas and that they're super fringe, and then they start getting popular.
I'm not saying that they.
Yeah, I think it's. Like I said, I think it's not the giving them a platform that I think is the bad idea in this situation. I think it's what kind of platform they're given and how they're interacted with on that platform.
Sure. Again, civil discussion of ideas. I maybe I'm an asshole, but I just don't think that these conversations should necessarily be. I'm not saying that they should be like, fuck you, suck my dick, you Nazi piece of shit. But actually, I kind of don't mind that. Just that's how much I dislike Nazis. But I don't know.
What a brave.
No, I get it. It's sort of something you kind of want to just dismiss out of hand because it's so fucking absurd and retarded that maybe it shouldn't be. It shouldn't really be treated as something serious and as having merit by anyone who really has a reputation for being reasonable.
Sure.
However, I don't really think that's what's going to happen on the internet. These just the kinds of fucktards who are doing this shit are not. They only have a reputation for being reasonable in their tiny echo chamber.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think you need to break that echo chamber.
I don't know if that's even true because just the whole concept of an ethno state is given when people I've heard so many people who they may not even be racist. I think some of them are people who just are kind of echoing what they've heard other people say, but they'll literally say like, "Oh, he's not racist. He's just interested in having a white ethno-state." You know, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, first of all, that's like some sort of unachievable nonsense. Like, that's never going to happen.
With that attitude, it isn't.
What? Well,
with that attitude, it isn't. Sorry.
Breaking an echo chamber is incredibly difficult, and this is something.
Yeah,
that's
but it's like
studied
by ignoring
in-
it and not debating it isn't going to.
Okay, just let me finish. Just by what they've been looking at in neuroscience, the second you politicize something, people take it as a personal identity marker, okay, and they will defend it to the death. And anytime you bring up evidence to them, there's this thing called a backfire effect that happens where they double down on their beliefs. So in certain cases where you're having a discussion about stuff that is not a quantifiable truth, yes, people will change their minds. But when you're dealing with something like climate change, right, you have the element that the Republicans have politicized, which is the fact that it doesn't exist. And that's where the complication lies, because people will sort of take that and ride with it. No matter how much evidence you bring to the table, they're not going to be respectful. Look at what happened in the House Science Committee. They had a hearing recently. You had Michael E. Mann, which was the only climate scientist there, with 3 other people who are non-believers that are basically have been debunked in their field. That's the kind of shit we have to deal with today. And nothing's going to get done until everybody's on the same page. They have an intellectual parity, say, yeah, climate change is real. What do we do about it? Do we imply a carbon tax? Do we give tax breaks to people who decide to go green? That sort of shit. That's actually a video I was planning on doing and haven't got around to it yet, but I will.
You know, some of what I've said maybe is just kind of frustration at the way that I perceive.
I think it. No, I get your frustration that a lot of these ideas are being entertained as like, it's basically as more reasonable and serious than like universal basic income or like carbon taxes and actual like regulations on climate change. And those are and then you have like an ethno-state put on the same level as these other ideas, as if it's like just another opinion or just another just another like
harmful opinion.
Yeah, and I understand that I think it's obviously more dumb than that, and I think it should be treated as such.
Well, the way I see it is that there hasn't been recently. There hasn't been like an interest in intellectual juggernauts smashing these stupid ideas.
Yes.
So there hasn't been like an open forum, sort of like when that big forum where it had Christopher Hitchens, Stephen Fry. And it had two other people like Anne Widdecombe and other people just asking, is Christianity good? There hasn't been like a...
The problem...
Intelligence squared.
There's the other problem with the fact that when you have effectively in this situation, when you have the white nationalists and like ethno-nationalism and something, is that they're the iconoclasts. We have to admit that they are not the establishment. The establishment view is not that an ethno-state is a good idea. So basically, this actually puts that position effectively on almost on a back foot. Not because it's easier to, not because it's so like it has the power at the moment. So the ethno-statists can say, well, like this is what's happening now, so we're going to blame everything bad that's happening now on the current situation.
Yeah, that's every
on whatever, on the Jews or on the blacks or whatever they want to blame it on.
Yeah.
And then they get to say, okay, we have this new idea, we have this different idea, and there's also the fact that you have this like when you have a sort of iconoclastic position. There's a few small number of people that are actually going to show up because they have to be convincing and they have to be entertaining and they have to be charismatic, because otherwise they're not going to get any notoriety with a crazy out there position.
So what you end up getting is you end up getting a like really charismatic and interesting and intelligent people on this sort of fringe group, and then they're up against just every old news presenter or something, and that news presenter isn't someone who's like learned how to debate like every single political ideology on the planet. They don't know. They probably don't know that much about politics in some cases. So when they're always having to, so basically what you get is the intellectual heavyweights are just filtered out by all of the fucking all of the normies that basically the white nationalists end up getting to argue with.
Like what I was trying to say is there's not another Christopher Hitchens around going, no, that's bullshit. This is bullshit. You know?
Yeah.
That's why I think you need to have that open debate. So people who are like, what is this? Can look up like alt-right debate or whatever. Because that's what I did for a lot of things. Like when I first hear about it, I look for like debates or whatever, just so I can hear both sides. And like, I think by not allowing that, you're just gonna. I think you give credence to that side by not debating it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that we've already given it credence by giving it too much of a platform and kind of treating it like it's novel. And honestly, like the alt-right, like I was saying before, they've kind of put on like kind of a fresher, sexier face, but the ideas are the same bullshit that like David Duke was espousing back in the
I see. I actually follow David Duke on Twitter just to see what he says. And honestly, he's basically like Richard Spencer.
A broken record.
He's like Richard Spencer, but he's just he just doesn't have the same like following.
Charisma. All right.
And maybe charisma as well. I don't know exactly, but he's got all of the same ideas as Spencer. It's just not all of the
It's not all the meme culture kind of highlighting ideas. Yeah, and I think that's what you need to debate to cut through that bullshit, to get to the ideas, rather than having it in a veneer of, oh, LOL, praise Keck, this is just a meme, kill all the Jews.
I mean, it's a bit of a sort of double-edged sword, isn't it? When you have the Richard Spencer versus Pepe the Cuckslayer, shall we say? Pepe the Cuckslayer is never going to be taken seriously in an official setting. However, at the same time, Pepe the Cuckslayer's just a meme bullshit is effectively unassailable. Because it's just a meme. So you have so it kind of puts you in a sort of position. Do I want to do we want to push the alt-right into a more serious, reasonable position where we hope that they lose the debate again, or do we push them into or do we keep them in this sort of state where they are right now, where they're not going to get political power because no one takes them fucking seriously?
Like, I think you need to remember at the alt-right is it's such a small percentage of it is in the real world. Like, the alt-right is predominantly on like Twitter and altright.com and Poll, and it's just not really. When you go in them like circles, it seems a lot bigger than it is, and a lot of times it's just it's just people being edgy.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But then you have people like Jontron, and I'm not saying that he is.
Then that's when you start to get the problem. Is and this is why I think the Richard Spencers are actually probably the less dangerous versions, because the Pepe the Cuckslayers can start to just like push around bullshit over like internet forums, and then you get idiots like Jontron who will hear it, and then they haven't heard any like decent counter arguments to it because people just dismiss them as a troll.
Yeah,
it's not just it. I mean, like Chris Reagan, who I think he's hilarious, and I think he can be really like sharp and smart in a variety of ways. I've also heard him, and I'm not just talking about like when he was defending Jontron. I'm talking like I've heard him say things independently when not discussing those things that are just pure fucking talking points from the alt-right, and I bet he doesn't even fucking realize it.
Okay, so like, one minute. If it's a good idea, it doesn't matter where it comes from.
No, it doesn't. But it's actually a lousy, dumb idea. Point.
No, he's just talking about the specific bad idea. Like,
right, sorry.
Good idea. In all honesty, good ideas don't tend to be like specific to a certain ideology. You can find them in more than one. You can find them in like 15 or 16 different belief systems and stuff. Yeah. But when it comes to like unique, like seriously bad and ineffective ideas, they tend to be more likely to be just sort of unique to one ideology. So
can I just bring it back to the JonTron thing? JonTron reminds me of just like almost every person who starts off in this anti-SJW stuff, they start off really radicalized to just, I can't really think of a better word, they go and poll, and then it just like, the more you kind of look into it, you kind of see the other point of view. So I think honestly JonTron just needs time. Honestly, that may seem a bit fucking a shitty argument, but honestly, like that's my take on it.
No, because I mean, back when this was actually like a thing, and this was actually like back when the anti-SJW thing started out, when people quote unquote radicalized, they were never this extreme. The anti-SJW stuff has gotten more extreme over time, and they are helping to normalize it too. It's bigger than just we've just got to let them just calm down a bit. It's more worrying than that, in my opinion.
Here's the thing about the good ideas, bad ideas thing. Good ideas work, bad ideas don't. And when you present better ideas, they trump the bad ideas.
Yeah, to smart people, but then there's all these idiots out there.
Okay, well, if we're going to cater everything to idiots, like, you're not going to get very far.
It's the internet, after all.
Yeah.
To the majority of people, as long as you have a convincing argument, they're going to latch onto it. Like, look what happened with...
and the thing is, it doesn't actually have to be a good argument. It just has to be convincing.
It just has to sound okay.
Yeah.
I think what happened with JonTron is he started getting inundated with this idea that his identity as a gamer was being threatened. So he started reading up on politics, and then he fell down the wrong rabbit hole after he got Mike and Ike, and then ended up somewhere in between white genocide and whatever else.
Well, I think what happened with JonTron is that, after being introduced to one of the bigger YouTubers, Sargon, for politics, he got egged on to become a shitlord.
Do we really have to use the term white genocide? I prefer brownish babies.
So he got egged on to be a shitlord, and he didn't know what he was doing, and he wasn't as researched because of he just told him, like, go on, have a go, do it.
And then. Also on top of that, I think that, he's a gamer. He was exposed to the whole Gamergate thing, which kind of, in my opinion, turned out as something good, and kind of gradually got worse and worse and worse in terms of like, the political ideology that was mostly driving it. And I think that he, at a certain point, I think he was kind of, this is way before the conversation he had with Destiny. There was something that he did. I think he called something retarded, and he had a whole bunch of idiot, I guess, SJWs, kind of haranguing him for that. So I think that was a formative moment for him, where he thought okay, these people suck. So so he kind of got turned on to this right-wing stuff. And again, once you start kind of once people start really identifying with the anti-SJW stuff, they start kind of seeing things like Trump and other things. They start identifying it with their personality, because they're so they think that, okay, well that's what is so opposed to this other bullshit I hate. Anyway,
it's not really that they're...
These bad guys hate this thing, so maybe there's something to it.
Yes, that's. I was about to say, like, maybe they mightn't be pro whatever Trump says, but the SJWs are anti it, so therefore I'm for it, kind of thing. Like,
Well, I'll just give you a bit of background.
That's the worst way of drawing an opinion about the world.
Yeah, I know it is.
I'll just give you a bit of background about myself, because I thought I fell into that trap quite heavily with.
So did I.
Watching like Sargon almost religiously, or watching all these anti-fem channels religiously, and then I just noticed that there was no criticism on Trump, because I know that Trump is not that clever from the outside in. Like it just didn't seem quite equal. Like they were willing to talk about issues like feminism and all of these things surrounding it, and showing like counter arguments to that, but they weren't willing to show counter arguments to other things.
Yeah,
and that's where my sort of quote unquote skepticism came in, and I just felt like this isn't correct.
A lot of my frustration came.
If the channel is dedicated to anti-feminism, then why would you expect it to talk about Trump?
Because if they always bring up Trump, dude. They always talk about Trump, saying Trump's such a a good position to have because of fuck the SJWs.
But like my
All right.
My main problem with the SJW shit, in my opinion, and just kind of my experience in this thing called the real world, is the lack of fucking like impact they really have. Like in my experience and what I've experienced, like it's just like it's so over fucking blown.
I agree. It's mostly
almost entirely harmless.
Yeah.
It's just slightly radical millennials wanting to make the world a little bit better place.
Yeah, like I was talking to my dad about this the other day, and he said, "Yeah, there's always been radicalized
Harmless
college.
opinions.
There's always been radicalized college youths. There's always been like it's just,
Isn't that kind of the point of college youth, is to be radicalized slightly?
Yeah, just like So what if you join anarcho-communist societies? Like
Get it out your way in your 20s. By the time you're 30, you're grown up and actually be looking at joining to society, supposed to destroying it.
Yeah, true. Well, like I mean, I was I was in Dublin today, and there was anarcho-communists on the street, and I was like, this is interesting, because I have never seen one of these in real life. So I just talked to them, and they didn't actually want to hit me. It was really weird. It's as if anarcho-communists can be civil enough as well. It's weird, like, I don't know, man. Fuck it.
It's because if you sit all day long and watch YouTube, you just get paranoid.
Yeah, you do. You just think, God damn, any day now, the commies are going to walk down my street. I better get my stockpile, because better dead than red. Am I right, guys? So,
Yeah, it's because people speak with agendas and narrative over fact most of the time.
I really don't get this big debate about the gender thing. It's just like, why is this such a big deal, my dudes?
Not gender, agenda. Like actually, like having an agenda of like,
right.
I want to get my point across. Fuck the facts.
Oh my god, are we going to talk about gender? Men and women are fundamentally interchangeable. Unless it comes to who's going to die, then you're better off killing the man, because women are in charge of repopulating, because they are the one with the fucking womb.
Equality!
Woo!
Yay!
And jobs like army, firefighters, and lumberjack, it's usually better to put a man in it because they have a bit more upper body strength. However, jobs that requires more talking to people, it's usually better to put a woman because they tend to have slightly better social skills. Oh, yeah, and the reason why there's more male doctors, scientists, and billionaires, and violent criminals, and homeless people is because men have a wider bell curve for intelligence and such.
Oh, I thought you meant on the penis.
Nah. My only experience to go by is myself and a couple of women, and I have to say women are definitely bigger than men.
It's a trap.
No, that one wasn't a trap. I'm just very small.
But yeah, Jamie, what do you think about the?
Cell is a trap.
Jamie, what do you think about the whole, giving space to these people, these kinds of people?
I think I've been staring at Pantone swatches for the past fucking hour. Giving voices to people who hold opinions such as neo-Nazis, SJWs, etc.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I thought that's what you're talking about. on the one hand, you kind of have to give some kind of voice to all opinions so that you can filter out which is good and which is bad. It's part of sort of rational debate and thought. If you allow people to talk in quiet corners too much, then you do get the whole what's the word? Sort of paranoid. Paranoid little groups in corners that they have no scope on reality because they're only in an echo chamber. That's what I was looking for. However, it's tough to how do you deal with those people. Somebody commented earlier about, I think it was David Packman sort of nodding along, or was it Dave Rubin? Sort of nodding along. Sort of nodding along to somebody, as if it was a legitimate position to hold. Well, if you don't let somebody voice their concerns with their own words, how do you counter them? You don't want to legitimize them, but at the same time, you can't say, you belong to this group, therefore you are a Nazi or you are a racist. That's exactly what happened with Brexit. Everybody that's voting for Brexit is a racist or a xenophobe. That's not the case. My position has always been, if you are, if you voted Leave or were going to vote Leave at the time, what's your reason for doing so? None of the arguments ever spoke to me at all. But I would hear people out for what their reasons were, rather than just going, you're a xenophobe or you're a racist, because that's dangerous, because then all you're doing is making them feel more entrenched in their position. As somebody was saying earlier about the scientific study saying the backfiring effect.
There's also the complication that the veracity of an idea is only going to be as strong as the opponent.
Yes.
Yeah. This is going back to what I was talking about. That you can have very charismatic people who are good at convincing people, but they aren't exactly. But they're on the wrong side, so they're wrong, but they're just better at making arguments than other people. And they're good at catching people out, and they can, whatever false things that they have ever said can be sort of hidden with a bit of charisma.
So you're saying the presentation is sometimes more important than the argument itself?
Yeah, look at
I'm saying that good presentation. That good presentation can hide bad ideas.
Like, Milo, I think is like a perfect example of that.
Depends on the audience.
Yeah, it does. It depends on what the audience. If the audience is there just hear what they want to hear, they're going to be like, yeah, wow, great. If you've got an alt-right person listening to the David Spencer or whoever, they're going to be like, that's a great point, Daddy. Wow, thank you.
And that is a good point, because if you bring up Milo, before, because I was entrenched in the whole anti-SJW thing, I was just enjoying him being entertaining. I wasn't actually picking apart what he was saying.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just sitting there laughing with him. I wasn't really until he started mentioning stuff about abortion and how gay people aren't born that way and stuff like that. I was just like, hold on a minute.
Yeah, there were a few occasions where me and you'd had a conversation at some point and you'd said something and I was like, hang on a minute, do you understand what you just said? And you had to think about it, and then it is that thing of I am a fan of this person because of X, but therefore I'm going to ignore the rest of their bullshit and their diatribe.
What is this born that way stuff?
Gays aren't naturally gay, it's stuff.
But I've looked at some of the studies and things and scientific things in relation to that, and they say that male hands are. I think it was there's a genome that shows you that male hands are the same for the same as lesbian women.
Oh yeah. It's something to do with it's something to do with your the ratio of your ring finger and your index finger. And it's something to do with
It's something to do with the ratio of those. That can help predict the amount of prenatal testosterone or something along the lines of that.
Yeah.
Which helps to predict the the possibility of you being gay.
Yeah. There's a genome that marks that out, as well as
one thing about the one thing I agreed with Milo was like the kind of the disenfranchised liberal thing. I think was quite true. Like when he brought that up, like I found myself kind of agreeing with him because I would have, a lot of things on that.
He will find points to hook you in. Milo
Yeah.
will find points to hook you in to make you think that, yeah, I kind of agree with that, and then you go down this sort of rabbit hole of going, I'm gonna ignore that and enjoy what he's saying, ha 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 ha, and you just go along with that until all of a sudden you're espousing his viewpoints.
All of a sudden, you've set up a no national state, and Spino's hanging from a cross for betraying the white race.
From a helicopter.
I would go down fighting.
So
Oh,
Spino
that's what
has
you
to be
think.
traced to the white race.
I do have to say, maybe somebody like Richard Spencer, I wouldn't completely. I don't know. I'd really have to think about it. I wouldn't necessarily fucking kick him out of potential for debate. But when what's his face?
Bed, then.
What?
I thought you were going to say bed. Then you wouldn't kick him out of bed.
Well, he, kitty. But
would reject you.
In all seriousness, fucking when that guy T was saying the shit that I was talking about before, the how to get this whole conversation, but he was talking about what's his face, Edgy Sphinx. Now maybe that guy is capable of genuine.
Edgy is not, and I know that from personal experience. Edgy lies about his positions and then tends to be a moderate, reasonable person in a live conversation. Only so that when he's basically he just he looked reasonable, and then like dog whistles later on.
Yeah, it all kind of depends on their potential ability for having debate, if they can reasonably debate. So, I think someone like Richard Spencer could, but someone like, I don't know, some alt-right edgelord from Pose, like, you're all Jews, LOL, keck.
That's the thing. I mean, it's like Edgy right now, his Twitter profile, like, it's like, I believe it's like some sort of incredibly Jewish-sounding name, like Shlomo.
Oh, it's Rail Dangwil. It's an actual...
Shlomo. Shlomo's a German YouTuber who's attacked by the alt-right. Shlomo.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not saying that.
Oh yeah, Shlomo was but he called himself that because they had a conspiracy he was Jewish. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's the picture that he used.
Guys, if we're going to talk about people being terrible, can we bring up Kraut and T last week in the open house?
I kind of want to wait before I talk about Kraut because
maybe just
I want to because he's sort of in a situation right now where he could go either way on some things, and I don't want to push him in the wrong direction.
I think what's pushing him in the wrong direction is the accusatory remarks. Like, it's going to make him cozy up to other people that are kind of in question, personally. I think like people like Naked Ape and Edgy are people that I wouldn't want to necessarily associate with. And the more people accuse him of doing certain things, the more he's going to go into that direction, I reckon.
Naked Ape isn't half as bad as
What I was bringing up was the fact he shouted at people that are beforehand he called his internet friends.
Yeah. I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, but basically, he's still Kraut is still considering his video on the SJWs, and basically, I want to wait until he does something scripted and well thought out before I start going after him, because as much as or like talking about him, because as much as I normally don't do this with people, with Kraut Maybe I still have some respect left for him, where I'll give him that courtesy.
You see that, Kraut? The filthy Spino SJW cuck still likes you, kinda.
kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kraut. I think he really doesn't like me at this point. He's, kind of. I don't know. I don't know exactly where he stands on me, but hopefully he and I can kind of kind of get along better. I mean, I don't know. We'll see kind of how things go. But yeah, just to finish what I was saying about Edgy, he has this insanely Jewish profile name and a picture of just a caricature of you, and it's like the equivalent of if somebody who really hates black people had a profile that was an African dude with meat through his nose, and it's would that guy T really want to have a civil discussion?
Guy would.
What?
He would have a discussion with someone who hates black people. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I kind of.
He would probably talk to the leader of the KKK.
Yeah, I kind of imagine if there was a cross burning on his front lawn, he'd be like, "Hey guys, come in. We're watching X-Files." I don't know.
No, so you sort of be like, have you paid for that property? Have you paid for that space to do that cross?
Maybe he'd completely cock them and make them his
I mean,
slaves.
with T, his issue to the ethno state is not the ethno bit; it's the state bit.
Yeah, that is fucking true, isn't it?
But he has zero issue with racism. He doesn't give a fuck about it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
it's not a case of. It might be the case that he might be under the guise of we'll just exchange these ideas and may the better ideas win, and that's kind of where these guys are coming from. I understand that completely. It's just that how much credence you want to give to someone who's dog whistling and trying to dog whistle.
And I think
sorry, can I just ask? Can someone give me a proper definition of dog whistling?
Basically,
discreetly talking about shit.
Political code words. That it's sort of like they will make a reference to one policy or one political talking point that has a sort of guise of plausible deniability, but then to a certain group it means something else. So one example is the idea of mass immigration and these immigration. This immigration is going to have long-term cultural implications and demographic implications, and that's a common sort of white genocide dog whistle.
Okay, it's kind of more innocent. It's sort of ideology laced, diet ideology kind of.
It's sort of giving people a sort of the reason it's called a dog whistle is because only dogs can hear it, right?
Yeah.
I guess what it's kind of like giving code words for people to pick up on that they would respond in kind.
So it's kind of more dangerous than that though, because kind of not only does it's
more
people
dangerous
understand,
and it's much less ethical. Is the point? And someone who has admitted to doing that, I don't think should be treated as a serious I don't think they should be treated like they have a place in the marketplace of ideas, because clearly they are not working with ideas. They're working with an agenda and only using ideas as shields.
Yeah. What, are you some kind of SJW cuck?
But no, so
I'm not advocating censorship. I'm just suggesting they shouldn't be taken seriously or treated as reasonable people.
Sorry, Spino, it's kind of
You're
more
censoring them
dangerous
on a
than just
personal level of opinion.
It's more dangerous than just kind of only certain people understand it, because it's not only does it do that, but it allows people to sort of enter into that ideology and kind of because it's not as vicious.
Yeah. It helps to sort of it makes you ask questions.
Yeah.
Without
knowing what the question means.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder to argue against points that are basically dog whistles, because then, okay, how do you basically explain? No, there's no white genocide.
if you're capable of identifying that what someone is saying there is a white genocide, or there was another argument. It's states' rights. It's another common dog whistle, and it's a dog whistle to like a pro-discrimination.
Yeah.
So okay, so like someone brings in anti-discrimination laws, and they start saying, well, no, but what about states' rights?
And
that's
not the entire slavery thing. That was like a huge part of slavery. It's like, what about states' rights? It
was states' rights to have slaves. That was what they were talking about. But they talked about it with like the idea, well, what about like the power that the state will have, like the federal government will have over us, and all of that shit.
Guys, I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
See you around.
Thanks for coming, mate.
Yeah. Next time I can stick around a little bit longer, but have a good one, guys.
You too.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah. So, I mean, dog whistling is basically it's a shitty tactic.
Yeah.
Because it just makes the debate harder to have. It makes the discussion harder to have because you aren't actually having a discussion. You are you're just trying to like to slip ideas by people without them being critically analyzed.
To paraphrase, like, let's say I have the extremist view that the white race, the white race is going to be sort of threatened by certain people.
Hey, that's not an extreme view. That's the Daily Mail's view.
I try to reel people in with like a sort of lesser idea, a lesser extreme of my beliefs in order to try to hook.
Are we still talking about Daily Mail?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. You say, you try and make it more reasonable and more moderate sounding to try and hook people in, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for explaining it. Because I kind of had like a general sort of idea what it was, but it was that kind of thing where it wasn't fully clear in my mind.
Yeah, I might actually have to re-upload my video on Edgy Sphinx on my channel because Kraut made it private on his channel. And I did actually sort of explain dog whistling in that, and I gave an example. I gave a couple of examples as well. But yeah,
I got it as like a dog whistle is when you say a certain group of certain words to hint at gathering of a group.
Robot,
beep bop boop starecore.
Yeah. So hit F5 quickly. So this may sound weird, but I'm actually quite fond of the whole dog whistling thing and how it's become so prevalent because that means that the racists can no longer out and out say the racist shit. They've now resorted to having to dog whistle it.
Yeah, at least it means it kind of like they know that their ideas are shite.
So what I was trying to say was that I thought of a dog whistle is when you say certain words to hint at gathering of a group of certain people. So you say, like, for example, like I heard, I know Naked Ape does it sort of like it's like a
I have to go, guys. I'll catch you later.
I know Naked Ape does it in such a way, sort of like he's Schrodinger's Nazi at this point.
that does that. Yeah, it's also that. It's like because you're not out and out saying, oh yeah, I believe in the white genocide stuff. It's you get a bit of plausible deniability.
I'm not really sure about Naked Ape, so I don't really know his positions a lot.
But I heard him on like the last hangout on this one, and he started talking about people's like vocations and mentioned he's a Jew for no reason.
No, yeah, but like I think that's like the complete opposite of a dog whistle, like saying "fuck the Jews" or whatever. That's like
No. He didn't say it like "fuck him, he's Jewish." It's just.
It's just the fact that he mentioned it, and it's kind of irrelevant.
He just sort of extraneously mentioned that someone was Jewish.
I know, like Edgy Sphinx, Naked Ape, Freudian Slip, always came out as kind of just like a edgelord to me. Never really. I know I listened to him, and
that's what I thought about Edgy too. And this is the problem with dog whistling is because it makes you a Schrodinger's extremist, should we say? It's difficult to really tell if you're just joking or you're just being edgy or you're
you're just an idiotic moderate who doesn't realize that you're unintentionally giving credence to more extreme positions.
Or more likely, you don't care.
Like, I don't know. I don't really. I think it's an accusation that shouldn't just be thrown around. Like,
no, it's not something that that I would suggest throwing around, and and a lot of people will say I've been throwing it around a lot. I have not.
So that's why I don't really want to jump to just calling Naked Ape a Nazi or dog whistling or anything like that, because I listen to
dog whistling isn't just like
I know,
it's not just about like I secretly believe this and I'm just telling you guys. It can also be done just for jokes and just to be edgy, and it can be done to like and from what I have heard, it's that Ape knows he has a bit of that audience.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to lose it and doesn't want to piss him off. So he just continues to dog whistle to keep him in.
Yeah,
I think it's just kind of like a
nice disposable income that they give away.
Yeah, like honestly, I think he's just like exploiting idiots, which I'm all for at the end of the day. But like, you know.
Yeah, but there's like I have to bring up the alt-right. They put a lot of money into Patreon compared to other demographics.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, very new extremist groups do have that sort of option.
From what I've seen from Naked Ape is that he's admittedly saying that he does dog whistle for the lols. He says that. He's actually said that many times.
Yeah, but like, is that really a dog whistle then? Like, if he's saying this is why I'm doing the dog whistle out in the open, that kind of like.
But Naked Ape Naked Ape is gradually reaching the point where he's just becoming a nihilist about human behavior.
Yeah, he's
slowly stopped caring. He's slowly stopping caring. If that
I'm watching the Western Front podcast by him.
Congratulations, he's almost English. Look at Brexit.
I didn't really see anything that was like really worrying, or like I didn't even see anything that was like hinting towards. Yeah, I know. I honestly, I don't think he's when he dog whistles. I think it is just for kicks, like, and I don't think it is anything malicious. But you know, that could just me being naive. And,
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't have an issue until something's actually really badly being done.
Naked Ape has other ways of criticizing him, more legitimate ways of criticizing him without accusing him of dog whistling.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a phrase he throws around that I really despise: unearned sense of moral superiority. As if he believes there's an earned sense of moral superiority that a person could have.
Actually, one of my favorite things.
I actually think it's entirely possible to have. I think it's entirely possible to be to feel morally superior to someone. If you're gonna like chastise someone who just like killed 3 people, you do have an earned sense of moral superiority because you didn't just kill 3 people.
I think it's the problem. I think it's the word "earned" that triggers me.
Maybe you're just one of my favorite.
In that case, it would be inherited anyway.
One of the things I really dislike about him is that he says that it feels good to vote for Trump, but then all liberals just want to feel good by giving people free money. Yeah, what the hell have you done when it comes to voting for Trump? It feels good.
Feels good, man. Maybe it's just me, man.
I think it's a sense of. I think it's a little piece of self-awareness. I don't think you can throw that back at him.
Yeah.
Well, Sinclair, if he was talking about a skill, he might have a point, but he's not. So it's kind of difficult to.
Did Robin just say a few minutes ago? Inherited sense of moral superiority.
Yeah.
So you're all right now, Robin?
Sure, why not? I'll give it a go.
I'll give it a go.
I mean, I've seen what you look like. You could rock it. You rock the look.
I could do that, could I?
I know you're not white enough, and you spend too much time outdoor. So yeah, I'm not fat enough as well.
It was only one day.
Is this why the alt-right is just full of a bunch of shut-ins, because they'll like tan their skin if they go out too much?
Well, they spend all their time. They spend all their human activity on the internet.
Spino, they just want to be as white as me.
They spent all their
Otherwise, they can't get that Japanese
developing
girlfriend.
pathological illnesses because of it.
My waifu's real, Robin. Fuck you.
Hey,
That's
Japanese
because
girlfriends are
they-
brilliant. I mean, they don't speak English, they can't accuse you of rape.
Did nobody hear what I just said?
No, they can, but nobody cares. Oh god,
It's because it's not socially acceptable to bring your body pillow in public.
doesn't matter. Yet. We're
All I'm going to say is the saga of Tanya the Evil is surprisingly good.
Sure, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, sure, why not?
That's dog whistling, apparently.
Is it? Cool.
I don't know.
There's also like mentions of certain books as well.
14.
If people aren't aware,
radicals.
Milk.
Like the Turner Diaries, like anyone mentioning the Turner Diaries in a positive light, without stressing that this book like has these terrible ideas, that's like a because
My
a lot
question-
of people, okay, so if people aren't aware of what the Turner Diaries is, it's actually it's a book written by the former leader of the American Nazi Party. And in which they describe and explain how they go from this dystopian future where America has banned guns and like teams of black people like kill come around and steal your guns to basically their ethno state, and they go from they go from like just normal just a normal normal like murdering and robbing black people to like terrorist attacks that kill hundreds of people to genocide. It's a kind of extreme book. I'll give you that.
Thanks for spoiling the ending.
Oh no! That's not the ending. That's not the ending. That's
me,
only
it's-
that's only like only part of the way through the book.
Yeah, it's like he's spoiled the fact we've always been at war with Eurasia.
To me, it's like it's.
And that all sets of
you
twins
go
are
in knowing-
72.
If you go in the book knowing it talks about this stuff and that's the aim, and you just treat it as a straight work of fiction, then you might take enjoyment out of it.
If you read it like a straight work of fiction, then it won't. Then it's pointless to read because.
What are we talking about?
Oh, the Turner Diaries. If you read it like if you read that like a book of fiction, there's literally no point in reading it because it's a shit book.
Yeah, it's like Orwell.
The only point to read it is to educate yourself on the other position. Like, if someone actually reads that book because they're getting their source of like moral inspiration from it, then you kind of need to read it.
And it has inspired terrorists before.
It's a little bit like Orwell in that regard.
Yeah, it's like the white nationalist version of Orwell. And it's kind of pointless to read if you're not if you don't have any.
Wait a minute. If the Turner Diaries are for white nationalists, if it's the white nationalist version of Orwell, who is Orwell written for?
Everyone else.
Anti-authoritarians.
I think it's everyone. First of all, it's just 1984.
Well, no, not everybody's anti-authoritarian.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's
Again, I mean, like even Winston. By the end of the book, he loved Big Brother.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
The struggle is over.
It's not a story about a dystopian future. It's a story about coming to love your government and replacing nationality. After all, haven't you guys ever heard of Death of the Author, that phenomenon known in English?
Well,
where you have to interpret something based upon the source of the material, and times do change, so the opinion you form will most definitely change. So everyone recommending 1984 is not trying to destroy the government. They're instead saying that we should love the government.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
My opinion of Lord of the Rings is different every year.
Is it that it's overrated, and then the next year you go, oh yeah, it is a little more overrated than it was last year?
I can't understand what you're saying.
Okay, say it in English, not Irish.
Yeah.
that Lord of the Rings is a bit overrated. But that when he says
overrated. Okay.
Yes.
Speak the Queen's English, damn it!
Yeah, I'll also
that moment.
Well, you know, he's an Irishman, so he speaks a bit funny.
That face when the American speaks better English than you.
But
It's okay, they're Irish.
the good thing about 1980, the ending is like he does say it was all alright. The struggle was over. He had won the battle against himself. Winston loved Big Brother. There's a lot of positive messages there, guys.
Yeah, just like Brave New World. People
Yeah.
like saying it's a dystopian future. It is the most efficient society to date in any science fiction.
Cyril-
I mean, they've
Cyril
got
and
rid
I-
of the whole raising a child, one child at a time. They now raise 72 of that one child.
Wow,
Cyril and
that
I
is-
don't. Cyril and I don't need Big Brother. We have Daddy.
Oh,
St.
God.
Clair.
For fuck's sake, it's Fluffy, not Searle.
You're welcome, kids.
St. Clair,
Yeah,
I didn't know you ran like an electric soul violin channel.
What? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm very confused right now. But okay.
So
Very
I'm just looking up your channel if you have one, and then there's this channel that's come up saying that you play a
Oh
violin.
yeah, there's a person called St. Clair who does like violin music.
Oh, cool. Cool.
That's
So
not me.
so this morning I downloaded the Anarchist's Cookbook, and now I've just downloaded the Turner Legacy. So
making a carbon blob English.
You're gonna get radicalized pretty quickly, aren't you?
I
I'm
think
on a watch list
somebody's
now.
list there.
He's Irish. He's already been radicalized.
I mean, I ended up reading the Turner Diaries for research purposes because.
Yeah, black people.
No.
You hate the gays?
And the gays, the Jews, because you just know what those sneaky Jews are up to.
Look, hate the gays. I mean, he's a transvestite.
Hey, do not insult me. I am a reptilian. The Jews are our fall guys.
True.
But I was basically reading.
So, Spino,
I read
is it
it,
true that Hillary's a member of your race?
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
I've been given a a friend had said like this is probably like worth something to read, and then he told me that basically the Turner Diaries have been connected to pretty much all white nationalist terrorists.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's
so
adorable.
I thought maybe it's worth looking into. Just for that sake. That it had it had been found in like the
You wish to terminate terrorism?
the homes of pretty much all of like the a significant number of white nationalist extremists who had gone and shot black people, and
false
including
correlation.
even the Oklahoma City bombing.
Spino. Correlation doesn't equal causation, God. It's just a coinkydink.
Yeah,
Such
well
an
then,
idiot.
if I talk to the author William Luther Pierce, had difficulty condemning the Oklahoma City bombing.
Well, I mean, so
That's
do
just
I.
more correlation. I mean,
Yeah.
there's more correlation and causation between the Quran causing terrorism
Like, how's it
and
read?
that diary causing terrorism. Gee.
Yeah. I bet they drank water as well. Does water cause terrorism now, Spino? God.
Yeah, and what is it? Within 113 years of your first breath air, you die?
Get on.
So I ended up
For most people.
and then I ended up because the other reason I read it was because this friend also sent me a paper basically explaining why it's such an effective radicalization tool. And it's quite an interesting paper, which is why I am going to do a video on this at some point. I'm just not sure if I should do it now because it would be kind of I don't know. I think it'd be disrespectful to do it like right after an Islamist terrorist attack had just happened in Sweden.
Allahu Akbar, my dude.
The last thing you need right now is to lose more subs.
Hey, and to be
Oh my
totally
god,
honest,
Spino, a terrorist attack in the world. Yeah, they happen on a daily basis.
St. Clair, it's not about subs. It's about.
I know it isn't. I'm just mocking you.
It's fine. I actually know someone who was in that.
In what?
Was it the killer?
In the Swedish attack.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they like it was a situation because it was like my old guitar teacher's family. He was on tour, so he couldn't do anything. He was in Denmark, and they were in the actual arena of where it's happening, and they had to get a policeman to tell them to run, and they had to hide inside a place whilst there was fire. They had to they actually had to find like cover because the guy was shooting everywhere as well, and that hasn't been reported on. Funnily enough,
He was shooting everywhere. That hasn't been mentioned even anywhere. What?
Yeah,
I heard something about the shooting, but
yeah, because of like there was shooting and they had to take cover, and that hasn't been reported on. Funnily enough.
But wait a second. But who was shooting? Were the police shooting and they took cover, or was?
I don't know. I wasn't given that much detail because I'm just going on Facebook posts that
a false flag.
It is a false flag anyway.
Look, it was a false flag attack because the Swedish white nationalists known as the anti-black, anti-Muslim Viking Party went and shot a refugee camp. I mean, they can't even go to their own fucking tradition and use a battle axe.
So Viking Party sounds awesome.
You use Danax to kill refugees.
Why would they use a Danax? They're Swedish, not Danish.
Oh, it's not just for Danes. It's used by.
Don't challenge Cyril's gay autism. It's pointless.
It's fluffy,
not so.
Yeah, sure.
Listen for the tone.
It's slightly more flamboyant.
Apparently, in the chat, Spino has great lips, man.
Do any of you know who Tom Bloke is? Out of curiosity.
Oh, yes, I do.
No, but I don't even know who. Do you know who he like is in real? Like,
no, thank God.
I don't know him very well. I have.
Oh, Spino, your best friend. Don't lie. You're an SJW Jew.
You're gonna get fucking. You're gonna stab him in the back too.
You're gonna Caesar him.
Two-way Brutus.
Spino.
A2 Spino. This is.
Why is that not? Oh my god!
Next video, so you know you can take a joke.
Why is that one? Why did I not see that meme anywhere?
A2 Spino. Fuck.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Yes. So you could be like Sargon could be Caesar, and you could be one with the dagger inside his back. It would be quite funny.
And then fucking Caesar saying, "We were brothers, man."
We was kings.
We was kings.
Which is actually fitting because what's Caesar's most famous quote? It's a woman's march.
Women's march, Bernie.
It's a women's march, Bernie. I just remember that.
We was Celtic kings, my dude. Buck, we were Celtic kings. Never forget.
We was chiefs.
We was chieftains. We was kings.
You know Morgan Freeman? He's Roman.
We was life expectancy of 35.
Oh, a little bit of history.
Those were good times.
That average life expectancy is 35, but that's just because so many people died when they were young. It brought the number down. If you actually lived to be over 20, it would be a lot higher than that.
Yeah,
you're a Spurg, you know that?
Really?
I'm not as much a Spurg as Efren.
Yeah, well, that's biological warfare.
Actually, I wonder what the ratio of autism is in this particular chat. That seems to be a common thing, actually.
90 to 1.
I don't have autism, just letting everybody know, so fuck you.
Well, I do.
50%?
No, I have no autism. Fuck you guys.
I don't know.
I'm asserting it's 50% because me and Efren are autistic enough to make up for the rest of you.
That's good.
I mean, I have Asperger's syndrome. Legitimately.
Wait.
And I'm pretty sure there are multiple other people in here who do.
Yeah.
How do you feel about?
I'm the Spurg whisperer.
How do you feel about people using that as an insult, knowing that you're?
I don't mind. I call people faggot all the time, and I'm also homosexual. I don't mind that either.
Shut up, faggot. Sorry.
Robin, that should be your tagline. The Spurg whisperer.
The Spurg.
It's his unofficial tagline.
Yeah, most people.
I mean, for people who are left libertarian, Asperger's syndrome seems to be rather common.
That's oh my god! Yeah, this is.
Oh no, you can't be anarcho-fascism, my dudes. Get woke. How red-pilled are you on anarcho-fascism?
So, do any of you remember the lovely video that Sargon made with everyone that didn't agree with him autistic?
Forward translation.
Never mind.
Yeah, sorry, St. Clair, you were interrupted by Spurgy gay fag.
I am a Spurgy gay fag.
Yeah, but there's another Spurgy gay fag.
You're interrupted by a loud one.
Loud one.
Come for me, kitten.
God.
Ew, gross, no.
Come for me, kitten.
On stream.
Yeah, be a calm girl.
You're not gonna. Is there gonna be some YouTube tips?
I did a stream yesterday where I literally fucking 10 people just sat and watched me shave on cam.
Christ. That's nearly worse than the open house. Nearly worse.
Is it becoming the Truman Show? What the fuck?
We got channels on Twitch that show people eating.
Hey, it's better than me streaming my life, mostly because it doesn't feature any very young boys having lots and lots of sex.
Very young.
That's good for the open house, you for me, so I'm the very young boy here.
Young.
Don't use it too much.
Well, let's have sex on camera.
Catchphrase now.
Very young.
Michael Forward, who's he?
I love how Robin didn't say anything for like half an hour until we mentioned very young boys.
It's what gets him going.
I know. It's like his mind is attached to the idea.
You might want to see a therapist about that.
Maybe he's just dog
Or Milo.
the pedophiles.
Young boys.
He likes some Celine Bradley porn.
Yep. So Milo, so Robin, very important question: are you going to see Milo or a therapist about that? Because do you want to engage in the hobby, or do you want to get help?
Why not both? Why not both?
Milo the therapist.
Milo the therapist. My question is, why
He's
not
not likely
both?
to be a terrorist.
No,
Why not Zoidberg?
I'm gonna help Milo get back on the back in the saddle.
Your saddle
Yeah.
or the figure saddle? Oh, okay.
I wish I had a swing.
Sexing or like
A sex swing filled with very young boys, or a safety swing.
Very.
So that way the retards can't get out.
Boys.
or the victims can't get out.
I mean, this.
What else do you use retards for?
Oh
Very.
no. Very.
Young.
Who's the youngest person in here, by the way?
Probably me.
Probably Spino.
I'm
18.
I'm 14.
Oh. No, you're not.
Spina, how old are
14
you?
years of age.
I'm 19.
I'm 18. I win, motherfuckers.
He has
I'm
bad
21.
parents as
I
well.
just said I'm 14. Relative to what?
Yeah,
Relative
you're
to
not
what?
14.
Relative
Not
to
with
what?
that
Relative
beard, you're not.
Look at me. Look at me right now. Fresh is not the face of a fresh face
I
of a
know,
14
it's not that I'm.
That's not the face of a very
You're a
young
fucking
boy.
Irishman. You're not human, so we don't have to age you.
14.
Spino.
That's what a very young boy looks like in Ireland.
Very.
Spino, it's
It's
not
just the
that I'm
weather.
older than you, it's just
Young.
that I've lived longer and have more experience than you, okay?
Boys.
It's not that
Look,
old.
a very young
It's a
boy in
bit
Ireland
longer.
is a literal potato.
Very.
My assumption is that
Yeah.
Carl works off the assumption that if you're older, that makes you also stronger and smarter. So because I'm the oldest, because I'm the oldest person here, that means I could beat everyone who's in a fight.
Hey, you ordered the Robin.
I think I'm gonna head off now.
Bye, Starcore.
Okay, see you.
Robot.
Take it easy.
Bye bye, robot.
Bye bye, robot.
Bye bye, beep bop boop.
Beep bop, beep 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 beep. Shwabbity wap boop.
I'm sorry. Robin,
So,
Robin had me
We
go.
can finally get a subject yet.
Very.
Young boys.
Very young boys.
Or just talk of very young boys getting pretty, how do we say cisphobic? We need to start molesting some little girls in here as well.
Oh, no, that would be sexist then.
Okay, this is.
No.
This is getting fun.
Fun fact: I am quite happy to joke about molesting young boys. I'm not going to joke about molesting young girls.
Yeah, there's like a line
there's
that's
a
being
stand-up,
crossed
man.
there.
I mean,
Yeah, there's a
I
stand-up.
couldn't have an alt-right attitude about that.
An alt-right attitude about that.
The MRS are going nuts.
Lollies suck.
I have an alt-right attitude toward Jews.
Oh, yeah. What else am I going to do with a lolly other than it suck me?
Fuck me?
I dislike. I actually dislike most women. So whatever.
Oh, you edgy bastard.
So do most women.
To be fair.
Are you sure you're not a lesbian?
Yes.
You sure?
Oh, that's a weird one. Lesbians. I mean, what are they? A woman that likes women?
I'm sex positive. Yes.
Steve,
I'm a male. A male is sex positive. The positive sex.
I think it's called HIV these days.
Yeah.
What is he, black?
You're going to get thousands of tweets.
Thousands of tweets. Tens of thousands.
Hopefully. I might actually get more than 40 views on a video.
What are we talking about now?
Well, I kind of came on and derailed this conversation about 5 hours ago.
Subjective can't get enough views.
Yeah,
because-
actually no, my Brexit video got 400 views, bitch. So yay,
400
go on.
views.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
My highest viewed video is something that I cut out of one of Spino's videos.
Oh,
There's
wow.
just him talking for 7 seconds.
You piggybacking piece of shit. And my comments are just filled with like, wait till you Irish, wait till this is gonna happen, blah. I was like, okay man, whatever you say. Wait till you invade. I love the Irish people who are pro-Brexit. It's like, woo lad, you are woke, fuck man.
do you want to know here? A fun fact: there was like ex-IRA members, like proper Republicans, who were telling people to vote in favour of Brexit because it says it would destabilise the British. Yeah, because it would destabilise the British government and destabilise, control.
What? I didn't hear that actually. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Good on you.
That was there, and sure, Jesus, they've done more damage to the British economy. So the unions have done more damage to the British economy than fucking IRA.
Let's do this because it'll fuck us.
The video.
Well, it is English politics.
The video that I have most views in, by the way, everyone, is 6,000.
Oh, wowzers!
My highest views are like what, 900 something?
Hello.
I'll just sit here with that. Like I think my highest is like 37,000 views.
Only 37 people watch your video. Pathetic, Spino. Not good.
Alright, show off.
What video was that, Spino?
That was Milo versus Facts.
Oh right.
Oh yeah, that's actually the first video of yours I watched. I'm actually totally.
Oh my god, can you get more clickbaity of the title?
I'm proud to say I've never watched this Spino video.
Notice me, senpai.
Buck, why do you sound?
It was supposed to be clickbaity, and it worked.
Exactly.
What exactly is wrong with clickbait?
Wait, what's the
wrong?
I bet you feel so good having that much more pocket money to do your A-levels with.
My question is, what is the difference between like clickbait and a provocative tile?
Yeah, nothing.
There is.
Well, everybody.
I believe it's the contents of the article, but going on the title, no fucking difference.
Everybody clickbaits. There was a YouTuber called Quaman's Land who talked about this a couple of years ago, and he pretty much knocked it out of the park. Although, he basically just makes Dragon Ball Z videos, but he talked about this, and I think that he's the most accurate on it.
I think provocative would just definitely, or just basically define what's inside in sort of an interesting fashion. And clickbaity is more an exaggeration of the content.
Yeah, it's inaccurate. Like you might be saying.
Okay. Well, mine wasn't inaccurate then.
Yeah, then it's grand. Yeah, no bother. No harm, no foul, my dude.
But putting literally any article with a title of "You'll never believe what this author has to say about this subject" would be an accurate title then, and clickbait.
Left-leaning otter doesn't like Trump.
There's nothing there's nothing in the term clickbait that suggests bad. It just means that it's
baiting clicks.
Yeah. I don't
Really?
know.
Really? Does it actually clickbait mean that? Whoa. Fuck. Whoa. Who would have fucking guessed?
Well,
And everybody fucking does it. Everybody does it. There's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you're not being deceptive.
You're not. What's important is that you're not deceiving your viewers.
Yeah.
You can clickbait and be accurate.
Like, for example, if Spino said this video is good, that would be deceiving. But, like, if you just give... Sorry.
Oh, you dickweed.
Sorry.
It's like if Robin said an open house was short and concise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's actually more accurate.
Yeah. There's going to be no autism in the stream. It would be highlight fucking misleading.
Short and concise political punditry.
Subjective is short and concise.
I'm not really short. I'm just
Short
young.
and concise on a geological scale.
I'm not really short. I'm just kind of like very young looking, which is annoying. Fuck you, man.
Yeah. I'm like 6 feet tall, but everyone thinks I'm like 5'6" because I'm
You
like,
look
cute.
scrawny. You look scrawny.
No,
Oh,
Spino,
yeah, I am.
you're not
I
6
am.
feet tall, you're 5
You look
or 6
like
years old.
you look underfed, Spino.
He's
Stop
worried
giving your food to-
about your Spino.
I eat when I'm hungry. And
And he
I
drinks
eat
a lot
enough.
of Coca-Cola.
I'll take it you're only hungry for
Oh,
cock
God,
and not food.
Dr. Pepper, bitch. Dr. Pepper.
Pepsi.
Pepsi. That's just a meme now.
Yeah.
Pepsi.
The brand is now-
What about Tesco's own brand cola?
No, Pepsi's own brand.
43p.
Pepsi's own brand fucking vodka. That's, I think, diluted paint stripper.
I remember when we were doing like a school party thing, and they actually and it was basically an excuse for a learning exercise, but they got us to all actually buy all of the stuff ourselves.
Oh wow!
And we got like the really cheap Coke. It was like 11p a bottle.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's like
as to special.
What are you
Cola
for?
flavor.
Oh, cool.
Fucking RC bullshit.
Yeah, it was not the nicest stuff, if I recall.
I wouldn't imagine it being so.
Nice. Please don't use that word in that sentence anymore.
Nice. Moist. Is it moist?
Well, it is wet and it is a liquid, so it's
Yeah.
probably moist.
Probably is moist. Are you moist though? That's the question.
I mean, it's quite hot.
Let's
So,
check quickly. Nope, just sweaty balls.
Oh, same to be honest.
Isn't that quite similar to moist?
It's a lot
Just
grosser.
thinking about now I'm thinking about Cyril and sweaty balls.
Aren't you always? Fuck. I know I am. Kill me.
I mean, we can arrange that.
No thanks. Joe, thanks for the offer, man.
Why is it whenever I go onto a stream, the conversation just dies gradually?
Because
Oh, you just have that effect on people.
Oh.
Yeah,
Because Airtron isn't here.
I think it's just something with streams and naturally dying because there's no control.
Yeah.
We haven't really had a topic this whole time.
And that's why and capitalism will never work.
Yes.
Wow. And the thing called externality, but
I'm gonna take off. Thanks for having me, guys. But
fuck you, Jew. Get out of
yeah,
here.
thanks. Let's
Get
see
out.
if the conversation
Outta here.
picks up from this point.
Probably will.
So, the Jewish question.
We can talk about Dapperton again.
Oh,
We could just keep asking Robin questions, see if he's actually paying any attention.
I'm here.
Ask me a
You want to
question.
talk about
before
young
we go.
girls?
What were you working on earlier?
Sorry.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I saw you with like a leaf, or I know you're a green thing, green circle, and you're like drawing roots through it or something. Oh,
So,
okay.
do you like young girls circumcised or uncircumcised?
Circumcised, please.
Was
It's
that
like watching a
circumcised, you say?
Don't want to move
Fuck.
around too much.
You just triggered Dr. Random
I prefer my boys circumcised too.
Well, I prefer my very young girls being quadriplegics and circumcised.
I prefer my boys as very young boys.
I prefer my boys as just young, not very young, just young.
Spino, very important question. Do you like their age to be counted in years, months, weeks, hours, minutes, or seconds?
Dog years.
As my favourite one is counting the age in negative weeks.
Times.
Because if you can get them out when before they're even born, that way they're the tightest they're ever going to get. That's the only hole I found that isn't baggy on me.
You keep talking, I'm going to make you the loosest you've ever been.
There's many ways in which that could be achieved.
This is a family show, guys.
Is it?
Yeah, and before you threaten me with anal pulveration, threaten my twin. He's the one that enjoys that shit.
So you like on the opposite end of the spectrum? Are you a sadist, Fluffy? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm saying that's what's family choice.
I mean, genetically speaking, they would be the same person.
No, we're not.
This place
That
is turned
fetish
into a
work?
gay singles bar.
That's like half your streams, Robin.
Yeah.
Hey, I think Spiner has a girlfriend, sort of.
Yeah.
She's very attractive.
Sort of.
From
Yeah,
what
I'm not going to talk about this.
From what I can see of her face, from the small portion of her face that I can see.
I'm not engaging.
Let's judge Spino's girlfriend.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, from what I hear, she's a Muslim, so slightly less likely to blow her up than the Irish guests are. Well, blow them up than the Irish guests are.
I'll blow up inside you if you keep talking like that. You can't. Christ.
See, talk about living up to a fucking stereotype. I make one bad joke and you're threatening to car bomb me and run me over first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're going
Fucking
to Rand.
Irish. Always the same.
See if I missed. Do you just want to say that I'll send you? I'm going to put this into the Twitter messages, but it's the Northern Ireland take on the Pepsi ads, which are just delightful.
So, how many Irishmen gets gunned down by the English this time?
Not enough.
Where is this?
Shouldn't slay them again.
Racist fucker.
I know. I'm horrible.
Come out, you black and tans. Come out and fight me like a man.
Oh, yeah.
Tell your wife.
Irish for slave.
And howdy, Irie.
Hey, have we got some sort of... We're like marching down the street at the moment in like some sort of orange suit.
We're freaking singing Ra songs.
Up the Ra, lady.
Up the Ra.
Chuck your law.
Chuck your law.
Chuck your law.
I'll be right back. I need to get some McDonald's and get away from you fucks for a minute.
You can never really escape the open house. It's like AIDS.
I can't imagine somebody is leaving here to go to McDonald's.
Well,
the open house is like AIDS. Once you have it, you can't really get rid of it.
You always from Dublin? Where are you? Like?
Don't tell him.
A county beside Dublin.
Wicklow?
Nope.
Up.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
trap.
See, you're gonna.
I'm gonna duck you now.
And later today, 72 cruise missiles went that way.
72 now, is it?
Well, I'm talking about blowing up islands, so yeah.
These Virgin Tomahawks.
For the purpose of that photo, the PSNIs, the Police Services of Northern Ireland.
I mean, the end justify the memes.
Ireland's pretty great.
Let's justify the memes.
Memes.
Yes, I've said that.
Memes. The mother.
Yeah, no, there's so much to do in Ireland. You can enjoy the sights.
Drink. Yeah.
Get drunk. Trip over a car bomb. Get blown up with a car bomb you tripped over. Get stabbed for being English.
People are
Get
just
stabbed for being Catholic. Getting stabbed for being Protestant.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
a few of my favourite things.
This guy gets it.
My favourite joke is that there was a man walking down the street of Belfast and there was he just felt a gun pushed into the back of his shoulders and a voice comes from behind him and says, "What are you, Catholic or Protestant?" And the man just starts sweating, he starts panicking, he thinks, "I'm a Jew." The voice behind him goes, "Oh sure, I'm the luckiest Palestinian in all of Belfast."
Oh, in 2 years, the conversation is going to be, you get a gang, you get a gang, every ideology gets a gang.
That's we can all hope.
But yeah.
I'm not kidding, it's going to be what it is.
There's a shot called the Newry Car Bomb, which is like Guinness and Jameson, I think, in one drink. It's called the Newry Car Bomb.
Yeah, there's been some really edgy drink names. I remember going to a club once and there was a drink literally called the Abortion.
Oh, wow. I went to one and there was one called a cum shot. It was a shot and it was just like...
It's like Bailey's, isn't it?
I know what it was, man.
What
I don't think it was alcohol.
There's many variations on the cum shot.
My favorite story of this is someone's offended by this. Someone asked for an Irish car bomb, and they're offended by this. And this is in America. So what she does is, "Well, give me. I'll show you a drink." And she orders 2 shots.
Yeah.
And she sets them on, and she takes a lighter out and sets both shots on fire. And she goes, "This is the 9/11."
Oh fuck! That's epic.
That's kind of far, but you know.
Oh, it's too far when it involves America.
Yeah, like.
What are you talking about? It's not far enough.
I love how Americans.
My favourite shot is what you
the
do.
world care about 9/11. Like, no, man, sorry.
Hey, don't
Where were you when the world stopped turning? That's
don't
downplay
their achievements.
So, guys, have any of you had the rock shot before? It's where you get a glass of Kahula, you set it on fire, then you smash it with a hammer. And you're supposed to suck the broken glass off the bell table.
And claim victory.
And then you just steal all the oil.
Well, that's where you use Kahula. It's black.
All right.
It's one of the prerequisites to doing that drinking challenge, being on PCP.
No, but
Being
probably
on
not.
PCP and drinking, Christ.
What are you
lovely-
playing, Robin?
Heroes in general. So, oh no, he was it?
It looks like Anno Online.
What did you say, Robin?
Anno Online.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fucking Paradox, get on my level, scrub.
Battlefield 1, get on my level, dude.
I want to get Battlefield 1.
Yeah, it's
So,
really good.
the new Stellaris DLC came out. Welcome to not the cultural podcast, but the open house. We occasionally talk about video games, and Israel the conversation for several hours.
Have you seen
the
the?
autistic as well? That's just part of the deal.
I want Battlefield.
Have you seen this last Tom Bloke tweet about Dave Rubin?
Oh god,
You're just a bunch of SJ aren't you?
Dave Rubin was said that liberals didn't like the reason that liberals didn't like Ben Carson was because he's black, and it's like so it's Tom Bloke shut up. Liberals, Carson is a creationist who hates gays and has no relevant experience for the job. Rubin, liberals hate him because he's black.
Oh no, that's not the dumbest thing Ruben has ever said, though.
Oh, Rubin's a total card.
He's what most people consider a progressive, right? Like,
He's not even a progressive anymore. He's a fucking he's a libertarian right winger. He pretends to be like this lefty dude.
you watch all of his videos, you've seen all of them. Right?
And he's had the most insane fucks on his shit.
Yeah, it's been getting worse over time, hasn't it?
Sure, he's got fucking what do you call it, Tommy Sorrow on there now.
Yeah, but isn't he
He's
like
just my old
black
guy.
nationalist, like weird guy on YouTube?
Yeah, he's got Mike, what's his fucking name again? Mike
Cernovich?
Cernovich, yeah, Cernovich.
Did
I
you
think at one point Dave
see
Rubin managed to get Stephen Fry on his show.
Yeah, Molyneux, what do you call it? Stefan Molyneux?
Oh my god, Stefan!
Stefan done a video on aliens, which was the most insane fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. But he was saying that the only reason that aliens would come to Earth is so that they could trade with us.
What the fuck would we have that they value?
I don't know, but no, but it gets better. It's and the aliens
only.
They want all of our quartz.
Of course, the aliens would have to be libertarian because only libertarians could, the ideology is the only one that could invent faster than light travel.
Hey, but
I think only an extremely authoritarian society could do faster than light travel.
if you get to an alien civilization which is kind of going faster than light,
Hey,
you
if
have
we-
a fusion economy, so
If faster
you
than
don't
light,
have any
it's-
need, so you're probably going to form a sort of communist thing.
Fascism, the way to warp drive.
It will basically be Star Trek.
It's
kind of like a fascist communist regime.
It's the Louis C.K.
Communist socialist side.
It's the Louis C.K. joke of you just throw human suffering at the problem and it gets solved.
I mean, if there's enough
the
resources
byline
for
for the
everybody,
open house.
socialism or communism is ensured.
Libertarians really hate Star Trek. That's what I've noticed.
Yeah.
Why? Because Star Trek doesn't use money.
Yeah. Star Trek is pretty socialistic.
Yeah.
Star Trek's an outside more realistic than most settings, considering the technology they have. Because in Star Trek, they can quite literally turn energy into stuff, and they can just make anything wherever they want.
Yeah.
It's because it's not scarcity based, then, is it?
Well, there's no scarcity in Star Trek, really. The only thing that's got any scarcity is dilithium, and the only people that need that are warships that are going fast and light.
There's no scarcity when you can travel to literally any planet that can support life in the galaxy.
And you can literally turn anything into anything else.
Yeah.
So, because I mean, I can turn chops not gay.
Nope.
Wait, who?
No.
Who?
He wants to make a straight trap.
I mean, that joke dropped like a sack of shit, didn't it?
It did. Really did, man.
Man, you're unlikable. Who exactly is that girl?
Sorry.
That girl.
That girl from the chat.
Hello, that girl. She's one of my normal guests.
Ah.
Hello, that
She's
girl.
informing that's interested in Robin streams for some reason.
Because I'm sexy.
I mean, that is true.
I have to say, you're sort of a hub for a lot of YouTubers.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, there's a lot of stuff that like a lot of places where we can have discussions where they're not exactly allowed or supported in other areas.
Well, it's because you've just got like people like me here who are just completely retarded. So it really does open up the conversation. Makes everybody else sound a lot smarter. So
Finn, are you?
That's the first thing I agree with you on.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Are you? Yeah, is this not past your bedtime?
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Fuck.
Ah, well, it's always tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I'm just really.
Did your mum tell you not to go to bed?
No, not yet. Sorry.
Did you have the dick in her mouth again?
When you were making these jokes about the young boys, were you aware that there was one of these young boys?
It's always been very
young boys.
So I got something very important to talk about.
Why is that so fucking important to you?
That's the glorious.
Don't worry, joking about very young boys so much. Having sex with very young boys is no laughing matter.
Young.
It's a way of life.
It's a way of life, yes.
It's like anime.
I'm not going to say, you watch one episode of anime, you find yourself 2 years later shagging very young boys.
Anime is very young girls. Very
young
girls.
No, that's okay.
My Twitter policy is, if a person's profile picture is that of a Japanese schoolgirl, I don't talk to that person.
Yeah, that My Little Pony.
Mine's a schoolboy, so found a loophole.
You fucking broke the system. Good job.
Well done. Again, it's
fucking queer.
Yeah.
Fuck
anime is one of the major signs of degeneracy.
It really is.
It really, really is.
So is being American, being autistic, and speaking English.
And being Northern Irish.
Northern Irish.
Most Americans who speak English and are autistic do watch anime.
Not Northern Irish, Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland.
Yeah, Northern Ireland, you can't really speak properly because you can't go
Hey, Brankey.
It's fucking Jackie insane now.
I found this place ever since Sargon went full SJW. Wait, what?
SJs.
Can someone explain this to me?
What? Which one?
Someone said that Sargon went full SJW in the chat. Like what?
Well, I mean, he has called for he'd called for me to self-censor. So I mean,
oh fuck
yeah. You hurt his feelings, though. To be fair.
Yeah.
I hurt his feelings. So he basically tried to socially pressure me to self-censor because.
It's not bullying when he does it.
It's 1000% sociological, my dude. Don't worry.
Oh no! It's just being on the internet.
It's all fun and lulls until you do it.
No, but in his defense, Spino, you were his friend.
You did give him head.
Yeah.
Who's
I
giving
don't
who
recall
head?
when I did this.
You people all have a weird definition of friendship.
Maybe your friendships are just boring.
No, Spino.
I mean, in my friendships, I actually like the other person.
No, but
Oh,
Spino,
what the
it was a
fuck
love
is
hate.
that?
Spino just sucked his dick.
Ignore me.
Think me?
Yeah, I know. I thought that was the way it worked. That you actually like the person. It's a sort of reciprocal thing.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
And there's like mutual trust and shit.
No,
No,
Sargon's
if I
going
don't
by
mutually hate.
Sargon's going by like the Muslim kind of relationships. Only goes one way, really. You were bought by Sargon at a sex market. Admit it. Spino, it's a traumatic experience, but you're just gonna come out with it. Sorry, man.
Does Carl listen to these things, or do people say anything?
No, he does. He does. We all know he does.
Everybody does.
Yeah. The Amazing Atheist watches it, like everybody does.
No, I know. And last week we had 5 YouTubers going berserk in the comments.
Oh, that was hilarious. Naked Ape, Edgy Sphinx.
Last week was good.
King of Pole.
Naked Ape is a really good example of wasted
Autism.
potential.
What is still about? I thought he tagged after he got drunk and started talking about Holocaust on Ireland.
No, he's still going. I'm a traitor to my race, Pidge.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Paul. My favorite. What do you call him again?
Race
ContraPoint.
traitor.
ContraPoint done a video talking about the whole idea about alpha males.
Yeah.
And said that anyone who's considering going to the comment section to refer to him as a beta male now had to stop because commenting on a YouTube video was the most negative thing possible. And I totally agree. I think just having any opinions on anything that's happening on YouTube automatically just sort of marks you down as a degenerate, leaving you with no right to insult anyone else about anything.
Everybody's a
degenerate. Righteously indignant.
Well, that's why
The only
I'm an
alpha male thing you
enlightened.
can do is to build up a channel.
I'm an enlightened non-affiliate. So
Can we have a conversation about what degenerate actually means?
it means being gay, not
It
gay.
means
Like
it
an
basically
anime.
means
Gay.
anything that threatens the. What is the factor that makes something degenerate?
Skateboard, anime.
No.
Vaping,
If B,
katana,
if
fedoras.
random, if /B likes it, it's probably degenerate.
Yes.
That's a general rule of thumb.
That was an actual question, and I don't think I got a legitimate answer.
We
From what I can tell,
I was just going to say, it seems to be anything that threatens sort of
Someone else's
traditional
well-being.
moral values.
Yeah.
Threatens
That's what I thought.
hypermasculinity.
Morals.
I wouldn't say
traditional.
You know the
traditional-
feminist terminology of hypermasculinity?
Traditional. I have tradition. Anything that threatens traditional masculinity or traditional femininity.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Family values.
Yeah,
folks.
but the way how the alt-right is using it threatens the hypermasculinity of the alpha male complex.
Of the Ubermensch. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the alt-right doesn't really care about femininity because the alt-right is just gay to begin with. I mean, most of them, many of them are not most of them, but many of them are legitimately homosexual.
Oh yeah, no.
No, but they're not.
Self-loathing at
Traps
that.
aren't gay. You say so because they're not.
Because reasons, my dude.
Yeah, it took me a while to realize where the traps aren't gay thing came from. I didn't know it was an alt-right.
Oh yeah,
It's a 4chan thing.
it's a 4. If you don't know where it came from,
I never liked the website. I never liked the layout. So when 4chan does something, I'm always the last to know.
Hey, there's nothing gay about sucking a really girly cock, okay?
if the dick is feminine, it's not gay.
I mean, I've been with Cyril. I know.
Right.
We've got young boys here.
What's the term? Sexuality is fluid. Just do what you want.
Hard trap.
25.
Guys, we've got young boys here.
Thanks, Robin.
Oh, wait a second. Hey,
boys.
I can't watch. Look at this here. This is actually the perfect video for this.
What is it? Video Bailey J.
There you go. There, perfect video for here.
Chochmah at the sides. Oh.
By the way, I fucking love Rainbow Six Siege. Just saying.
You dared to share a Milo video in front of Robin.
Oh, also,
Don't do
oh
that.
shit, my fucking processor nearly caught fire the other day. That was interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, guess.
How the fuck do you set fire to a lump of metal?
Guess how hot it was running?
55.
98 Celsius. 98 Celsius.
How is
That's fucked.
how was it not on fire?
I don't know. I really don't know.
What were you doing?
Just playing games. Like, I've just had the computer for a long time, and I'm a lazy piece of shit who doesn't clean it. Like, pretty much it. Like,
how long were you playing?
I have no life. Okay, like, can we? Let's just rip that.
He turned his computer on and started playing games.
Later
it sets on fire.
I have played 15
He does
hour
have no
sessions.
life.
Don't worry. I've played 15-hour sessions before, so I'm not one to judge you. I just wanted to know how long you were playing.
It's literally just that my processor is really old, and I didn't care for it very well, so I'm pretty sure it's just damaged at this point.
I don't think I've ever gone above 40.
Yeah.
And I play like 60 FPS all the time. Consistently.
It's just a really old i5.
I've only had my my processor since I got my new cooling block go above 35.
I'm really jealous, but you know.
I had an amazing deal on the Corsair cooler radiators. I got a double 120 radiator. For the price of buying a single one.
Corsair makes great stuff.
70% off. Fucking ridiculous.
This stream is sponsored by Corsair.
I play
Buy
my
their shit.
PC games on a laptop.
Do you reckon we've got
Hey,
to
I've
sell
got to plug
those?
an advert into it somewhere. I mean, it's not like YouTube's going to sponsor us with them cutting all the content.
Yeah. It's family.
If you wish to hear a book about advertising and how to get
Advertising?
You know what? This stream is
advertising, please click the link on audible.com. You will not find the link anywhere.
This stream is sponsored by Harmful Opinions.
I'm sharing a video I did with Armored Skeptic.
50 quid.
Did nobody think that was funny?
Yeah, but Tim would actually pay you for that.
Yeah, you will. But he's got paid by Notch to use his fucking nuke.
God, you look cute as fuck. Sorry,
your
you do.
Bum hole is getting fucked.
I am clutching so tight right now. Holy.
That's how I like it.
You're just adding to the friction. Don't encourage him.
We're hitting that level now, are we?
Dropping out. they're going up.
Pull up, guys.
So, I want to show him the goods he's going to be starting later.
No, please don't. Please don't. All right, man.
Well, you both got your cameras on, so you might as well go for it.
I don't stick my dick in Irish anyway.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, some standards.
Why, for it, do you find a bomb or a knife?
I have standards, okay?
Do you know how many different copies of Mein Kampf Amazon have available?
About 6 million.
Are you asking for a friend?
No, I just googled. I just saw on here.
It's
Look
better
at
than
books.
Lost.
And there's 19 different covers of Mein Kampf available.
Class.
Oh, well.
I respect all
variety.
religions.
The ending shit.
Variety is the spice of life. Same with fashion.
How many of them come in the skin of a Jewish man?
Spoiler: the main character dies. Same with the Bible.
So, guys, I've got one very important.
Yeah. This is one thing you have to do to basically troll some preachers, and they're like, "Jesus died for your sins," and you're like, "Fuck, I was reading that."
So, guys,
Right.
I've got this very important thing to red pill you about. In World War II, Hitler not only killed 6 million Jews, he also killed 4 million Russians and Hitler.
Yeah, Hitler did kill Hitler.
He has the most important body count during the entirety of World War II.
Hitler did kill Hitler after all.
Hitler-
If there are any Christians watching, I would like for you to go to your church and ask them to put up a sign that says, "Spoiler alert, Jesus died for your sins."
He also killed a couple of English when he was a soldier in World War One, but nobody remembers that.
Good that he did.
I only killed Englishmen. Nobody gives a fuck about the English.
Depends on the law.
He was a good soldier. Unlike Benito Mussolini, he was a shit soldier. But anyway.
Mussolini do anything?
Yeah, he's kind of a shit soldier. Like, he kind of minor roles. I don't think he did anything impressive. But
So he was George W. Bush, basically.
yeah, Hitler was awarded the Iron Cross by a Jewish German army officer, which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
But this is it. The Jewish Germans were the most loyal during World War One.
Well, he didn't really get swayed into the Nazi Party until later in his life.
Yeah, it was kind of after his career went down the shitter, and then he saw, was it the Elders of Pilgrims or something like that? It was an article printed by the Tsarist police. Pilgrim or Pro. Fuck, it was
about the protocols of the Land Elders of Zion or something?
Yeah, some shit like that. That was printed by
the protocols of the Land Elders of Zion. I know because my grandfather gave me a copy of it when I was 12.
Nice.
I'm not shitting you.
This will teach you everything you need to know.
Well, your granddad was Pole. Nice.
No, my granddad's a fucking commie. Hey, he's Hungarian. he escaped.
I was reading there's a book I'm reading right now about like Soviet Russia, and Stalin accused some of the Russians for working with Nazi Germany, even though the Russians he accused of were Jewish, which is kind of amazing. Like, Stalin just didn't really care about that kind of shit. Just like, fuck it. You know what?
No, fuck off. I'm not gonna have the good name of Stalin besmirched here.
Good name of Stalin besmirched. That was perhaps the most epic sentence I've ever heard in my life.
Epic for the win.
I will not have the good name of Jerry Adams besmirched here.
Jerry Adams is a mad person. A genuine mad. Do you follow him on Twitter?
Yeah, I do. He posts poetry, and it's just like he like the weirdest shit like ever.
No, the day he tweeted about trampolining naked with his dog.
Yes, yeah.
More accurate sort of representation of what Jerry Adams' Twitter account's like. That's what Sinn Féin's had to ban him off Twitter.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that.
It's just weird.
He's the legend.
He sent out a tweet going, and this was like massive all over Ireland. He sent out a tweet watching Django Unchained, Ballymon nigger. Okay, right, wow. And what he meant by that was he's from Ballymon in Belfast, and it's like he's saying he's a Ballymon nigger. That's what he was saying. But no one outside of like Ireland understood what the fuck he was talking about. Like, suddenly this well-known politician's just tweeting the word nigger, and so it's like this international incident.
This will go well.
Yeah, that's why I love Irish politics, just the naivety of it all.
What's his Twitter? His Twitter account's a lot more boring since then.
You'd want it to be, wouldn't you?
He's probably not been allowed to use it since then.
Yeah,
pretty much. Son.
Jerry Adams, just go on there, see what his last tweet.
Yeah, his tweet. Jerry Adams us off.
His tweets used to be mental. It just be pictures of his cakes and buns that he was buying.
Yeah, it's legit. He's really a man of the people.
And it's really just boring shit. There's tweeting about ETA there.
Tweeting about fucking politics. Like, what a faggot. What politician does that?
He's tweeting this. Oh my god, no, there's Teddy's. Jerry Adams has a Jerry Adams has ordered people killed. He has a teddy bear called Teddy.
Yeah.
He keeps tweeting. He hasn't tweeted about it in a while.
Keep this in mind. This is the leader of a major political party in Ireland. Like, it's just surreal.
It's could potentially be.
We've got Theresa May.
Yeah, but she doesn't tweet about her teddy. Can you imagine Theresa May tweeted nigger? Holy fuck. The backlash would be surreal.
She threatened to open France. So, not at all comparable, right?
No, it's not. It's not nearly half as big.
What?
We've never been known for our love for the French, okay?
No, you haven't, have you? Does anybody like the French? They're really smarmy.
Not even the French.
I like the French, but only from a historical perspective.
Faggot.
I like invading the French. I mean, it's a great place to go and get fancy food.
Yeah, it is. It's also a great place, get really.
Just don't fire him in Hastings.
It's like the only place where the waiters are more condescending to the people they're serving. It's amazing.
And don't get fired. Do you actually know that from personal experience, or are you just going by what you've heard?
I've had one really bad waiter in France who was just a complete cunt. That we couldn't speak fluent French. He was pissed at us. Like, all right, mate, fuck off. You're in a touristy region.
Yeah, France. Everybody pretends not to like France, but everybody goes there.
Oh yeah, France is a really nice country. The people are just cunts.
The food is fucking class.
Yeah, the food's class. It's a really nice country, beautiful countryside, but the people just ruin it.
Yeah, the people know. The people know
France when you just go
they
to
can
London
afford to be
instead.
swarmy cunts.
Yeah.
Why didn't all you English people kill them off when you had the chance?
How many Americans do we have?
Because a 14-year-old girl beat them back.
How many Americans do we have here?
Too many.
At least one.
I'm
Exactly, too many.
How many? Okay, now what do you think of American food? Are you aware that American food shit?
Am I worried American food shit?
Are you
Am
aware?
I worried American food? Yes, and
Are you aware?
Am I aware it's shit? Yes.
That's because some Americans, because you go to New York and like everybody's really proud. Like, oh my god, this is the best pizza you're going to get anywhere. It's like some greasy.
Have you been to Italy? Have you been
Don't go to New York, okay?
Greece has the best pizza
out there.
Oh, just anywhere. You wouldn't hit continental Europe and the food's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
like Irish
Northern Europe.
Americans, we're really arrogant about our food. We know it's shitty, but we like it that way.
Isn't that just America in general? It's shitty, but they think it's class.
Yeah, we're prideful of everything, even if it sucks.
Yeah. Look at their gun crime. They're happy they have the highest rates on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, so
much freedom.
So much freedom you can taste it. Tastes like blood.
Tastes
Well, it
like
tastes
obesity.
quite irony.
Hey, Buck. Hey man, do you know my great-great-grandfather? He was from Cork. You might know him, John. Yeah?
John, I know him well.
Yeah. Every fucking American ever.
No. And what you do is you go, oh yeah, I know him well, sure. Oh yeah, he was taking fucking cock on.
He was the village gay. Yeah, he was the village gay. The only gay in the village.
Only gay in the village.
No, but you genuinely do get people. Oh, do you know John? John?
Yeah,
do you know? I think he's from Belfast.
Oh, I love
I
love it when Americans try to speak Gaelic. It's the biggest fucking meme ever.
Do your impression of an American trying to speak Gaelic.
That's it. Basically it. Like
my ex-girlfriend, I broke her worldview for a little bit because she didn't know that Gaelic wasn't Scottish and that it was Irish.
It's Gaelic.
Gaelic. Well, there's Scots Gaelic and there's Scots Irish.
Gaelic.
Or Scots Gaelic and
Irish Gaelic.
Yeah. Fuck. Sorry, guys.
Which came first?
What? They're both. What? No, there isn't the first. Like it's separate.
It's just natural deviation,
they're just natural deviations. Same
French and French and.
Yeah, if any of you know a guy called Gilly Dove, I can kind of have a conversation with him, sort of. He speaks Scots, or Scots.
Oh yeah, I know that guy. He's from Belfast.
No, he's not. He's Scottish.
That was witty. Actually,
he's from Birmingham. Then.
Fuck man, Christ! This is why I want to bomb America.
Right, Birmingham. No, Birmingham is in England.
England.
He's from Scotland.
I'm an idiot.
Yes, we know that. You're American. It comes with the
I
package.
don't know any cities in Scotland.
Glasgow. Anytime I meet a Scottish person, it's like, are you a Hun? Are you a stripe or are you a Hun?
Anytime you're in Scotland, right, and they hear my accent, they go, Celtic or Rangers.
Yeah, Celtic or Rangers, that's it.
All you say is, Scottish League is shit.
So that way, either way, you get stabbed. At least if you say one team, you've got.
Just start a new fucking war that way.
Don't be silly. The Englishmen can tell them stop fighting, and they're all going to decide they hate the English more.
There is a point
that's a general rule of thumb among most countries.
The old English.
Actually, when I was going on a school tour to Italy, they said make sure you tell them you're Irish, not English, because they like the Irish, but they don't like the English. they specifically tell you like that.
I was in Amsterdam, right? I took in a space cake, stoned off my fucking tits. So we go into this
That's the problem with space cakes, you forget.
Space. Oh Jesus Christ! I was not expecting it. Like it hit me like a bus. But we went into this like Turkish restaurant. You know, like just a normal little takeaway.
Yeah.
So we sat down getting a kebab.
Kebab shop.
Yeah, a kebab shop. I couldn't fucking remember what that was called. So sitting eating the kebab, and the guy behind the counter goes, so he's like a brown Muslim fella, and he goes, "Are you American or British?" And I went, "Oh, neither. I'm Irish." And he goes, "Irish? That's okay." I'm not. I think he just seen how fucking stoned I was, and he was like, "I'm gonna take the piss out of this fucker now." And he scared the shit out of me. Just
thought he was gonna come after you with the meat cleaver or something.
Pretty much. The best thing I pointed to the two things, the two kebab.
Yeah.
And I goes, what are they? And he goes, chicken and meat.
And meat.
Meat. What type of meat? And he goes, meat.
It's just meat, alright? Like
you don't want to know. You don't want to know what.
There's been studies on that where it's just a mixture of fucking everything. And some of it's indistinguishable, but you don't know what it is.
It's basically alien at some point. Yeah.
I can't tell the difference.
You perhaps have proven positive DNA.
I'll be honest, I can't tell
Well,
the
it was
difference.
Chinese DNA, so it doesn't matter.
I'll be honest, I can't tell the difference between a beef burger and a veggie burger. The taste is the same.
I can't tell the difference between fake, imitation turkey, normal turkey.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that a lot of our subways and stuff just have halal turkey because there's Muslims in the area. They don't, you know. And I was like, oh shit, that's not turkey. Oh
wow, turkey.
Halal turkey is still turkey.
Yeah.
Halal turkey. It's just been the animal's just been had his throat cut.
It's the way I like the idea that turkey might be haram in Turkey.
So wait, for it to be halal, it needs to have its coat shut towards the sun.
You have to. I don't know. You have to say a prayer over its head before you kill it, and it has to be pointing in the right direction.
It's very ridiculous.
Fucking mental person.
It's a lot of effort for a burger, you know.
Yeah, that would not work out in Ireland because it's just never sunny here. It was nice today, but that's our one day we'll get now.
One day. There's a laughing girl somewhere. Where is she?
Yeah, that's Robin's woman.
That's my.
I gotta go. This isn't as intellectually stimulating as I would have liked it to be.
Give us one more chance. Give us one more chance. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, I just.
Hey, Boom.
You want to start a conversation?
Hello.
Yeah,
I just came back from the.
I was just waiting for something. I was just waiting for people to start talking about something interesting, and then I would.
Well, here's something interesting. Today, I spent most of my day at the Democratic convention.
That does not sound interesting at all. Fuck.
Well, let's hear now. Actually,
it's more.
That's how you change. That's how you change leadership, and that's how you change people who affect your politics. Yes.
True.
That's how you do something.
I'm too lazy though, so. Sorry. I'd rather talk.
Can we bomb them as these though?
That's a good point. Can we? Get Hasim in here.
Hasim isn't Muslim.
He's close enough.
Yeah, he never was.
He's close enough.
Ethnically Muslim.
Hey, he looks the part.
He looks the part, exactly.
Oh yeah, there's like actually like a small group of people on Twitter who are convinced that my girlfriend thinks she's ethnically Muslim, even though she doesn't, and they're convinced that she's still technically a Muslim. So yeah, it's fucking weird.
How does it feel to betray your race like that?
Is that why she supports terrorism?
It's like there's no such thing as ethnically Muslim. And that's like saying I'm ethnically liberal. Doesn't make any sense.
I'm ethnically liberal.
Well, you
ethnically communist.
I'm ethnically Christian or something. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, that is actually a thing.
I'm
that
ethnically
happens
cleansed.
in the UK. That is something that kind of happens. That people are like, I'm a Christian, even though I don't believe in God. I just, I consider myself a Christian.
Well, that's culturally Christian. Then.
Yeah.
It's very wishy-washy Christian, yeah.
Culture isn't ethnicity. You shouldn't.
We are Christian in this country, kind of by birth. The Crown did say so.
English. What?
The Crown said we're all Christians, therefore all Englishmen are Christian.
The national anthem is God Save the Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the British idea.
God is appointed by the Queen.
British Christianity isn't really Christianity. It's just agnosticism that calls itself Christianity.
Yeah, that's kind of like Irish Catholicism.
Hey.
Nowadays.
Hey. English Christianity is good for one thing. Wearing bath-robes all day and buggering very young boys.
Ooh.
Very.
Yeah.
Catholicism.
Very young boys.
I've looked up the history of the Tunbridge Institute.
Bathrobes and young boys. What else can I say?
Actually, with Tunbridge, it's a cricket bat saying young boys.
Are you guys aware of a thing called the Magdalene Sister Laundries?
Magdalene Laundries?
Yeah. There was like girls in Ireland in the, when was it, back 30s up to about...
The last one only closed down in the fucking 80s?
Yeah, the 80s. 30s up to the 80s. Girls who were teenagers who were pregnant were sent to these laundries where like... basically it was run by nuns. It was essentially slave labor. And like, was it a few weeks ago they found a mass grave of over 700 dead babies in a fucking septic account?
Fucking Christ!
Well, the bullshit is against God.
Okay, so basically, so this was a house for wayward women, they referred to them as, and in June.
Rejects level shit.
Yeah, so you were brought to this, and so you had to stay in this, just doing laundry, just cleaning people's clothes.
Yeah.
For years. There's a really fucking sad story about this. There's this woman, Stephen Coogan was in the movie about it, where her child was taken away from her. The baby was given to an American couple.
Is that Philomena?
Philomena.
Yeah.
And years later, she went off looking to try to find the son. But then she went to America and then found out that he'd got AIDS and he had died.
Yeah.
She went back. She went back to the nuns just to tell them what had happened. She finds out that the son had come years before. The son had come back to Ireland looking to her to meet her, and the nuns lied and said that he died.
That place is where my dad lived.
Is it in Chim?
No, it's near. Oh fuck! No. Sorry, it's a different place. Sorry, no, it's not. Sorry,
you don't get doxed.
No, I've got my facts mixed up.
Right, so this was a particularly bad house, and they ended up
in another place. Sorry.
There was a septic tank, and they weren't burying the babies or burying them anywhere. They're just dumping their bodies in the septic tank.
Yeah.
It's fucking.
How many babies do you have to kill before you just stop giving up on burying them? Like, how many babies do you become apathetic?
Depends how much God you got.
This is it. Like it's to the point you hear about what the nuns did to these women. Like my ex's mother was terrified of nuns, genuinely terrified. Can't drink milk. A nun made her drink spoiled milk. A child drank spoiled milk. In school, now she can't go near milk.
Why?
Just because a lot of these women were fucking sadism. Genuine fucking sadists, yeah.
Well, that's what you do when
they're pure.
That's what happens to you when you've sworn a life of celibacy. It fucks with your brain.
Yeah.
I should become a nun then, getting to abuse very young children.
Very
Trying to find the exact young
children. I'm sorry, chastity.
I always thought it was funny when what was it? People were making such a big deal out of Pizzagate, and I was like, dude, the British, we did this better than you. You can't get onto our level. We've already had this scandal. And it was far more interesting.
Yeah, it was 800 babies.
Yeah, and it was also true.
Yeah,
and our scandal's still being covered up.
Yeah, like, there's leaks of my MI6 just straight up admitting.
I think now we should devote a moment of silence for the victims of Bowling Green.
I think we should a moment of silence for the victims of Bill O'Reilly. So Bill O'Reilly really liked to call up women and masturbate while they're on the phone.
We've all been there.
Yeah, I mean, don't judge.
Don't try to endear that man to me.
Yeah, like, guys, you can't see what's going on below here, so, I mean, you get what you get.
Isn't that the only you can talk to your mother?
Nobody can see that I'm not wearing pants.
Oh my god!
Somebody asked me in the stream last night, "Are you touching yourself?" And I'm like, "I'm always touching myself."
Yeah, I'm in like a state of constant masturbation.
Yeah, I'm in a state of constant rubbery.
Rubber. Constant friction.
Yeah.
Lots of chafing. Ouch.
You need to get some moisturizer if you're chafing.
I'm not chafing.
It just makes it better.
You like how it hurts so good.
Yeah, that's how you ruin your nerves, buddy.
Yeah, so I got a bit of sandpaper.
Oh god,
guys! Do you want me to tell you something to make you feel really, really bad?
I have to cross my legs now.
Your pathetic excuse for entertainment has somehow managed to get 26 people to watch this.
Maybe they're just asleep.
There were 50 people earlier, and then I came in.
Yeah, they just hate gays.
We're not.
I come inside and everybody.
How many people did watch the Man in the High Castle?
I haven't watched. I want to read it first, and then.
I haven't seen it. I think it's one of the shows that you want to binge watch in one go.
What show?
Well, there's 2 seasons out already. It's really good.
What did you guys think of the Rick and Morty episode, the most recent one?
It's class. It's so funny.
So good.
It's fucking troll.
I want that Mulan. So, do you think that was a fake episode?
What you mean?
The way how they released the episode with no forewarning whatsoever, they released the episode by streaming it on the website, and then they turn around and go, "Oh yeah, the season's going to be live in about 3 months' time."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
it's a fucking troll.
Yeah, there is. This is going to be like a dream sequence or something. That,
fucking so insulting to the fuck that.
No, they released it on April Fool's Day, like.
Yeah.
I used to do that all the time in like church class, like short stories, like it was all just a dream. The teachers hated it.
And then John was a zombie.
Yeah, our teachers told us to never do that.
Yeah, it was when I was like 8, so I mean, yeah, they tell us now not to do it for when I'm doing my fucking A-levels. Don't do that in your English exam.
Don't pull the old switcheroo.
The old switcheroo. So maybe it'll be a breath of fresh air because nobody does it. It was always a dream.
I'm allowed to beat you too, mate. Made a fucking career off it.
How many people have a Sargon of Akkad, a parody account in this room right now?
I think it's just the 2 of you.
Wait, what did you say? What was the question?
How many people in this room have a Sargon of Akkad parody account?
I don't.
What's your problem?
That's because I don't like. That's because I don't like making fun of people.
Faggot.
Like stabbing people in the back.
It's ableistic to make fun of retards. I mean,
my party count is rules for radicals. That's my one.
Well, I mean, clearly I am the master of parody accounts. So there's that.
You might even.
I don't think so. I thought that what you did was pretty innocent.
I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on the entire thing. I can understand why Sargon's upset, but it's a complete overreaction.
No, he's no right to be upset because he's a piece of shit who slaps people off.
Where I stopped with Sargon was where he said you need to apologize. That's where I go.
Yeah, it was like when he said you need. I was like, all right, me comment, and he's talking about like you need to shut it down. I was like, all right,
fucking CCWs, conservative culture warriors.
By the way, Robin, at what point did King of Pole told you that you were a race traitor?
I
Like, what
doubted
happened?
him.
No, because it's because you're a liberal, isn't it? Or is that? I think that was why. Because you're just being a liberal. Or is that naked ape? I don't know.
They all blend together after all, but...
I like Naked Ape.
Yeah, he's not as bad as his voice.
I just think I think that Naked Ape is what you might call well, wasted potential. He's a wasted potential. I've had private conversations with him, and he is a very intelligent human being, one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. And then if you look at his Twitter feed, it's just a bunch of bullshit. And if you watch the YouTube, if you watch the videos he makes, he's just screaming and hollering about shit.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, it's clear that he's not like stupid or anything.
That's his appeal, though. That's his
I don't.
shit.
Yeah, it's like it's a little bit like Creationist Cat.
Yeah.
When it comes to the facts, he's spot on, but the aesthetics really turn me off.
Like, I disagree with him, but I think he, like, when he is having a serious conversation, he's quite good. Like,
Creationist Cat channel is probably it's one of my top 3 favorite YouTube channels. Full stop.
Oh, I hate his style. I mean,
I
I
think
do
it's
like
hilarious.
I like the content itself, but you know, just like just give me the facts. I don't want a show.
I like everybody's gonna hate
I actually don't mind a bit of like joking and satire and stuff like that.
Why are you
I don't
watching
mind
YouTube?
I like a random account, to be honest. People might hate me.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I don't mind.
I expect
Although
to
I
speak.
do love the Western Front because I do love both Kraut and Naked Ape, and I'm glad.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think Child
They strike a chord. They strike a chord a little bit. At least with
Alright, Spino. What's actually happening with the Honey Badger's lawsuit? Because I keep hearing stuff that's happening with.
I
I don't know anything about it.
I have not been paying attention to the Badgers for a long time now.
Yeah, the Badgers are kind of shit show.
I was just wondering what's happening with the lawsuit because it's something that gets brought up, but nobody seems to know anything about it.
Yeah, it looks like that. Well, I guess you'd have to contact one of them or someone closer to them because I was never really connected to them in the first place. But yeah,
I think that Randerbergham has taken some shots at you in the past.
Yeah,
I've seen some videos and he references things that sound like things that you might have done.
I was that like
He doesn't mention you by name, but he talks about things that you have done.
Yeah, and he he's been kind of doing that for a long time now. So
Actually, yeah, Spino. I was like, what is your opinion on the Rakam like? Because you probably know maybe a bit more than most.
I'd say some kind of like Naked Ape, wasted potential.
He's a very intelligent postman.
Yeah. Did you say postman?
Yep.
And I think he's too quick to he's too quick to succumbing to ideology to really so I guess have he does one thing really well and then not everything is a nail.
Yeah. Yeah, like his videos are really interesting and like I think they're quite thought provoking, but I don't know. Sometimes he goes a bit off like the edge, sort of in a men's rights sort of point, like that thing about Muslims and like he kind of has retracted it a bit by just saying kind of like, oh, Islam hates both men and women, but the initial shit was like
the worst.
I know he wasn't too. He was. And then, who else? I like Jeff Holiday, because he's just such a fucking nice person. In my experience, anyway.
He's actually really, really fucking mean to a friend of mine.
Really?
Yeah.
Who?
I'm not even get into the whole story, but it was like really fucking I don't care for him since hearing like what she told me about it. I really don't care for him.
Really? I've had like anytime I've talked to him, like in a Skype call or hangout, he's just been nothing but nice. So that's been like.
That just seems very weird because Jeff's like the nicest guy on the internet. He seems.
Yeah, that's.
No, that's my friend. Like she's like, you know, really nice.
No, fuck your friend.
Fuck your friend.
If your friend has a problem with Jeff Holiday, fuck your friend.
Yeah, fuck your friend. Who else? So like,
Who all? Is one second. Does anybody here know about QED? I'm curious about.
The Skeptics Conference? Or?
Yeah, Manchester.
Yeah.
You going?
I've wanted to go for a long time. I've listened to Skeptics with the
Skeptics
K.
is my favorite
so
podcast.
long. Literally since I was like, I don't know, 17?
2 weeks
23
ago,
now?
that episode was very emotional with Alice.
I haven't seen it.
Have you not? It's two, the not the last one, but the one before. Alice talks about like self-harm.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun ride.
Yeah, it's what it comes. No, I don't know. My heart always bleeds for her. Just like she's constantly in pain.
Yeah.
With all her diseases.
Yeah, she's a very sick lady.
But she's very smart. But yeah, I'm gonna go to. I can't wait for QED. I'm gonna do everything. I'm gonna volunteer. I'm gonna do a talk. I'm gonna do fucking everything.
Yeah, I've heard it is really good. Like, I have wanted to go for quite a while, but it's just I always find something else to waste my money on. Usually before I remember, and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh yeah, there was that. Never mind.
Have you tried taking less cocaine?
Have you tried taking more?
I don't do too good with hallucinogenics and such.
What are you eating, St. Clarence?
Hallucinogenics are great.
They are. McDonald's.
Fuck 'em.
I done LSD in San Francisco once, and it was the most beautiful experience of my entire life. Genuinely, it was like it's one of these points where I think maybe there is a connectivity in the universe. Maybe there is something more.
Nah, you're just really high.
No. It was way.
I mean, when you see that much concentrated faggotry, it makes you wonder.
Says a guy called St. Clair.
So, St. Clair, without doxing yourself, do you live in San Francisco?
No, I don't. I live in Ohio.
When are you moving to San Francisco to be with your kind?
I don't really like.
Herd.
I don't really like California all that much.
When you going to live with your herd?
I actually do. There's a possibility I will move to Washington State by the end of the year.
Pretty drunk there.
I have somebody who I'm getting very close with who lives there.
Oh.
Is it Donald Trump?
No.
Nah,
I have a boyfriend who I talk to on the internet. Doesn't live in Canada. He lives in Washington State.
Is it Donald Trump's autistic son?
Baron.
No.
Christ.
Why? Does Donald Trump's son live in Washington?
He can live anywhere. Did anybody watch the Drunken White?
Because unlike any other presidents in US history, moving into the White House was a downgrade for the Trumps.
Yeah.
Not gaudy enough.
Well, they did have a gold-plated carpet.
To be fair, it was the same for James Monroe. Nobody wants to move into a house that's burnt down.
Good joke. Smartest joke of the evening. Thank you.
War of 1812 joke.
Wait, excuse me. My jokes have been top of the line car bomb jokes that have, really pressed all buttons.
I was gonna say something about Donald Trump here a second. Again, genuinely, still, I'll say this again. This is the dumbest thing potentially. I can't think of anything.
He got elected.
That he's been elected the leader of the most powerful country in the world. I can't think of anything in history dumber than this.
The Democrats are lying that they happened by picking such a terrible candidate. That was pretty dumb.
The fact the race was between Hillary and Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, could have they picked any more unlikable people?
It was the whole thing was that these are the only two candidates that could potentially have beat each other.
Yeah.
Like if it had been anybody else, they would have beat the other person.
Yeah.
God, if only they picked Bernie Sanders. But fuck.
I mean, if only they reached across the aisle and did Jeb Bush and Bernie Sanders.
That would be so.
The two most likable candidates on either side.
No. The two most likable candidates and the race that I actually wanted, my 19-year-old self wanted, was Bernie Sanders versus Rand Paul.
No, Rand Paul is quite fucking dangerous.
Yeah, super dangerous.
Really? Why is he dangerous? I don't really know.
No one Trump asked about nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
He asked why can't we nuke the Middle East. Rand Paul just came out with we should nuke the Middle East.
Oh, okay. Thanks, but I don't need any more explanation.
That's a really, that's really a genuine. That's really gender. I can't speak English.
Gender Pacific.
Never mind.
Do you see in Norway? This is pretty interesting. It's going to trigger every fucking anti-feminist. But yeah, in Norway, so they made it mandatory that women be on some banking regulation thing. So it had to be 40% women and 40% men, and then the other 20% could get on by merit.
So it's 110% of the people.
40 plus 40 plus 20 is 100.
Retarded. Fuck.
There you go, you fucking...
Because you're Irish.
I'm Irish, you fucking cunt.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. England doesn't spend money on Ireland, so
the corruption
you have
rate
a reason to have no education.
so insane. So I'm just here wondering, like, should we actually have, you know, what's that shit they get all moany about when they enforce like
quotas?
Yeah, quotas. Like in them sort of fields where it's shown to have when you have women in there, it reduces corruption.
Yeah,
that's a nice little conversation piece for you now, lads.
Well,
this is
because it's a massive upset to the system, and the people aren't there through nepotism. So the women are actually the ones there for meritocratic ways, supposed to be there for nepotism.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the women are, like it's kind of like meritocracy in a sense that the women are being picked for the reason that not because they're women, but because the lack of corruption.
No, it's a case of shit. We need women. Okay, let's find the best women we can. Supposed to let's find the most corrupt ones.
But here's the thing is, right? Fuck banks.
Good point. Yeah, agreed. Okay.
I
don't mind. See when I bring
okay, guys. I think I think it's. I've had enough now.
Yeah, me too. I'm going.
I think the stream should end by now.
Should be, shouldn't it?
I know. I actually wouldn't mind talking to you more often because I find you less insufferable than most people.
Wow.
And that's a fucking compliment from me. Shut up.
Wait a second.
Thank you.
How can you compliments?
But you wanna have like a stream sometime?
Yeah, sure.
All right. And actually, I think you're still in my Discord server, aren't you?
I should be.
All right. Yeah, come in and talk sometime.
Collusion.
Collusion. Jews.
Cabals.
That's Jews.
The Jews.
It's not collusion. It's just two very handsome nude boys under a blanket rubbing their bodies up against each other. I'll see you later.
Who said handsome? Fuck. Oh.
So, Spino, according to him, you're attractive.
Nice.
I guess. Okay. Goodbye.
To be fair to where is it?
They're leaving together at the same time. You know what this means?
Anal.
Well, time to check out every single online cam site in the world.
Christ. So yeah, back to
Wow,
thing.
that's one hell of a hobby you got there.
We
Yeah,
can find them.
So, what are your guys' opinions on this thing then? Like the Norway you?
I don't mind that.
Shit happens.
I don't even know if shit. That's fair enough. I don't care. It's.
The corruption is probably more of a correlation than causation because upset to the system means that the usual people that get up there, there's a good chunk of nepotism in high-power businesses. So they get the same nepotism for them.
I think there's more to it. Thinking when all the Irish banks were, when the economy collapsed in the Republic, in Bank of Ireland, there were of the 6 main people, of the people who were the 8 main people, there were 2 women and 6 men. Now, during the whole ramp up, the 6 men had during the boom were making I think like 6 or 7 times more money than the women's banks were, and the women's regions were and stuff like this, right? They were making huge amounts of money, and they were just fighting. It was a real lads club, just constantly competing with one another,
trying to beat one another, trying to take banks of each other, constant beating. Then when the ass fell out of the economy, all those 6 fellows were all fired because their banks were, they totally fucking destroyed everything. Whereas the 2 women had pretty stable. Everything was still okay. So that lack of so by disturbing the boys' club mentality, that helps a lot. And by disturbing that level of extreme competition that men, the men want to be like super competitive against each other, helps.
Well, that's a weird one because to make the system work better, you need to get rid of the exact kind of people that work hard to get there.
No, it's not cutting corners. So you don't want people like taking the fucking piss out of the system, bending rules, and leaving it vulnerable.
Yeah, and like I said, the people that get to the position where they will do that because it takes an extreme form of competitiveness to become in the top choice.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do the extreme competitiveness, you're never going to get to be the top 3 or 4 people for the pick of the job.
No, I'm actually really tired right now.
It's 2 a.m.
2 way. I'm doing this. I'm speaking to a flat earther next week for a podcast. So I'm real excited about that.
Why is that having a resurgence? Why? Like
my uncle's a flat earther.
Level.
Like I knew it was a meme like years ago, but I hear it more and more now. It's getting a bit worrying.
Okay, Pigeon. Most of this comes from the same country which promotes global warming as being a fictitious myth, and the country that says there's an infinite supply of oil, and the country that also says nuclear war isn't a bad idea.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I think once you get to this point where you dismissed one, you say global warming. We're going to dismiss the opinions of all the experts. That's lies. That's fake news. Well, then it's a sort of just a slippery slope. You can go, oh well, these people saying that the Earth's, well, NASA's saying global warming's real and it's a hoax. So, well, maybe they just hoax and the mainland is a hoax. So maybe the Earth being round, maybe that's a hoax. It's like, very silly.
Yes, and then there's the Flat Earth Society that gives out a pamphlet that one of the lines is, this pamphlet is addressed to all our brothers and sisters across the globe.
But I think the Flat Earth Society was a piss take. I think it is. I think it just was a joke thing.
I'm not too sure about the Flat Earth theory. I'm much more into the whole cubular theory. It makes airplanes make much more sense on that one.
Yeah. Flat Earth.
And it fits into the whole Einstein thing because objects with gravity bend space. So, of course, the Earth looks round from space because the gravity's bending camera.
This is making so much sense.
Yeah, that's Robin.
Yeah.
I think we got to the point where we killed.
So, I have a question. Y'all are all from the UK, right?
I'm from Ireland.
Ireland and UK, what's the difference?
I mean, they're both. I mean, the UK has Ireland in it.
Anyway, I was just curious.
Ireland blows up the UK.
What do you think of our American sweet tea?
What's that?
Swim team. Phelps.
Sweet tea.
American sweet tea.
Phelps can take a long hit pretty good. So.
Go ahead, American. What type of tea?
Sweet tea.
What's sweet? I don't know what sweet tea is. Oh my God, Robin, you're deaf and scary.
He's trying to get rid of us.
I don't know what sweet tea.
You don't know what sweet tea is?
It's just tea with sugar in it.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, it's fine. I just take it with milk.
Okay.
American tea is cancer.
That joke freaked out. Failed. Alright, Robin, we get the message. Just tell us.
It's okay, Robin. You won't be the first father figure in my life that's rejected me, so.
Where is this playing?
No bitching. He won't be the last.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, everybody. I'm gonna go to my fucking bed because it's ridiculously late.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Hey, wait a second. Illuminati, Naughty. Does she do these things as well? Does she?
That's his response. I'm not sure who that is.
Okay, I'm going. I'm done. I can't stand it.
Joke's on him, I'm jerking off to it.
And I'm leaving on that.
At this point, I'm just more curious as to when you'll run out of crisps. Hey! I won!
Crunchy nut cornflakes. Any questions? Ask me a question. No, I'm not Jewish. At least I don't think so. Any other questions? No? Yeah, if you wanted to come on, you can ask me in Minds as well. Apparently, yeah. Outside was very bright and warm. I'm 39. A little bit. It flew away. Probably gone to bed. Hello. Favorite movie? Goodfellas. I love that movie. Let me have a look, fancy cat. Oh. Oh, yeah, I had to get some more water together for you. Mine's... I take it you're called Lord Blastington. There you go. Ryan Howe, you're in the chat. Just sent you a message. Who else wants it in? Oh, nice coffee. So what's happening? You insulted him a little bit, yeah. Now, you insulted him a little bit. This is actually one of the first times that it's ever happened on the open house where it's just me. Why so silent today? Just in a slightly baked, chill, relaxed mood. Wasn't really into sort of giving too much away. Hello, Ryan. Right, your voice is a bit weird. You hearing this, guys? You might want to F5, mate. I'm not sure how you can hear me, but the way I hear you is that it all sounds really high-pitched and sped up. It's very odd. Not a word. That was a nice coffee.
Okay, does this sound better?
Yay! It works now. It was completely weird before. It's all scrambled.
Yeah, sometimes it gets like that. I used to when they play like lots of World of Warcraft and go on to like Ventrilo, like they say I kind of sound like Megatron.
So, what have you come onto my channel to talk about, sir?
Well, I just wanted to like give my thoughts like about like the whole hard on for Assad drama that kind of shows that the anti-SJWs are really becoming more like the SJWs all the time, and also I like to point out, like, I saw like Sargon's response to like Tibbs' video about Sargon's reaction to Spinal's parody account, and he actually directly mentioned that he's starting to like mass block people, which kind of sounds like that Sargon is starting to be more like the new Steve Shots and all. Like,
Is Dave Cullen a true believer? I don't think so. Did I vote leave or remain? I voted remain. What a clever mouse. I'm not quite sure what that means. But yeah. Oh no, we've run out of quarters in the jukebox. Let me see if we can get some more change put in there. Come on.
Okay.
There we go. Music's back on. It's just you and me
nice. Yeah, like I guess if anyone else would like to come on, like maybe go onto Twitter or Minds and yeah. And actually, like, I also just like made a Twitter account, but I'm still trying to figure out how to use it. Like,
you'll get there. It's not too difficult. Yeah. You just got to get used to it.
I kind of like being like holding it off because Twitter does have some like baggage to it.
I think everything will always have a little bit of baggage to it.
Yeah.
So, bit tired.
Yeah,
let's make one of these.
Okay.
Been doing a lot of work this week.
Yeah.
And I got dragged outdoors. Outdoors!
I kind of like that announcement video because it kind of just shows like you just maybe need to like just take a breath of fresh air and enjoy like the positivity, like once in a while, like.
Or the complete lack of negativity, you know.
Yeah. Like it just reminds you that there's more to it than like the YouTube stuff, like.
I found it on the internet, Fancy Cat. I play it very, very quietly so I don't get copyright strikes.
Yeah, you don't want any more. You probably don't want to have any like the total drama like Baron had.
Well, I don't make any money off this channel, really. So.
Yeah, I think like for the most part, like YouTube is meant to be like a hobby, like nothing to make money in the long term.
Well, no, it depends on what you're doing, isn't it? But
yeah.
Through advertising, it depends on the advertiser, and you know, it depends what you're doing. Some things are more or less likely to be used for advertising purposes.
Yeah, that's true. Like, though, actually, I'm just mainly saying like it's actually kind of like as a way for getting like a stable income. You might as well just get a part-time job just in case it goes fail. Like.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Where did I get my fashion sense from? My girlfriend gave it to me as a New Year's Eve present.
Yeah.
Most of the time you won't get a strike. He goes on walks several times a week in several hours a time. It's great for the soul as much as the body. There you go. Outdoors, folks. Give it a try.
Yeah, it's a shame. Like right back at my end, like it's been like raining a lot. So
Fancy Cat, I would recommend my own channel. Although I might disclose that I may have a slight bias towards it.
Well. the only so far the only video I ever posted was actually recently, where I actually got permission to mirror this video from a guy named Positive Improvement, who actually did something that I think was pretty impossible. Took an even neutral-minded view of the whole hard on Assad issue. You actually got to check out.
Can you hold the airtime while I go for a smoke? Back in a minute.
No problem. So, okay, guys, you can ask me anything on the chat. Okay. Well, I guess I should. Let's see what to not prepared on. And maybe that's why I don't make you. I haven't made YouTube videos. Well, what channel? Well, what channel I'll recommend? Well, I guess this one. I just found it recently since it's the whole Milo debacle, and I actually like it, and actually made good points. So the open house, I guess I'll say perception chat. Channels channels that I recommend, well, there are a lot of things now you have to take a grain of salt. So my political leanings, well, despite me being a Christian, I guess I'm kind of more like a left-leaning libertarian. I believe in more individualism, and that everyone has a right to live the life they want as long as they're not harming anyone. Which kind of makes it pretty hard to determine who I would actually vote for. What's your favorite type of steam engine? I'm presuming to say about talking about the gaming streaming service. Well, so far I just use it for Skyrim, but still would be curious of exploring other games. Where are you from? I'm from Vancouver.
What's the fastest land mammal? Have you answered that one yet?
The fastest. Well, from what I can tell, is the cheetah. However, it does exceed the speed. There are other creatures that can exceed distance, like several types of dogs and horses.
Do you think cats deserve a political voice?
Cats? Oh, as a cat person, yes, I do. I love cats.
Favorite state and least favorite state? Unconsciousness and newly woken.
I guess maybe awake. I'm kind of a late night person. Or if you're talking about my fate, or if you're talking about some state as in my favorite state. Well, I should tell you I'm Canadian, so I.
Didn't clarify whether you're a trap or not. Are you a trap?
No.
Okay, we just had the obligatory. This shit is still going. Okay, so I can now close. Oh, that was a while. About 6 hours.
I guess maybe I usually come on there a little late due to work and all, but I guess maybe next time if there is a spot I can maybe send.
It's the only way.
Yeah, I mean, the next open house, if I come on, there's a spot, maybe you can throw me an invite.
Yeah, man. We do it the same old. Just send me a tweet or a message on Minds, and boom, Shanker.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Sweet.
We're gonna call it good night at this point. So no, everyone. Thanks for coming. Chitty bye. See you next week.
Have a good night.